All right. Sheesh. Sheesh. Triple sheesh. All right, let's see. Um, trying to see who was in my room. Um, oh, he beat me in here. I just sent her an invite. There we go. Come on, go ahead. The seat is nice and warm for you. Go ahead and get your spot. We don't want nobody taking your spot. I'm gonna go ahead. I gotta redo this one over again from yesterday because it didn't record. Make this one a quicker version, but yeah, I'm gonna redo this one over again.
I will never let you go. That's that Frankie Beverly, mate, baby. You don't know nothing about that. You know,
You were right
y'all
about
folks
that.
up north think y'all know about that. Y'all don't know nothing about that.
I'm singing the Beyonce version.
Nah, I'm singing the real version.
Is that a real?
And the Southern Girl, get down. That's like oh my God, that's my favorite song they ever made. Southern Girl.
I can't find.
Your friend from the
What?
pop back, he probably in here. Let me be quiet.
I know you want to say. Hello again. I caught you.
Oh, oh
You
my
thought you was
God.
slick.
Child, listen, he finna pop little.
That was so freaking funny.
I'm scared, y'all. My
I know you want to say something so bad. Oh, you want to say something so bad. Oh man, thank
yeah,
you for
baby.
reminding
Oh
me.
yeah, it's
Dang, I keep
backwards.
forgetting.
It's backwards.
Man,
Dang, man.
that's just so
Let me
irritating,
tell
dog. Why do
you
they do that?
somebody look. Because as soon as I say
So was you
something,
about to say something?
he goes like, oh Lord. I know my neighbors be like, what in the hell is going on up there?
Go ahead and try it. Say it. Summon. Summon.
Oh, well, I'm looking at these names popping up at the bottom.
I... That is so funny.
Kev, look, Kev, you set
Man.
me up. Y'all set me up. You knew that man was still on here.
I did. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's why I bust out laughing. That was like some ghost type stuff.
It
That was
sure was.
perfect.
And
That
then
was perfect.
he knew I wasn't asleep though. Like I was like, okay, they gonna think, that I went to sleep. He was like, no, she not asleep. I saw her cousin. Damn. That's some real private investigation. He knows he
That's
wanna go.
funny.
Night night. Child.
Who
Let me
wanna
be
go night night? I know who don't wanna go no night night.
huh?
Soon as you talk, say the name. Go ahead and say it.
Y'all
You
can't
ain't gotta
even
say the
y'all
name.
don't see me. I'm looking at these names so quick. Popping up at the
So I want to say it so fast. You want to say it quick and be like, ah, you right.
You know you
Caught you
do.
again. Number two.
No, no. The smartest way to do it is you gotta click on the upper right corner. You see where the calendars are? It shows you the numbers of who's
Mm-hmm.
in here.
Yeah, oh yeah. You
Oh,
right. It's
Bert
so
up in here. Bert, hey Bert.
Bert is in the building. His eyeball up in here. I thought I
hey
seen his
Bert.
eyeball up there.
Yeah.
Yep,
You right. I
Bert in
forgot
there.
about that, Modest. You can click up there and see who in the room.
Yeah.
Child,
Yeah,
let me keep that open.
that's what she said. That's what she said.
Hey.
Right, Bert in here
Hello.
all quiet and stuff and scaring people and stuff. Yeah, Bert was one of the first ones. Oh, he was literally the first one that was in here when I first went live. well, seriously on live, and he was the one that was I guess he was talking me through it. He he scared me at first. He said, "Call me the." So what did he say? I forgot how that went. I think I met him through Kana too. Yeah, I met him through Kana. Yeah, ever since then, I never seen him though. But yeah, but he was my first one that had me in here though. He literally was the first one. Then it was like Cynthia after that, and then Kana was in there. All three of them was in there my first day. And that's when I was like, man, that's when I was couldn't take how slow this stuff was going. I realized that's how it goes sometimes, and then it picks up later. So that's what I realized. So I used to always just want it to happen quick.
Most are
You said I scared you.
terrified.
No, I think you was saying something. I forgot what you said. It was something. I ain't gonna say literally scared me, but it was just how you
Terrified of
said.
the bird.
I am. What did you say? I forgot what you said. It was something you said. You was not introducing yourself, but you said something. I forgot. I think that was before you got in the chat too. That was before you even got online. Before you told me about your turkeys. It's an insider. The turkeys. But I remember you was saying something. I don't know. But let me see if I can rehearse this
Rehearse with.
something like that. I remember she said something like that's what it was.
I am
Something like
dying.
that. Right. It sounded it made it sound so I took it the wrong way. It seemed like he was on some demonic type stuff. I am the god of the god of what? The underworld? It's like that. But
Man,
I
listen,
guess I get to the
I need a
topic.
whole plaque. A
You said
plaque.
plaque?
Yeah, a plaque to hang up on the wall.
Oh, I'm about to say all you gotta do is stay up all night, don't brush your teeth, you get plenty of, you know what I'm
No, I need a plaque from you, brother. From you.
saying? That's what she said.
I ain't gonna be no good tomorrow.
Please don't blame me. Please
Oh well,
don't.
I'm not gonna blame you because I
I
had
forgive you.
already
You got
knew, but I already knew this was gonna be all. I already knew because I was like, I'm going live, and then I knew you was going live, so I already knew it was gonna be like this.
mm-hmm.
But see, what I should have
Oh,
did was when you got off live last night, I should have took my butt straight to bed, and I didn't. So that was my fault. Because if I had got off early and went to sleep, then I would have been felt a lot better.
man.
Yeah,
I gotta watch out for you, man.
you ain't gotta
I
watch
gotta
out for me.
watch out. Cause I be so tired. You be talking so good, man. You gotta
And
stop.
then
You
my
gotta
husband be
stop.
like, okay, you gonna be like, you should have went to bed. He's like, you say that every day. Yeah, I'm like, well, but I've been like this though. Like even when we first got married, I stayed up all night. I stayed up all night, all the time. I'm a night baby. I was like that when I was little. Everybody be sleeping, I be up. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I say I don't have to go to work, I really don't. I mean, I don't look at going to my boutique as work. Other people have to go to work, so
Mm.
I don't have to go to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
So.
want you. So you can go ahead and get you some snooze real quick. Maybe get you a. If I don't fall asleep before that, if you see the
Mm-hmm.
whole live shut out, that
You
mean I
already
ain't
had
kick
that
you
quick
out.
nap, snoring.
He did. He had a good. He had about a good 45 minutes.
I
No, I'm
did.
talking about you. You was
No,
out.
I didn't. I ain't go to sleep on here. That was old Betty wife snoring.
Oh, I
Yeah, that
really
was his
thought that was
wife.
you.
I know. That's why I
Up
was
there go the
like,
time.
hmm,
You right. That's what he gonna.
he finna pop up.
I've been waiting for you to say my name, buddy.
Yeah, that was his wife snoring.
I was like,
I ain't
what?
been to sleep. I haven't been to sleep since 3 o'clock Thursday.
Oh
No,
no.
Friday. I'm sorry, 3 o'clock Friday morning.
Mm-mm.
I'm like, oh, you reaching? I'm like, whoa, that's too.
I
Mm-mm.
think I
Thursday.
done
Oh
pulled a
my.
whole. I think I done been up for about 20 hours. It's your fault.
Okay, stop watching the box. I hear you.
You're right.
I can hear you looking at
Hmm.
just why how you laughing. You watching each name.
I sure am. You said, what they
He
gonna vote
he
me?
said off the laugh, I can see the way you looking at the name. It's off the funny.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm
I
ready
guess
for this
I'm reading.
horoscope. I'm so happy you told me your
Oh,
I didn't think
oh,
you was
this
gonna
about
ever tell me.
Lyrical
yeah,
Truth
it's gonna
said,
be
"What's
fun.
up?"
Hey, you my connect, so I don't, I go through it with you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Or at least give you a heads up just in case you can't take one of them lives. Like give you a heads up.
Nah,
You know what I'm
that'll be
saying?
all right. That's gonna be a good one. I'm curious to hear what a lot of people gonna say. That's gonna be a good one because a lot of people gonna have a lot of different. And then you gonna get that one person on here that's real deep in it. That's gonna be when we really
Yep.
find out
The
what's
extra
good.
Yep.
philosophical one.
Yeah.
Mm,
What's the
mm,
deal,
mm.
lyrical? Hey, hold this my man's from a long with the dang on question mark on his head. Oh yeah, right. I ain't seen this dude in here for a long time. What the hell? You got a new page? Oh, this dude done got. Oh yeah, your other page did get banana. I was about to say because I think your stuff I did unfollow me. You got another page? I gotta follow you back. Now you gotta start over from scratch again, don't you?
You can't
Man.
complain about haters when you spend your time flexing,
How you end
stunting,
up
and
finding me?
showing off. Hmm?
So the topic is you can't complain about haters.
We
You
talked about
can't
That's
that
because
what
you're
you.
gonna
already.
be
We
busy
talked about
doing
that
your
I
last
own
know.
night.
thing.
We talked
I
about
gotta
it.
redo it again.
Oh yeah, you sure do. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you said you weren't able to
Yeah, I
save
lost.
it, download it.
Yeah. That's why I'm gonna try to do this one. I'm gonna just say it over quick, cause hopefully it record this time.
I don't want to talk
Hopefully.
about haters. They might pop up.
Oh, you
It's
say in their ear,
me.
they gonna pop up. Watch. If you say haters 3 times, watch what happen. You're gonna be like, oh,
Mm, maybe that's
They,
Lexus come.
yeah,
Uh
but
oh.
uh, but it's crazy because you don't even got to do all the flexing. Unfortunately, that's still.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
That's why I
no,
try
if
to
you have
stay
your own business and you mind your own business, you ain't gonna focus on no haters anyway because you
right,
in your
Oh
own
yeah.
lane.
and I don't. Right, and I don't.
Hmm.
Nope.
That's why
That's
I'm
another
like,
thing. Like even with that, like it's just at the end of the day, you shouldn't complain about haters. Everything comes with hater, anyways, regardless. But I just really be more
mhm.
focused on the people that be looking
Support.
for it.
Yeah, I try to.
I'm about to
And then
make you.
this. Well, yeah, yeah.
And that's what I was taught. If you look for it, you gonna find something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
That's true.
Hmm.
Woo, this some good 70s music.
The seventies.
Oh, I hear you getting real
The
comfortable. Uh-oh, you going into the
Mm-hmm.
right?
70s.
I am. My eyes getting heavier and heavier, but that's okay though. I'm rolling until the wheels fall off.
She's a good one.
This
She's
what you call being in the trenches right here.
a good
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the trenches, man, because it's gonna pick up. This gonna. Oh, that's why I wanted to mention. Was that in your live or one of them? I'm about to say that. 'Cause oh, that was you and productive. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was about to
That was
mention
a good.
that.
My
This,
live was
this, that
good
here.
earlier. That was a good live though. It was good. Old girl came in there. It was good before she came in there and started dropping them gems. It was good though.
Hmm.
It was good.
There you go. There you go.
But they go
I
where it
was,
go.
I was gonna mention this is the year, man. I say this gonna be the year for grind, man. Especially for me, but I can see for everybody else got some plans for this year too. For sure, I was already saying that we gonna make this stuff happen, man. It's gonna
Well,
get to even with
y'all
this
have
good
at it.
stuff.
I'm about to calm down, and I gotta do a whole bunch of stuff today.
Cam down. You never cammed up.
I did. You saw me in my glasses. I
I know I
wasn't
did. See,
good.
I'm just saying when you said it like it was already up still. I'm like, what the heck is not even on that? But I think I know what you
Man,
meant. You say you about to drop, basically.
yep, I'm about to drop.
Good
Y'all
Hmm.
night.
have at it. Good
Yeah, I better
night.
not catch you over there cheating on my life. Going them toxic lives and coming back.
No, I'm gonna probably be at my
You supposed to be
own.
sleep.
Right.
Say
And I
nah.
was just gonna, yeah, right. Be at your own. That's the best place. Because that's what I
Yeah,
said. I'm finna,
because this is my business, really. It's
right.
modest.
Yeah,
You better let him,
yeah,
please, Dazzle, let him know this is my business. It's
yeah.
modest, where
I was
it's
talking about
modest,
like,
okay? 24/7, 7 days a week. That's how
Mm-hmm.
we do it.
mm-hmm.
10 tones down in modesty. So, yeah, I'm gonna drop.
My boy Zila Pieces in the building. He said he got his passport too.
Oh Lord, please don't bring it up. Please. Please, Kel, please. I can't
Where is
take
it?
it.
Here you go. He coming with it already.
No, no, no. We understand. We want you to be happy, sir. We just don't want to hear about that right now. I just can't do it.
It's people too sleepy for that. Huh? He
Nah,
gonna
man, I'm
go
just
straight. He
tired of
got a
hearing.
new. He got a new one every time he come in. It's something. Last time it was passport. This time the one. I think he said something else in another one. That just be funny, dog. Oh my. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. It's like he just be proving. That's all he's trying to do is prove points for real, though, man. Because if you look at his content, he be on point with his stuff. What he be saying and stuff. He try to speak in fairness and stuff. It was what I. It's funny because I used to. It was that was like the topic that he doing. I used to do that a lot or whatever. And I feel most of the stuff he be saying and stuff because people don't be realizing what they be doing and they don't realize the double standards and all that stuff and that's gonna be crazy.
Right.
But he be on
Yeah.
point with his stuff for sure.
I mean, yeah, it's not that the topic, it's nothing wrong with it, but it's like it's so many people like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Doing it,
like
yeah,
everywhere
for
you
you.
go.
Yeah.
That's why I said it just, and then certain people I hear talk about it. It's some people on here that just voice just I ain't, let me be quiet. I'm getting sleepy.
I didn't even realize modest dropped and stuff. I looked
Mm-hmm.
up. Mm.
You know.
Nah, modest. That's what I was about to say before you dropped. Though. Like, nah, people be saying they sleep the next minute. You see them in another live and stuff. I got rid of. If you wanted to leave, just say you want to leave. That's all I'm saying. You
Well,
know what I'm
Kevin, you ain't
saying?
gotta
So, no.
worry about it because other than my live, I'm probably gonna go in your live and then I'm gonna go in Rumble. I like Rumble. I like
I
his
gotta. Is
live.
this that's somebody I gotta follow?
Oh, you probably already following him. I show you his stuff. I like
They not.
clapback.
They not
I go
going.
in clapback live because they don't they are they're very they ain't playing. Like, you know what I'm saying? They like no tolerance. They stick to the topics. Ain't no mess and all, ain't no drunk, ain't nobody coming up there in the panel, talking crazy and all that stuff. And they're old, they're older, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's more grown men. They run it like grown men supposed to run it. So hmm
Mm,
yep. And it's a couple other ones on here, but other than that, I'm gonna be on my live. I can't. I did that when I first got on here, and I'm good. Two or three is enough for me. Other than my live, I can't. It's just be too much. It's too much to keep up with.
yeah. Cause I be like I said, I have my times. I be going. I used to be going to stuff, but I'm like, I realize I'm doing it for no reason. Cause some people just flat out can't talk to, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna
Right.
leave. As bad as I want unity and stuff, but I'm like, man,
Everybody
let's talk
can't help
about
everybody.
is really like is let's talk about if it's really like black people. He's but from what I figured, from what I heard, he was black for real, and they just portrayed him to be white. But hmm,
Yeah,
I guess it really don't
but
matter.
the way they
I just know
describe
what his
him, the
intentions
way the
was.
Bible describe him, it don't sound like he no YT man.
Nah, it wasn't. I don't think nobody was YT in the Bible, except for some people was red, and I think David was red, King David, um, Esau. But we don't know what red is. Maybe red is. I don't know. But it made us real. It made me realize. I mean, made us realize all of us the same. You can get red out of black. I mean, it's the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Where you at, Zealand? Where you at? You out and about? You doing your thing, man?
Yeah, don't be
I know
asking these
you
people
be
where
out
they
there
at. They don't
on the
want to tell
weekend.
you they where they at. I'm just playing.
Say,
You
mind
all,
your business.
we know where you at. You at home, Kev. It's easy for you to ask us. We know you at the house.
Yeah, yeah,
Kev, like, yeah,
you
I
right.
ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, right. You right about
You
that.
don't go, but you don't like.
I
Oh,
wasn't meaning
oh, you in
the state
Orlando?
and all that stuff.
You
Oh,
not
yeah, in
too.
Florida with right with that. That's
Yeah, I'm 2 hours
uh.
away. Yeah, I'm in Jacksonville.
I was meaning like you at a club or something tonight, or was you
Oh,
chilling or something tonight?
Orlando, man, Orlando be lit. I love it. I love going out now. That joint be lit. I'm with my oh Lord.
He gonna get some people in here for sure. What is this guy in the comment talking about? No, that just funny, dog. He be trolling. I be doing that junk here too. Well, not that type of troll, but I troll though sometimes. But that joke is funny.
Yeah, Orlando is
Like,
fun. Go to Ice Bar if you gonna be there all weekend. I'm telling you, Ice Bar. Google Ice Bar. That's one of the like really good spots to go to. It's like one side is like a bar and the other side a club. It's real. I mean, it's real nice and it's a good place to take pictures and stuff. Like inside, it's real
hmm
cool looking.
how far is that from Miami?
Two. I don't know. Maybe like four, maybe three. No, it's longer
Expensive,
than
huh?
that. Maybe five, like 5 hours away, something like that.
Oh my.
Something like that. Cause Miami is all the way down at the bottom of Florida.
Oh, okay, that's why. Oh yeah, it makes sense because it's near that. That's why they got a beach and all that stuff.
Well, we
Let
got
me not
beaches.
mess up because I don't. Hopefully that TikTok don't take that wrong.
Here's
I'm talking
somebody
about
how many
the
black
water,
people can be there.
the
It's a
water.
lot of black. It's a lot of black people in. No, I mean, oh, you mean the Ice Bar? No, it's mixed. It be YT people in there. It's gonna be dear. It ain't just. It ain't no. This place ain't even owned by no black people. Like they probably Jew. Ain't no telling who own it, but it ain't. It's not no black like all black establishment like that. It's gonna be a mixture in there. Cause when my mama came, her and her boyfriend or her ex boyfriend, they went down there and they had a good time. And I saw the pictures and stuff. That's how I know it ain't. It's not gonna be all black people in there. It's gonna be a mixed crowd.
Hmm.
Yep, it's gonna be a mixed crowd. But Orlando is ooh, because I was talking about moving. We was talking about moving down there. It's expensive. Where I want to live is Kissimmee. Like Kissimmee is like on the outs, like right on the outskirts of Orlando. It's
If it's
expensive.
more than 10, oh,
Hmm.
that's when you fit in after that.
You said what? Oh, if it's more than 10. Oh, yeah, it's going to be more than 10 black people, though. It's going to definitely be more than that. But it ain't going to be. Dang, ain't you black? Wait a minute now. Hold on. You
Yeah, you
black,
black.
brother? Wow.
Oh, you talking about
See,
who? Which one?
um, Zilla, he is black.
Oh yeah,
Dang,
he black
Zilla.
black.
I'm happy my daddy ain't on this live right now. Because my daddy is like pro black.
Oh, he
Like,
said that's not my spot. That's not what
oh,
he
okay,
said.
okay. If it's more than 10 people. No, he's saying if it's more than 10 people, that's not my spot.
Yeah, I just realized what he said. Right.
Yeah.
I thought he said it
But
is
just
his
like,
spot.
see, and I grew up, my daddy, like, he's still like that.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like,
You you said he was did you say he was the opposite, right? He's like black power. I forgot what's the word. Uh what is it called? Where
um,
they only take up for the black people, something like that.
well, I
I
mean, it's not, and the thing about it is, like, in the era, like, my daddy grew up in, like, the 60s and 70s. So,
yeah, okay.
back then, it was a lot different than what it is now. And it just stuff happens to people and then they kind of it stick with them and stuff,
Yeah,
so it's kind of
I
like
get you.
but even though we lived in like a predominantly YT area, pretty much. When we moved into our neighborhood, we was like the only black people in the neighborhood, like type stuff.
Mm.
And we lived like it. I mean, and but he never liked them like that. So, but he got along, you know what I'm saying. But the thing about it's so crazy because the dude that stayed across the street from us, him and my daddy was real cool. They would like drink beers outside, you know what I'm saying, like cut the grass, like they talked and stuff, like they actually talked. But my daddy never went in his house, and he never came. You know what I'm saying? They was cool, but they used to just stand out in the yard, and talk and stuff. But
Right.
he's never like he yeah he ain't hanging out with him. He ain't doing none of that.
Mm.
He ain't doing none of that. Cause I
Oh,
I
that's
yeah, cause I had cause when I was in middle school and stuff, I had crushes and stuff on little YT boys, and my daddy was like, "You finna get a rude awakening." He already knew what was gonna happen, cause they folks went with that. Like they folks weren't finna let them do that, especially in the South. See, I grew up in the South, so it's real different. It's real different. So, but yeah, I had a couple little YT crushes. They like me
said
too,
they
but they
better
just
only be a crush.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They like me too, but it was never gonna be out in the open. It was never gonna be, oh, I'm their girlfriend. Oh no, 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 no.
It's like, hey, give me back
But when I got to high school, it was this one black girl. She was mixed. Now they dated her openly. I was shocked because her mama was black and her daddy was YT, but she looked like a light skinned. She ain't look like no YT girl. Her hair was like a black girl. She looked like a light skinned black woman. You couldn't just look at her and tell she was mixed. But they love her though, and she ended up marrying one. I mean, which I wasn't surprised because her daddy won, but she ended up marrying. That's all she did. I think she did like one black dude in school, but they love her though. I was too hood. I remember I used to come to school, my hair done, and they used to tease me and be like, "You, how many horses did you unalive?" But I used to be so fly. Oh, I know they used to hate me. I used to be shy. They used to be
back.
trying to make me feel bad. I wasn't gonna feel bad about that because I knew I looked good.
Who that?
Oh, talking about
What's her
her
name?
name. Ain't gonna tell you her name. Cause well,
Mm.
she married now, so her last name is different, but her first name was Brandy. Her mama was real like
Yeah,
dark,
it's
like her
either all
mama
the
was
ones we want is
chocolate.
all married already.
Yeah,
Every
she
last one.
just for just for banking and women purposes, advocating on black though. Yeah, I mean, it don't. I mean, I say do what make you happy, cause it don't bother me. I'm always gonna be pro black because that's how I was raised, and
That's
that's
what the name is. Dang, I couldn't think of it. You made me remind me. Pro
yeah,
Black.
pro
That's what
black.
it is.
Yeah, I'm always gonna be that because that's and the men that raised me like they were no joke. So and I
Mm.
I wouldn't do my daddy like that. That'll be disrespectful. If I be like, oh, well, I ain't gonna do him like that. I wouldn't do him like that. He probably would never talk to me again. Honestly, he probably would. That would probably kill our relationship. I'm coming back. You so great. You come back. Yeah,
The con.
but I used to get offended, like, cause people used to ask me, well, what are you mixed with? I'm like, well, I'm black and black.
Mm.
I ain't mixed
How
with
you be
nothing.
black on black? How you do big on big?
Yeah, but I mean, I get it. I mean, but see, I guess I consider myself, but everybody is different. So the way people looked at me, maybe they just feel. I never felt like I looked mixed though, so I don't know. Cause I had black girl, swag. It wasn't like maybe would have had been different if my personality was different. But I couldn't understand why people used to think that Cause I'm really, I'm fair skinned, but it's a lot of women out here lighter than me. That's not even mixed. So I didn't get that. But okay, that's another topic that triggered me. That colorism stuff. When I hear like stuff like them topics come up, I get triggered because and this is the part that be triggering me. Like, cause to me, I feel like black people, like it's almost like darker skinned black people. They, not all of them, but I'm just speaking like in general now. But it's like when they see a lighter skinned person, they just think we had it so easy because we
Mm,
lighter skin, and that just that I it's like I don't understand how you can think. I do, but I don't. Like it's like now back when slavery, yes, it was like that because it was the way everything was going. But I'm like, in today's age, people still think that. Like, you don't think when people see us that's in other races, they not saying the same thing about us. You feel
yeah,
like they
both of
not
them got
doing
their
that.
own different struggles.
But it ain't no, we got the same. It ain't no own different. When it comes to like racism and stuff, it's the same.
Yeah, I feel
Them
you on
people
that.
not saying, oh, well, because they're lighter skin, oh, so they get a pass. No. Oh my God. J Lo and Ben Affleck. Oh my God. Y'all just don't I cried when they got married, bro. Like on everything. I'm telling you, that was the love of
Better
her.
not
I
get
don't
caught
care what
crying about
nobody
that.
say. Listen, let me tell you something. They should have, and when she talked about when she broke that engagement off, bro, like you could hear, like that lady literally died and came back to life after that. Like that's how bad it was. Bad. Like she was in love with this man. But see, it doesn't surprise me though because of who she is. Cause J Lo kind of hood. You know what I'm saying? Like they come from two totally different backgrounds. But I
Hmm.
knew that he loved her. Like literally. And when she wrote that song, Dear Ben, this man got a whole song. Puffy didn't get that. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, they should." No, she didn't. She did right. She should have broke up with Puffy. He wasn't never gonna marry her. That's really why she left him. She blamed it on that nightclub thing, but she didn't leave him for that. He wasn't never gonna marry her. He was never gonna marry her.
Mm,
But Ben,
never gonna do.
man, listen, I'm so happy they together. And then people be like, J Lo being with everybody. No, she ain't. J Lo ain't got no
She's still Jenny from the block.
But she ain't been with everybody. J Lo ain't got no reputation. People be trying to talk about her like she got a If she had been with that many men, trust me, you would be hearing a whole lot of stories about her.
Nah, she ain't who was that what about Sierra? Nah, was she bad?
Oh, I love
She had
Sierra.
50 Cent, Lil Bow Wow,
Who?
Future,
Oh, you talking about Sierra?
Sierra.
I like
You make
Sierra
sure she
though.
ain't they no names.
I mean, but see, the thing about Sierra is, see, it's the way you move. Cause see, I'm gonna tell you something. Even with her dating them, you ain't heard no stories about her with them. though. That's the thing. And at the end of the day, when it's like that, that mean them men respected you. Cause usually, like, even though they celebrities, they'll still call you out and tell your business now. Cause
Yeah.
some of them don't, and they do it. But she might have had them sign what you call it, NWA or whatever. I would have had them sign something. They wouldn't have been able to talk about me for real. Because think about it. You a celebrity, so if you dating other celebrities, they gonna know stuff about you. No, nope. Be talking about your body and all this. Nope.
I mean, look at the way she danced. Who gonna tell on her? I can
But
only
listen,
imagine.
but I'm not gonna lie. I love her husband, Russell. Listen, I don't care what nobody say about that man. That was nobody but God. Like God
Mm.
love her. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, went from thug to opposite.
But the thing
That was
about
the
it,
true definition of nice guys finish last.
But no, he didn't finish last. She woke
Well, he
up
got her
like a
last.
lot of women. She woke up and realized that the type of dudes that she had been dating was not gonna give her what she deserved, and she didn't settle. She didn't end up settling like most women. She went and got her a real man who loved her and loved her children, and who gonna come home every night at 8 o'clock for dinner. He ain't missing no meals. He tucking the kids in every night. So, and that's what she wanted. I mean, which for most women, that's like the ideal, to have a husband in the house and the kids. That never was my ideal growing up, but I wanted to be like kind of like Oprah.
Don't they got a kid now? Don't
Who?
they got a kid?
Who?
I
Oprah?
think they. No, I'm talking about Sierra.
Oh yeah, they got a kid. They got two kids
Yeah, cause
together,
she
I think.
came with a kid already. He's a real one for that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but
He
think
took
about
care
it
of
though.
him.
They both had money. See, it's not
They
like
got
regular
money.
people. They both had money. She didn't need him to help her take care of them children. it's different when it's different when both of the people are already established, because the man gets to make that decision knowing that he ain't solely, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's different for regular people. When you marry a woman like that, that's just a regular person, a working woman, it's gonna be totally different. Totally different. Cause you really finna have to come in there and like literally like really get in the trenches with her. That baby was already set up straight way before he, and was gonna be that regardless. So he didn't really have to worry about that too much.
Mm.
As far as time, of course he's gonna spend time with the kids, but financially, she ain't need him.
You right about that, but she needed somebody to be a father figure that can actually
Well,
take on that job without using her.
well,
So she found the
what
right
she did
person.
was she didn't pay attention to the red flags, because when she met Future already had them kids. She didn't have no children. I'm sure he talked crap about his baby mama. See, this is the thing that I be telling women now too. When you hear, this is like my biggest pet peeve. If I hear a man say anything like, not just, oh, it didn't work out, or you know what I'm saying, they may say something in general. But if you hear a man like tell his ex business, make her sound bad, run, 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 run.
Run.
Because first of all, grown men don't do that. They don't even want their business out there like that for real. They ain't even trying to like. And then I look at it, if a man still talking like that, he still care about her. Cause what he trying
Yep.
to like paint
Still
her,
hurt.
yeah. I ain't got time for that. I done been there, done
Hold on,
that.
give me a second real quick.
What?
Be right back.
Where you finna
Be
go?
right back.
Kev, you don't play with me.
I had to grab my phone real quick. It's on the other side of the bed.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm-mm.
I'm
Mm-hmm. Now
back.
that's a major red flag. And I know he did all of that. I know he did. I know he did all that. And probably worse. So, and then she said he was, just the way she described their relationship was like, mm-mm. But she didn't fit that image anyways. That wasn't gonna work anyways. Yeah, I been there, done that. Like I said, I tell women all the time, if a dude, I have girls, but he don't. And then this what they do. Well, I'm this and I'm that and da 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 da. And I'm like, if he's still talking about her, it don't matter. You could be a millionaire. Think about it. If you so, that's one thing I never understood. Like especially nowadays, I'm like, if you got it going on and a man ain't with his ex no more, and he talking about her, he still care about her. Like you having it going on ain't gonna stop him from caring about her. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? You could look better than her. You can have a nicer car than her. All of that. I
That's
had to learn the
facts.
hard. I learned the hard way. When I tell you, I learned the hard way. I had to learn the hard way. I thought, oh, his baby mama, she Project Hood Rat. Da-da-da-da. He in love with her. Leave me on the side of the road for that, baby. You hear me, child? Literally, I'm not gonna lie. The worst experience I had with a boy, I was about maybe 17, 18. I don't even think I had graduated high school yet. I might have been a junior. And this guy that I knew from like when we used to go to the skating ring when I was in middle school, we ended up seeing each other again and we started talking. We weren't dating or anything, like boyfriend and girlfriend, but just talking on the phone. And he wanted to see me, so he was like, I'm gonna come pick you up. His friend had a car, he didn't have a car, so him and his friend, which was another guy, came and picked me up. He took me back to the boy house, his friend house. His friend folks had a nice house or whatever, and for that area, for him. And I couldn't believe he was even hanging out with somebody like that because this boy was real hood. But his friend folks had a nice house. So we get to the house, we watching TV and stuff. The dude, his friend was real cool. So oh, buddy was like, come on, let's go back here and talk or whatever. So we went to his friend bedroom or whatever, and he turned on the TV and we just talking or whatever. And then he was like, starting to like, I can't remember exactly what happened because this was years ago. But basically, he initiated wanting to have sex, and I told him I didn't want to do it. Right now, mind you, before he came to pick me up, I never told him we was gonna do nothing. We never talked like that. Like it wasn't like we was even talking like anything like that was gonna happen. So when he did it, I wasn't shocked because he's a boy. I wasn't shocked that he was trying to do it, but I wasn't gonna do it with him, right? And he was nice looking and everything. I just didn't want to do it with him. Do you know this boy made me walk home? His friend let him make me walk home. Like when I
Whoa.
think, yeah, and when I think back about that, like it's not the worst experience I ever been through with a man, but that's like one of the worst experiences that I ever went through. Like I was so shocked, like I couldn't believe that this boy was that, and he was mad. Like he was like, bitch. He was calling me names and laughing at me, and like, yeah, it was really bad. And I walked my butt home. He was like, if you don't do it with me, you're gonna have to walk home. Then he tried to say, and my friend. Oh yeah, he tried it. They tried it big time. Big time. So I mean, when I think about that and I'm like, but see, in my mind, and I could have easily called I could have called somebody to come get me, but I didn't. I walked home. I walked all the way home. But you know what? I'm happy I did that though, because on the way home, I said I'll never ever put myself in a position. See, sometimes like when I think back on it now, I'm like, see, that kind of stuff, when that happened, that taught me not to like let anybody not necessarily have control, but don't put myself in a position to where people can just leave me like stranded like that. Cause I'm like, for us to be our age, we was still in school. We were still in school, like you really was that grimy. You know what I'm saying? At that, not to say it's okay to be grimy when you're older, but I just really couldn't believe. And then what's so crazy? He was the dude who got a lot of girls. Usually they not even the ones who be like that, cause he had a lot of girls that liked him. But I guess he looked at it as rejection. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to be with him, and all these other girls, wanted to be with him. Cause I'm like, if anything, you should have been thinking, well, I could just call it one of my other little girl. You know what I'm saying? One of the girls I talked to. But he was mad. He was angry. you would have thought I had did something, to this person. And I'm like, after that, I said, never again. I was like, if I do go to somebody's house or whatever like that with them, it was to the point where I didn't even want dudes to like come pick me up and drop me off and stuff like that. After that, I was kind of hesitant. Like I would rather go pick a dude up than him pick me up, because I'm not gonna be stranded nowhere. Like that's dangerous. Anything could have happened to me, and wouldn't nobody
I
have
feel
known?
you though.
Yeah,
Like
and
they
wouldn't
almost
no.
selfish.
I mean, but that's like, who raised you? But then I found out after that he really had like, I kind of felt bad for him because I found out a lot of stuff about him, like how he was raised and stuff, and his folks weren't right. So then it started kind of making sense. I'm like, well, they abused him. You know what I'm saying? And people like that normally, sometimes they pick up those habits. But I couldn't believe he made me walk home. And it was so crazy because on the way home, it was another dude. It was a grown man who like stopped on the side of the road and asked me did I want to ride. And I'm like, I can't get in the car with you. I don't know you. You're a stranger. Like literally trying to like, I'm like, it's just, I think about some of the things that I went through with guys and men, and it's like I have a lot of reasons to like not per se, if you want to put it like not like men, you know what I'm saying? But I never let any of those things harden me to the point where I talk crap about, you know what I'm saying, especially black men. So it's like listening to a lot of these females, they put themselves in these situations. I know because I've done it, and I had to take
Don't do
accountability.
that. That turn that stuff that always get turned around on me. Victim blaming and shaming and all that stuff, whatever.
And see, the thing about it is, and that's why people can't break the cycle, because they too busy blaming everybody else. And the thing, like, and it wasn't even nothing for me to be. A lot of women though, even though they made those decisions, they still end up coming out better. You see what I'm saying? And see, I look at it like, if you come out better, then what's so bad with taking accountability? It still worked out for you. So what's the problem?
They don't they don't realize. Oh, hold up. They don't realize that that will do the big one of the biggest releases in your life is that stop blaming somebody else and take control of the part that you did and stuff. It's something that you got to change within yourself. So that's why I be meaning about the accountability and stuff. That you be accountable for stuff you did or didn't do. You know what I'm saying? You'll live a way better life because if you start living that straight up victim mentality life and all that stuff and don't know what to correct it, it's forever mad, forever stressing and stuff, forever
Mhm.
always on alert. No, it's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, because
It's a horrible way of living.
I'm telling you, Kev, last year when I tell you I had me experiencing what I experienced last year, like I literally was paranoid. I experienced paranoia. I feel like I experienced a lot of things, and it wasn't even about nothing that was actually going on in present time. It was like from past Trump, like I'm talking about years ago, like stuff finally just catching up to me. Like it's almost like I was running from it, and then I finally got to the time where I could not run it. Like I had to sit there, like paranoia, anxiety, depression, at the same time, like all at the same time, because I had to sit with the hurt that I caused myself. I had to sit with the choices, some of the choices that I made, and it was so hurtful. I know what that was. Yeah, it was hurtful. It was real. I mean, I literally, I really felt like my heart was like broken 20,000 times over again last year. Like just from me having to sit with myself. And it was like I didn't understand what was going on. And then it kind of made it worse because I felt like nobody around me really understood. Because when you're going through certain stuff, people see what you're going through and they care, but they don't get it. Like a lot of people be like, it's gonna be okay. They'll say stuff like that, but they just don't understand what you're going through mentally. Like I really was going through like a big mental battle last year. You know what I'm saying? Because of things that I never healed from my past, because I was so busy trying to like cover it up with external stuff. I never dealt with the internal, my heart, like my soul, my spirit, you know what I'm saying? And then I had a certain point in my life when I was younger, I let people abuse me, like physically abuse me, mentally, emotionally, like bad, real bad. And because I was so
You got
young, I didn't understand the severity the damage that really did to me mentally.
that's so I'm about to remention what you had told me. I feel like you should do that though. You should do that part because a lot of that's what's holding a lot of women back, and you know going through what you went through and all that stuff, and you know what I'm saying you have another better outlook because you personally experienced these things and all that stuff. Because it's the same thing that you saying. It's like,
Right. That was
and
my
I think
body
that's
telling
what's
me her
big,
piece.
huh?
No, I was reading the comment where he said I
Oh,
was agreeing with him.
okay, yeah.
But no,
But I was
Kev, I
saying,
mean,
like,
you
you just let people know that story and all that stuff, and let
know.
them know, like, they'll probably listen to you more just because or whatever. But then let them know, because I know you don't sit there in the victim mindset or
No,
whatever.
I
You know what I'm
don't.
saying? But you could find a way to like let them know, like you probably you want to grow from it. Because if you sit in that, because they're not gonna listen to somebody like me, then they're gonna hurt and throw that stuff on me real quick. Like,
No, they
no,
not,
you're doing
Kev.
the victim blaming and shaming and all that stuff. You just don't know and all that stuff. You just don't understand and all that stuff. And I'm like, we can literally saying the same exact thing, even though I didn't personally, you know, I had my
Do
own
it.
stuff though, but
Right.
my stuff might not be as worse as other people, or
Right.
some stuff it is worse. You know what I'm saying? So, but I just don't sit there and do the comparison stuff all the time in life. You know what I'm saying? This comparison stuff never do nothing for any of us. You know, it just was
Make
your
it
stuff as
worse.
bad as mine was bad as you know what I'm saying? That's it's crazy,
But I
but
mean, and I'm not gonna lie, like even before I went through what I went through last year, like I was saying before, like people always came to me for advice. People always sought me out to be wise because it always seemed like with them looking on the outside in, it's looked like no matter what I went through, I always came out on top. Which really I did, but it really wasn't because nothing I was really doing. It was just by the grace and favor that I had on my life. Like it's like literally I would make a decision just in the nick of time. You see what I'm saying? Like it was on some stuff like that. It wasn't like, oh, I'm just so wise like about everything, or I'm just so smart. Especially back then when I was going through certain stuff. No, it was like I was just snapping out of it just in the nick of time before it could have had a much worse effect on my life. So people always came to me and I always gave good advice and stuff like that, but I never took my own advice. You know what I'm saying? Not to heart, not like what I should have, you know.
exactly.
But people always
Hmm.
have felt like you said, people will listen to me and they will. They'll definitely, you know, they'll
They
listen
will.
to me and stuff, but it takes us and I'm very empathetic. That's the thing. Like if I when I get when I'm telling you like this, when somebody comes around me and they open up to me, I take it personal. I can't help it. That's why I
Hmm.
can't be around a lot of people because everybody be pulling on me. Like they pull on my energy. And it's not intentionally, but because I care so much, it's like I gotta make sure they good. I'm like that, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I gotta talk them through it. I
I
gotta,
feel you.
you know,
Yeah.
sister, we gotta build. Yeah. And I don't mind uplifting people, but see, it's never reciprocated. See, in my experiences, I will pump somebody up or help them or build them up, and then it's like once they get okay, that's it. It's like I feel like I'm sent people come in my life for a reason, you know, for me to like show them something, and then once they see whatever they need to see, they gone. It never feels like real like connections like that for real. It's almost like I'm giving, they taking, and then once they get what they need, they gone, and then I'm there to refill myself up for the next person. Like them days are over. I'm not doing that shit no more. Like, I'm too old now. I can't.
Mhm.
Like physically, like it's to the point now where even if I wanted to keep doing it, I can't. Like that's what it is for me. So I don't have a choice but to like be mindful of everything, everybody that, oh, thank you, that come around. I don't have a choice. I have to. But like I said, and even last year, I started to realize that I was being reckless, like with just how dealing with certain situations, because not thinking critical about things the way I should have, like being more logical. I'll say that, definitely being more logical. So when I hear men talk and I hear how y'all talk and how y'all think, even when y'all talking about something that don't even have nothing to do with helping women or correcting women, I always take heed, because that I see how men think. Like when they speak about how they think, I can understand it, because it's
That's
like it
good.
makes sense. Like, why would I still up here and be in my feelings about something I can't do nothing about, and just make better choices? You know what I'm saying? And just change how I do things, versus being in my feelings and the same thing keep happening. That's why so many
That
women, people,
unicorn life.
yeah, it's just, I
Crazy.
just, I don't know. It's like, and I
It's
know
all a
some
man
women,
really asked for.
but I feel like I said, the external success, that's great. You know what I'm saying? But I'm at the point where it's like, I don't even feel like that would be possible for real unless you really got yourself together. Like, you really have to have yourself together to even be able to sustain success. Because if you're not right mentally, physically, spiritually, all of that, it's gonna be temporary anyways. Because when that one thing happened in your life, it's gonna all fall apart. Like, that's just what it is. Because you're not
Mhm.
internally built up. You're not internally strong. You're not really mental. You think you are, but it's more ego. It ain't really you being smart or you being logical. It's more just your ego. And then when you go through something and your ego ain't there, then what you gonna do then?
Yeah.
How you gonna handle it then? And that's why men, when y'all go through stuff, y'all handle stuff a lot better, because y'all more logical. You could be hurt, you know what I'm saying? A person when he know a man heart broke a lot of time. Just
Yeah.
depending on who the man is. Because most men, from what I have seen, when y'all get hurt, y'all, like you said before, y'all run to the physicality of things. Most men do that. They'll go try to just be with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Just to try to numb their feelings or whatever. But women are different. When we get our heart broke, hair start falling out. I've been there. Hair start falling out. Don't take no baths. Don't want to get out of bed. It's bad. Like, we be bad. We have people. Yeah, we have people coming to look for us because we been missing. We riding by people's houses. We pulling up on people's job. We trying to figure
You
it
been
out.
hanging around me too much, man. I hear you over there eating food. I'm supposed to eat food by myself. You can't be taking my eating food online. You know what I'm
hmm
saying?
And I know, like, I'm telling you, I feel like last year, my heart was so broken, and it was so broken. Like, I've never felt like that before. Never. And I knew it wasn't just one situation. It was like a build up of stuff over my life that finally just like hit me. And I had to sit with it. I literally used to be like thinking in my mind, just please let it go away. Just like that's how I used to be. Just, I don't want to feel like that. Like, what I do? What did I do? Because I was so hurt. And I'm like, I know I couldn't have did nothing this bad. What did I like? I'm sitting up trying to think about what I did. The way I was feeling, because I knew that something wasn't right. But it wasn't nothing that I did wrong. It was just, it was time. I had to go through that. I
Mm.
had to. I had to go through it. Because I wasn't, the way I was seeing stuff went right. It went right. It went right.
Welcome back, Bert.
Hey. Alpha men love to be alone during the bad times. Never let them see you sweat. Right. And see, and that's how I all see people not used to seeing me like that. That's the thing. Like, I would go through some and people. That's what made it look so easy. I made it look good, so I really did. But it comes to a point where if you doing it superficially, that's only gonna last so long. Now, if you doing that internally and you good internally, that's you gonna be good. But people cover up externally, and you only gonna be able to do that so long, and then it could be anything. You know what I'm saying? Something could happen, whatever, and then you just like you having to sit there and heal and all this stuff and think about stuff. And I didn't want to do it. I just didn't. I didn't want to do it, but I was forced to. Because if I hadn't have been forced, I still would have been the same way. I wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
have. Because if I had been able to do it on my own, I would have been did it. But I didn't even know that I needed to. I didn't realize because I even told my mom, my folks and stuff, because when I was in my abusive relationship coming out of high school, I was 17, 18 years old, getting beat on and stuff, getting cut, getting tools and stuff put in my head and all kinds of crazy, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of stuff. See, once I got out of that relationship, I never got counseling or none of that. See, I needed to talk to somebody because it was something wrong with me for me to even be with somebody that was doing all that and stay with him like that. You know what I'm saying? And then even after I broke up with him, even when we was going through court stuff in the beginning, still like thinking, okay, this person gonna change or this person. I still thought this man cared about me because I was so young and I was traumatized. See, stuff like that, and then when we don't get the help, it can just carries over. Like you have to talk to somebody about that kind of stuff because it's a reason why you allow people to do that and then you stay with them. You have to figure that out so you won't keep doing the same cycle, you know what I'm saying, in different ways. Because the next time it might not come in an abusive relationship, it might come another way.
Yeah.
You might let somebody hurt you, mistreat you, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta have some topics like this too, though, on there, man. I swear, it's gonna help a lot of people, and even tell your story. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Kim,
as long as you can handle this type of situations, though. But
yeah,
I feel like a lot of people can hear this though, for real. They can
yeah,
really use
because
this and hear this.
yeah, especially like for me, because a lot of people, especially how I grew up, it's hard for people to wrap their mind around me thinking about it now. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around why I even went through a lot of or put myself through a lot of the things that I put myself through because these were choices that I made. Like nobody, it wasn't no circumstance, it was no family or none of that. This was stuff that I chose to deal with. So when people hear stuff like they like, dang, you had it all. You didn't have to deal with this and that. So I feel like just with that alone, it'll make people be like, okay, well, shoot, if she's saying something was wrong with her and look how she had it, then I know I shouldn't feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
because it's very most people have some kind of childhood trauma anyways. But if you don't get that kind of stuff taken care of or looked into, and it will affect your life. Maybe not to the extreme, but it's gonna affect it in some kind of way. I was in here trying to explain, you know what I'm saying? I'm in here trying to explain to my husband why I'm crying over somebody that I haven't seen in 10 years, 50, all right, before we even got married. And for
Hmm.
him, I just got lucky that I was with somebody. I'm with someone who is like, I can't even explain it because most men would have never, but he knew what I went through. But even still, after all this time, most men would have been like, well, what's the problem? Been in here tripping. And he was nothing like that because him just knowing a lot of the things that happened to me, it was like, okay, yeah, you do need to figure out what's going on with you because you did go through a lot and you never got the help that you really needed as far as seeing why you went through those things. Just being with somebody that wants you to be healthy and happy, even if it's not a boyfriend girlfriend relationship, even if it's just a friendship, having that in your life is very important. That's something that's very precious because I tell people all the time, I don't know what I would have did last year if I didn't have that. I really don't. Like it was really that bad. Like it was really really that bad. So I don't. When people talk about depression and anxiety and stuff, I used to didn't understand it, but now when I hear it, it's like I see. Yeah, it's like I get it. I can't say nothing because I know exactly what they going through.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know exactly what they feel like to be like that, and then you want it to go away, but it's not something that just go away because you want it to. Like I literally, I had days where I couldn't even get out of bed. It was that bad. I just sit in bed and cried all day because I was just that sad. And then at first I didn't understand why. I'm like, what is wrong? You know what I'm saying? What is, like, nothing's happening. And then I had to sit in and really think about it. And then I started realizing what was going on with me, why I felt so, like out of the norm for myself. I had to figure that out on my own. Like, when nobody been able to tell me, if I hadn't figured it out on my own, I wouldn't have never really even been able to even get to the point to know I needed to do something more, for myself so I could be okay. Like, what I was doing wasn't good enough. Like, me doing certain things wasn't really helping me the way I thought it was. So when I figured that out, and I said, okay, well, I started doing research. I started looking into stuff on my own, and then that's a lot of stuff started making sense, a lot more sense, in regards to why I was
Hmm.
going through what I was going through. But I don't know. I mean, I know women listen to women, but like I said, a lot of times when certain stuff comes from men too, it helps. But it depends on what the man talking about. Like, women tend to listen
Depending
to
on what
men.
it, yeah.
Yeah, because women tend to listen to men more when it comes to like what men want from a woman, or how men think. You know what I'm saying? Women will take heed to that. But I'm telling you, I told you to look up on YouTube Pastor R.C. Blake's. Oh my God, I'm telling you, the way this
I just subscribed.
the way this man talked to women, Kev. I'm telling, if you just look at the comments and you see how many women calling him their spiritual father, it is deep. He give you the ugly truth too, but the way he do it is so genuine and sincere and caring. Like, he tell you the real, but it's not harsh. It's not harsh at all. And women be like, "Yes, you so right," and I did. It's really good listening to him. I listen to him a lot, but you know, just like I said, I had to figure out. Sometimes, even if you go talk to somebody, that'll help. But like you said, accountability is the biggest thing, because a therapist can't make you take accountability. Like, that's only something you can do yourself. Like, you can go talk to people, but if you still in denial, it's not gonna matter who you talk to. Like, you gotta come out of that. You really do. You gotta come out of that. I used to be like, oh, well, I went through this because people was hating on me, and I can I mean, it was all kinds of stuff I would tell myself. Well, yeah, they treated me bad because, yeah, look at me. See, this the ego. See, that's ego. All of that's ego. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at me and look at them. Look how I live. Look how I was raised. Of course they was gonna do me wrong. Of course they was gonna hate on me. Of course they was gonna mistreat me. And the whole time I was missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture wasn't what they did. It was why you stayed, or why you allowed it. Why you kept going through similar things over and over and over again. You so caught up in why somebody did something to you versus why you allowed it. Because at the end of the day, you never gonna really know why people do what they do. Like, they can tell you and still be lying. You can't crack open nobody's brain and find out why they really did what they did. You just can't. So instead of focusing on
Mhm.
that, focus on why you allowed it. And I had to realize that me just how I am or how I used to be, and it hurt me to even get to that point where I was like, okay, Brittany, you really love people more than you love yourself. You really
That's
like,
the difference.
yeah, you abandon. I like completely would abandon myself for people. Like I never forget, and it made me feel so bad to tell this story, but I'm gonna tell it. When I was in my abusive relationship, I was like 18. I was young, but I loved this boy so much. I loved him so much. He was like my first love. And me and my girlfriend, we was out to eat one day. She was older than me. This woman was like almost 30, and I'm 18. And we went to this nice little Mexican restaurant. Me and him had a fight, a couple of days before. And I was like, oh, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Per usual. And she was like, oh, I'm going to treat you to Mexican. Let's go to this Mexican restaurant. We went to this restaurant, Kel, and we was having a good time sitting there eating margarita, eating and drinking and stuff. And my phone rang, and it was him. So I was like, oh, I'm going to be right back. And I went to the bathroom, to go talk to him or whatever. And I remember him telling me on the phone, come, what he said, I want to see you now. And do you know, I left that girl in that restaurant. I didn't say nothing to her. I just left. That's how. That's how my mind. That's how much under control I was, though. Like I was young. I was young. Now I was 18, but still, what I'm saying. Still, but you know what was even more crazy about this situation? She called me the next day, and she told me, "You left me in that restaurant. I had to get a ride home." She didn't have to, but she was like, I let this Mexican man at this restaurant take me home, a man that I didn't even know. You left me and abandoned me, and you supposed to be my friend. And she said, but you know what? I know what you going through. I've been there. I done did worse than you. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like she had compassion, and she still was my friend after that. She never held it against me because let me tell you something. Every woman that been there, every woman that had that one man that they would literally about unalive somebody for. Like that's just how crazy they is about that man. And a lot of it, and 99% of the time, it don't be nothing about him being no good person. That be the worst man they ever been with. Normally, that they be like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Do
a
you
lot
think
of
the Peter play a major part?
oh well, yeah. Most definitely, especially for me at that age, because I was 18 and he was like 25 already. So he was much more experienced. And when I met him, it was like he was the bad boy. He was exciting and he but you know what? I had dated before that, but not on that level. Like he was doing stuff, even though I grew up, I was used to stuff. It wasn't about what he was doing it wasn't about what he was doing per se. It was the fact that he was a man that was interested in me and he was older and he was doing that. So I looked at it like this was a serious relationship. You know what I'm saying? I took it a lot more serious because he was older than me and I was young. That was my first real relationship, like out of high school. So I think I just got caught up in that part of it. But yeah, that definitely that definitely had something to do with it. But it was a lot of red flags. Like when I met him, he lied to me about his name. when we went on our first
Mm.
date when we went on our first date, he went in the gas station and I looked at his driver's license, and when he got back in the car, I called him by his first name, and you would have thought he saw a ghost the way he was looking. Which that should have told me right there. That should have told me right there that I was never permanent. That was never gonna. He wasn't even going into it. You know what I'm saying? Thinking long term. If a man lie to you about his name, oh, he finna try to hit it and quit it and never see you again. Men don't, but it just so happened that he ended up liking me. It was never supposed to be like that, but he ended up liking me. And at the time, he had just not too long had a baby. His baby wasn't even probably like 7 or 8 months. And him and his baby mama was broke up, and she didn't let him see the kid. So that was his way of trying to get his mind off of it. I was just something to distract him. That's all I was. And when he no longer needed me to do that, he was mean. He would start being abusive, all of that, because he really didn't like. I wasn't there for that. I was just there to be like a little play to it thing. You know what I'm saying? And then
Mm.
once he got a new, woman or like somebody else, which a lot of some men do that. But instead of me walking away from him, that was the issue. I didn't. Like, I just kept wanting to try to make it work. And I was in an abusive relationship. So why would you even want to try to make it work with somebody who like going upside your head, spitting in your face? You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the stuff that I went through, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And when I hear women talk about certain stuff, my heart just cry out. Because I know what that feel like to care about somebody. And men have been through that too. Don't get me wrong, because there's some men out here that have been in DV relationships. And they with them women because they in love with them. They can't leave them. Well, I ain't going to say in love. It's more of attachment. But it feel like you in love with them. But it's really attachment. And like you said, a lot of it's intimacy. That's why I told you that I commend you for your journey. That's a big deal, especially for a man, especially nowadays. Because a lot of people do stuff off of impulse. Like you said, just to feel good in the moment. It's temporary. And men are not like
Mm-hmm.
women. Y'all can do it to women y'all don't like. When I listen, I'm not gonna lie. When I first got on TikTok and I started hearing some of this stuff, I was like, I don't want to hear no more. Because you know what it actually made me think back to a couple of the guys that I talked to, and I'm like, I know this boy didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of like made me feel some type of way, because I'm like, I wish I had known that back then. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have nobody telling me that though. So I didn't know. Like, even my daddy never told me nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He
Mm-hmm.
talked to me, but he didn't tell me we'll do it with a woman we don't like. You see what I'm saying? He didn't break it down to that extent. So for me to hear that, I'm like, dang, y'all do it with somebody y'all can't stand? Like, because women don't do stuff like that. Like, we don't like you. We just not. I'm telling you. I don't care how good it is. It ain't going to happen. Right. Once that light factor is out of there, it's going to be real hard
And
to.
that's why I love a lot of them relationships get held up because of that. They do, you know what I'm saying? That's where that little where they send them when they make the man sit out in the doghouse. Oh, you ain't do what I say. Okay, you're going to sleep on the couch today and all this other stuff, whatever. Because they get controlled by that. You know,
And
they'll
see,
put up with all type of stuff,
right.
attitudes, all that stuff. They will put up for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
that's
don't really like you then.
right, and that's the thing. But see, the thing about it is, some women, it's not that they don't like you when they do that. A lot of them are scared that you gonna leave them. But they do but see, it don't make sense, because women do
No,
that. They doing this. That's
no,
what's gonna
look.
push them.
One second. When I said don't like, I was talking about the dude don't really like him. He
Oh
only just
yeah, yeah,
putting up
yeah.
with the
Oh yeah.
girl.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Because he need her. Right, right. Because he need
Yeah,
more.
he want that stuff because he's like, all right, man, I'm gonna let you do this, so I'm just gonna
But
whatever. I'm
most
gonna deal with your attitude problem because of this. You know, that's dudes deal with all type of stuff because of that stuff between the legs, man. That's how
but
serious that
but
is. That's something I noticed.
But once a man get to a certain age and he dealing with that kind
Yeah.
of stuff, trust me, it's financial. Is he needs somewhere to stay, or he need to
Oh yeah.
stay with her long enough to do something? Because
Mm-hmm.
see, when you younger, yeah, when you're younger, yeah. But when as men get older, y'all know y'all supposed to be much more established on y'all own. So if a man is a certain age
Mm-hmm.
and he's not where he want to be or where he need to be, he'll use a woman. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of got a little something and lean on her.
Yeah,
But
that's
as
true.
soon as he get in a position where he don't need her, he out of there. he out of there. And a lot of women know that. They know that, and that's why they don't help they men do nothing, because they know that some of these men that's with them is not with them because they care about them, and they know if these men come up, they gonna be gone. They not gonna help you if they know that you gonna leave them. But see, my thing is this: if you can't help a man because you scared about him leaving you, that's, you know, that ain't who you supposed to be with anyways. So why you holding on to somebody that don't want you? Like, it just is what it is. I mean, I've been there. You know what I'm saying? Most women have. I'm not gonna sit around. Some of them be like this, and these are the women that get on my nerves. I never had a man play me. And they be lying. They be lying. I've never had,
Do they
every man
cheat?
I've ever been with has done this for me and done that for me. I've never laid down with no man and he didn't do this and do that. And they be lying. Even if it was just one man. Everybody play the fool sometimes, like the song. Everybody plays the fool sometimes. That's real for men and women. So people try to sit up and act like they haven't been through nothing and been played. Yes, you have. Like, everybody have. It's nothing to be ashamed of. That's not something to be like, well, and then make excuses about it. Well, this is why that happened, and if he hadn't did this and if she hadn't did that, no. You chose that and you accepted it and you settled for that, and you end up
Yep.
looking like a fool. Trust me, I done played the fool. I don't even want to talk about it, but I mean, even just when I was younger, even as a child, you know what I'm saying? Even with friendships, not even just not even just intimate relationships. Thinking people was my friend, thinking that people liked me, and the
Mm-hmm.
whole time they didn't like me. And then when we fell out, they telling my little business, they teasing me, all of that little stuff. And I'm sitting up there looking stupid. You know what I'm saying? So what can you do from that but learn and don't do it again? But people don't never get a chance to do that because they blame everybody else.
The blame, yeah. Never. And keep picking the same type of person. Never realize what type of person they picking and stuff because they never change the type of person they is. And then continue getting hurt, continue blaming that next person. Still never see the common denominator in it. Why you can't keep a relationship? Never look, never think about that stuff. Like
And
it's
see,
something up.
right, and that's one thing I thought about last year. I said, you know what, Brittany, you know why you don't have no friends, and you know why you don't have what you should have as far as relationships wise, as far as associates and just all across the board, is because you don't know how to align yourself with the right people. You have never been that. You have, and you know why you never been able to draw the right people to you, because you always was entertaining the wrong people. The right people never had an opportunity to come in because I was entertaining the wrong people. Right, the right people, most people that are meant for you, they're not going to come around you when you're not around the right types of situations, because they're smart. They know they're going to be able to see it a mile away, and they're going to avoid you because of who you associate with. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I looked at it. And I mean, I'll be 35 years old this summer, and I'm just like really wrapping my mind around why some of the things I'm not, I don't feel like I have the friendships or associations that I should have had, especially by the opportunities I've had and just meeting certain people and coming in passing. I couldn't understand, like, well, why, you know what I'm saying? It just seemed like stuff never really meshed. And that's because the people that I was putting all my time and energy into were the people that were not meant for me, the people that were, did me wrong, instead of paying attention to the people who cared about me. I paid more attention to the people who I was trying to convince or, show them, instead of paying attention to the people that already saw me. You know what I'm saying? They already saw me for who I was, instead of me running trying to convince somebody. Things that are meant are never going to be forced. Like, if it don't flow, it's just not meant. Period. I don't care. It could be a job. It could be anything. Like, if it don't fit, and you forcing it, it's time to, because I'm telling you, if you don't let it go, let it go. That's all I can say. Because if the
It's
higher power have to do it for you, it's gonna be ugly, and you gonna feel
gonna
it,
be
and it's gonna hurt.
uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's gonna hurt, right? It's gonna leave a scar sometimes too.
yeah, yeah. So, it just like I said, and I've had my, I thank God that I'm not hardened. Like out of all the stuff that's happened to me, I'm still a kind person. I'm not hard. I still love people. I still can see the good in people. And I know that there's good people out here. I'm not walking around to my everybody fake, everybody liars, everybody this, everybody that. Like I don't have that business because I know that's not true. Like, no, it is still good people out here. You just got to be able to do what you need to do to attract, or even just be able to have. Because I even asked myself, well, Britt, if you had, would you even be able to have that now after all these years? Because honestly, like my girlfriends, the women that I was friends with, broke my heart more than a man, almost just as bad as a man did, right? So even like with me trying to be, I feel like it's harder for me to see that with women, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's another reason why me personally, I always felt like I would have better guy friends, because women, when I look at a woman and trying to be friends with a woman, it's a lot harder for me to wrap my mind around that friendship being genuine. You know what I'm saying? That woman really caring about me, not being jealous, not being envious, not being in competition. You know what I'm saying? With me. So I had to think about that too. Cause I'm like, well, of course I want to have female friends, but it's a lot harder for me to connect with women just because of my own self, not because of the women I actually meet all of the time. It's really me. And I feel like I'd be
Mhm.
more open to having conversations with guys about certain things, because a lot of men don't run and tell your business. Some do, but not like women. Women are catty, they messy, they gossip a lot more. So that's kind of how I always, looked at it like that. Yeah, few and far between. So, that's how I looked at it for me personally. But at the same time, like my granddaddy used to tell me, if you leave this earth with three good friends, you lived your life. And he had more than three good, you know what I'm saying? Him and my grandma, they had a lot of people, women and men, that loved them and that they had great memories with. And these people were really not associates, friends, people they was friends with for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. See, the way
Mhm.
things are now, that's going to be very few and far between. Those types of friendships are dwindling. Like, people not going to be in people's life for 40 and 50, you know what I'm saying? Even as associates, it's just not gonna happen, because everybody have these agendas. You can't, nothing like that is gonna last when you got an agenda. It has to be genuine, it has to be pure. That's the only way it's gonna stand the test of time. If it's not that, it's gonna fail. And it's got to be like that on both sides. That's what makes it so difficult, because you could be like that, but if you not dealing with somebody like that, it don't matter how much you love, how kind you are. It's just not gonna work. And I had to learn that the hard way, over and over and over and over and over again. Unfortunately, I had to learn that. But I know, Kev, I know you said you lost friends and stuff. When you started your journey, you said you lost friends and people started looking at you different and stuff.
Mhm.
But you
Mhm.
lost guy friends,
Even TikTok friend, that's one of the main ones, really.
TikTok friends.
TikTok.
Oh, I done lost
Yeah,
some of them
them,
too.
man. Yeah, most definitely. Once they really start seeing what I talk about, and I don't say everything that appease them, then they eventually, which I already, I say I usually I mentioned it before and all that stuff. It just be like that. It's a few people. It was like I asked them, had somebody else. I realized this one dude, and I said I ain't saying no names. This dude,
Mm-hmm.
we was in one. I guess we got in one bed. It wasn't even a. He was part of it, but it was like it was a group of people, and I guess they got in a bad debate. I noticed next minute, and I don't even see him following me no more. I'm like, dang.
Oh
So
wow.
it's better than that. I was in your room, supporting you and everything. And all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, that's all it takes. But it just showed that everybody can't handle the heat. Though. They can't handle, you know what I'm saying,
Well, what do
critique
you?
and freaking opposite or rebuttals and all that stuff. That's all crazy.
What was the top? What do you remember? What the topic was y'all was talking about?
Yeah, I'd rather not bring it back up.
That's
Yeah, I
okay.
do
Yeah,
remember
I
it
don't
though.
want.
But
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just. If this fine, if you don't want to talk about it,
I,
But
I
all I was
take,
gonna
yeah,
say,
I write it to you though in the inbox though.
okay. But all I was gonna say is, a lot of times, like especially with like, I ain't been on here, but like in lives for about a month. It didn't take me that long once I started getting in lives to get 1,000, followers or whatever. But even just doing them few weeks, I seen how people move, and it's like I had said it earlier. It's like I can't remember what I said, but it's like people on here move like it's weird because it's like a lot of the people who move weird is not really benefiting nothing off this app for real, but followers and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of these
Right.
people not really making real money enough to survive. You see what I'm saying? Just off of doing this. So for you to like go out your way to like move funny, like if somebody you deal with fall out with somebody, then now you feel like you gotta fall out with them. It's like people don't know how to be neutral and just stay out of stuff. You see what I'm saying? And then, like you said, you got people that's sensitive on here where you can't really say nothing
Man.
to them. And then, like in my
Yeah,
experience,
that's what I respect about you. That I wanted to mention that too. That's another main reason what I feel like I can bear this. Because I ain't got no bad intention about my questions I ask and what I'm saying, the stuff I talk about, or if I feel like if I gotta get corrected on something, I mean I'm pretty sure you're gonna mention it or whatever. I feel like I can be able to, ask certain questions or whatever, or what I'm saying, all that stuff. And that junk is hard. It's hard doing that to people that that's not trying to really hear you. They just want to hear through their feelings and stuff. And that junk be so hard. And I'm just trying to get to a solution or something, some type of solution at the end of the day. That's what anything like that's. I should be able to talk about anything, but everything I can't do that. So it is what it
yeah,
is.
and it's like because everybody's not gonna have the same perspective about everything, and when it comes down to it, I had to realize, and it's like I knew this, but I didn't really like understand it like I thought I did. Like people just don't really know how to be. They don't know how to have associations. They don't know how to have. They really don't know what that looks like because a lot of people never saw it. See, like me, I grew up around it, so I know what it looks like to care about people. I know what that feels like to really be, loyalty and family and friend, like not just because motives, like doing it for genuine and I saw what that can do for your life. So it's like, and what it will do for your life, and how blessed you will be when you move a certain way. And it's like everybody don't realize that kind of stuff. So when I come across people that kind of I know they not right, even though I know it still kind of make me feel some type of way because of the energy that I put out. And then when I decide not to deal with people no more or deal with certain things anymore, then I'm painted out to be the bad person. But I have a right to like discommunicate myself from things that are not healthy for me or that are not are harmful to me. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's mentally, whatever. Everybody have that right. And it's like people on this app, like they it's like when they talk it's cool, but when somebody else say something and that's not it doesn't make sense. Like everybody on here got some kind of perspective. So for you to be like falling out with people or not like dealing with people no more because they say something you don't like, that just shows your character. Like
Yep.
this world don't
Most
revolve
definitely.
around you. Yeah, this world don't revolve around you. Like, I mean, just because you don't like something, and then the mentality to just think, oh, well, somebody did something to me, or they made me feel some type of way, so I'm just gonna. That's immature. You can't even have a conversation. Like grown people was like, hey man, that did make me feel some type of way. At least say something. Be man or woman enough to speak on it. Even if because that's dumb. You build a whole rapport with somebody just to walk away because somebody said something you didn't agree with. And see, in my mind, I feel like when people can see me the way I think, There's no way a person can genuinely care about me like that and just walk away from me that easy. I don't care. People could say, oh, well, they not your family. Let me tell you something. When you care about people and you value people, you're not going to be able to just walk away from them like that. I don't care what it is. Like, you going to think 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 100 times. You really going to think it through. Like, a lot. And even if you do decide to do that, you still gonna end up saying something to that person because it's respect. It's just out of caring. And it's like a lot of people don't have that in them. They really don't care. It's all for self. So you run into more selfish people because that's the only thing they're thinking about is what feeds them, what makes them okay. Instead of considering the other person's feelings, especially if this somebody you call yourself associating with. That's stupid. It's dumb, but I mean that come with the territory. I've had people do me like that. They'll just, and I know I ain't did nothing, so I'm not finna go out my way to try to figure it out. You the one had the problem. If you didn't feel like it was important enough to say nothing, then I'm gonna let you do what you do. It just is what it is. But like I told you earlier, I know why women, even like Modesty, she was in here earlier saying the same thing because I could see that. But I also know you a man, Kel. You know what I'm saying? I know you're not superhuman. You know what I'm saying? So everybody have weaknesses, but I do understand why women are drawn to this platform. And when they come in here, they not coming in here with no crazy comment. You know what I'm saying? They're not coming in here with crazy stuff. Like the women come in here, they respect you. They respect your platform. They even respect the other people that's on your platform. See, that's because they respect you and what you doing. If they didn't respect you, they'll be coming in here saying all kinds of stuff. But I don't see a lot of that in here. And that's because, of how you are, your demeanor. Topic is up at the screen. It's at the top of the screen.
Is it Juicy on her way up in the box? Not Juicy.
Hey guys, you missed me?
Hey, yeah.
What's the deal? That
Hey.
Dazzle doing to you now?
Yeah, no, I'm not at work.
She's up. Actually, I think she done beat everybody. Now it's over, right? It's the super over, man. She done took the office. Didn't I have you? Didn't I make you a mod too, though? I thought.
You
'Cause I know
better
you be in
have.
my room a lot. I know, because you did mention it and stuff. I felt bold. I was like, yeah, you have been in my. Oh, you are moderator. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna say that because I know you was in there some of them nights too when nobody was in here. But Dazzle been on the streak though. She just she been on the streak though. She been kicking it with your boy.
Yeah. You've been kicking it with me too, though. We've been kicking it with
Yeah,
each other.
most definitely.
Especially for me just starting to do my lives and stuff. Hey, Miss Nick, what you doing up?
Hey
Hello.
What
everybody.
are you doing up?
Man, about to get ready for work.
You gotta work
Oh,
today? Oh,
everybody getting
Lord.
ready to work.
Not me. I just got off.
She happy?
Oh, you get
Hell
off. That's what
yeah.
she said.
Fucking hate the post office. Fuck them. Fuck that mail. Fuck
Oh.
everything. My supervisor pissed me off today. I was like, sir, don't start with me.
Mm-mm. Yeah, they
Hmm.
said the post office is not a good place to work. Like, they said it can be hell working at the post office.
Right. Like I have OCD, right? So a lot of the shit that we use, the material and shit, like it be dirty as fuck. So if I find clean material, I like to stack it aside so I can do my work. My supervisor gonna tell me, oh, it's the postal property. I said, motherfucker, if this mail leave out of here, you say I got the mail dispatch, right? Did your ass fucking do the work, or did your employees do the work? Fuck out of here with that postal shit, my ass, right? The fuck, nigga, you ain't know who the fuck you talking to. My friend was like, girl,
Don't
he
forget
always. I
about
said, girl,
TikTok friendly. You going berserk.
they'll be alright. It's six
Go
in the
get the
morning. It's
community
six in the morning.
guy.
Them
What the
kids
heck? They
asleep.
don't go to sleep.
Them kids asleep though.
she she going New York on us. Hmm?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because he pissed me
She
off.
too happy. She's too happy. I'm older too. That's what it had. You had a
Yo,
bad.
I had to leave up out of there.
Mm-mm. You most definitely. I feel you. You gotta express it though. But TikTok don't be caring about it.
I don't give a
We
fuck.
Dazzle,
do.
what has been going on these last couple days?
I don't know what's going on with who.
You got thrown under the bus with me.
What about what?
Yes, day before yesterday,
From who?
because I was sent a live that I was being discussed in, and I, you know, messaged and checked the person, and they said that you brought me up, but the whole time I was already watching the live,
I
and I
know
know how
you
you
talking about.
got,
You talking about?
and I
Yeah.
know how I got brought up, but it got put on you that you started
Oh.
talking about me.
Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I know you was in there. I saw you because you tried to come up and you was blocked.
You know why? You know why I wasn't allowed to come in the box? Because they knew they were up there lying, and they knew I was fixing to come tell them they were lying.
But see, and this is exactly what I was saying. Like I was just telling, like I said early on my live, Nick, you didn't, was you in my live earlier, Nick? I don't think you was in my live last night, but I went
No, I went to
live.
bed like super early.
Yeah, that's okay. I had went live and I was basically talking about that. Like I see how a lot of people move on this app and I don't like it. Like how see that's the thing. And I was just saying that I can't go in everybody box. Like I can't be on everybody live because I don't it's like if you go in the wrong live and you go in somebody box, you could easily be put in something and you didn't do nothing. Like I don't
Yep.
have time for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, exactly what you are saying right now was exactly my whole point. It was like, I don't want to get drugged into no stuff that I don't have nothing to do with just by being there.
Yeah, I don't like that, and I definitely don't like the fact if you saying he did that, that was real shady. I don't. I mean, you saying I don't believe you're lying, but I don't like that because I knew you was in there. I saw you, so like I
Mm-hmm.
said, and at this point, I really don't care because I already said that I wasn't finna be entertaining a lot of stuff. So, and I know people gonna try to say I'm acting funny, but I really don't care. Cause and Nikki, you've been seeing me since I first started being on people's lives. I
Right.
don't bother nobody. So for
Right.
my name to keep like it's like people want me and stuff. That's
And I
what it
mean,
is.
that's how I'm starting to feel. It's like people are looking for me to be caught up into some stuff, and I mean, that's not me. I'm not. I don't like all the drama. I don't like arguing. I don't like animosity. I don't like none of that. And that was my whole reason for saying, we're still good, whatever, but I'm just not trying to be in your live like that. And that was what I told that dude. And people, I mean, that makes people mad when you don't want to be in no drama.
Yeah, I know it do. I know. I noticed that it seemed like they try to put it in. It's like antagonizing kind of,
Yes.
but like I was telling Kev tonight, I'm finna start doing my own lives, and then it's only gonna be like two or three other people lives that I'm gonna go in. Like everybody else, I'm like finna completely like discommunicate with everybody, with a lot
Right.
of people. So
It kind of made me feel like, because it felt like he was trying to recruit people to be mad at me, but then he was lying. Like, don't be trying to recruit the couple people that I feel like I'm good with on this app. Because,
right.
like, him trying to get you to seem like you're choosing sides and stuff like that. I don't like that.
And
Because,
you heard what I
Dazzle, I
said,
really
but
like you.
I know I do too. But you heard what I told him up there. I said I like her though. Like I wasn't
Yep.
finna sit up there and say nothing about you because I don't have that. Like that don't have nothing to do with me.
Right,
So
right.
I wasn't gonna say nothing anyways. I know how to be neutral. It's like people don't want you to be neutral. They want you to pick sides. I didn't come on here for that. Like I just didn't. But you know, Nikki, I appreciate you telling me that. I really, really do. Cause like I said earlier, it's gonna be some people, and it ain't gonna be nothing they can do about it. Cause the way I'm finna move, they ain't even gonna see me no more. It's gonna be the only way they gonna see me for real is if they come in my life. Cause the few people lives that I'm finna be going to, they don't even go in them lives. So it's like I'm finna pretty much not really be seen anyway. So it's not really gonna matter. It's not.
And that's, you know, that's what I've been really trying to plan on doing is just, you know, backing away. Like
Hmm.
I'm not trying to go in boxes and call people out and do all of this. I just want to be done
Right.
with all of it. And I mean that's how I've been doing.
What you talking about? Check. What you talking about? The first time I seen a white girl check a black girl in person. What are you talking about? What is these? See, this what I'm be talking. See, this is the stuff I
I think
be
he
talking
know
about.
Nikki. I think
But
is he talking about
but who
Nikki?
she check? But who you talking about? You check, Nikki?
No, I don't think he's talking about me because he said in person was absolute. Like I don't know this person.
Oh.
Good morning, Cherry.
Uh,
Yeah, see, and that's the
uh,
thing. Like, I just don't have time for it. I'm on here for positivity. So, and I said that on my live earlier. And I really don't want to do this on Kev. I know you. I know you not messy or nothing like that, Nikki. But see, like even like now, like when people come in other people boxes and bring up, stuff like he Kev ain't got nothing to do with this. But we know how some people are on this app. You see what I'm saying? And they'll try to find a way to drag him. You know what I'm saying? Try to put him in it, and that's why I'm not doing that no more. Like the people lives that I go in, they not gonna have no drama on their lives. If they got drama on their lives, I'm not going in there. Like that's
Yeah,
just
it's
how it's gonna
just
be.
I was like, look, it's early in the morning. Ain't none of these people awake. Ain't none of these people up. I said I'm just gonna try to speak to
Girl, who
Dazzle because
knows? Who
you know
knows,
it
girl?
bothers. And I know I only know you from TikTok, but it bothers me when people that I feel like I'm good with and that I care to be good with. If I feel like they are thinking a way about me, I just want to clear it up because I don't like that.
Right. Yeah, but I know you've never done anything to me. So I never was gonna have nothing against you. And regardless of what somebody else said, it wouldn't matter because that don't none of that have nothing to do. I judge people by how the interactions I have with them. Cause it's so much stuff going on here. I don't know what to believe at this point. So it just is what it is what it is. I'm good though. I know I'm not gonna have to worry about it. I wasn't worried about it before, but I'm what I don't want is see this is exactly what I was talking about, Kev. See, this kind of stuff follow you, and that's why I made it a point to stay in my live. Like, don't even come in there. Don't like people will try to come in my live and get on my panel and talk crap about other people while they not even there. Like stuff like that. I don't like stuff like that, and I'm just not entertaining it. And it's men. These are men that's doing this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like I haven't had no problems with no woman on this app yet. Not one woman. It's men on here. Some men on here that's real hurt, like real bitter hurt. All of that, and it's just not cool. Like it's not. I'm not going back and forth with no man. I'm not doing
I
none of that.
stay in trouble.
Yeah, I ain't. But see, I can't. I just can't. I got too much stuff going on. I ain't got time for that.
I
I'm
mean, it
I'm
is.
still young.
It's some stuff.
I'm with the spiciness. I'm still young, so I be with it. I be in
I
midline
just and
like
honestly,
I
and I'm
feel
gonna
like I
be
need to start
honest,
calling you
and
sis. Like
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. Like I just feel like, and I'm gonna just go on say it. I feel like ever since I started like ever since that whole situation happened, with me, Miss Eyes, and old buddy, ever since then it's like stuff just been crazy. And then I come over here now. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm because I go where the love is. I go where the support. Nobody has supported me like this young man. Like out of
Right.
all of the people lives that I have been on and supported and all of that stuff, nobody has pumped, but except Cloud. I'm cool with him. But everybody else, like they all every it's disingenuous. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go where I know people are good and they not with the drama.
Right, right. But I mean, that's what I tried to say that I was doing, and that's the wrong thing to some of these people. And then you get accused of like trying to talk to people and stuff. I don't know. I ain't fixing to do this in his box because I really have a
Right.
lot
Yeah, and
that I
that's
want to say.
right, and that's the thing, see, because it's already, and like the other night, it was a couple of people who came in here, and Kev, I know you. I heard you say you went in their lives and stuff, but I never seen them in your live before. Like I don't. They may have been in. I'll message you to tell you who it is, but I had never seen them
Mm,
in here before, and it kind of made me feel like they was coming in here trying to like antagonize me a little bit. You see what I'm saying? And see, I don't like that
mm,
kind of stuff because I'm like, just because you feel some type of way about me, don't try to come in a room where you see I be it. You see what I'm saying? Because you weren't really coming in here like that. I ain't never seen them in here, never. And
I'm
I be in
sorry,
here a lot.
Miss. How you doing, Miss Dazzle? I
Hey,
just started. I just followed you. How you doing? How y'all
good,
doing?
I good.
Good. How are you?
Before you get more into it, I just want to put my little 2 cents in, and I'm gonna get down. Okay. So I definitely agree with Nikki. I definitely agree with Dazzle. Cause let me tell you something. Like I've been on this app for, I probably would say for a whole 2 years, right? I don't. I usually would just sit back, listen to the conversation, and just enjoy the show. So, the first person, I'm not going to say no names or none of that, but it's just one person, one creator that I got on here, and I enjoyed their content. I enjoyed the conversations. We had fun. We would always do certain things. We would listen to music on the weekends. We would play games. And it got to the point where you got to understand a lot of these people that be in sorry, a lot of these people that be in these comments and be behind the scenes, they are the ones to carry around this toxicness. What, like, basically what I'm saying is, like, so the whole thing is, it's like, okay, you finally get like big content creators or big viewing on your platform. Now you might have some people that take their content or their those large viewers and use it to their advantage, and then you have some people that use those big audiences and try to degrade other people or try to expose other people. And my whole thing is, ain't nobody on this app got no FBI license. Ain't nobody on this app ain't don't work for the government like that. So why is it everybody on here just so busy trying to expose people? But with that being said, you have to really just analyze people and what they're doing on their platform, because a lot of times you might fall victim to their bullshit. Trust me, I know this. I have been a witness. I have been one of those people that fell into someone's bullshit because I supported them, because I was faithfully on their platform and things like that. And not even that, what I'm saying. We all support certain people on the platform, and yeah, we might be with them all the time, but a lot of times is we have to sit there and let them know certain shit that you're doing and certain things that you're saying on the platform. It got to stop. It got to come to an end. And I know sometimes we don't want to talk because people are grown. They're going to say what they say. But the more we sit there and allow people to do what they do against our community, guess what? It's going to spread like a wildfire. If you're
But
sitting
Cherry,
on,
people get mad. People get mad whenever you tell them, look, you're doing some stuff that I'm not trying
and you're right about that, but guess what?
with.
Don't,
So we're still good. We still text and talk every day.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But at the end of the day, if you feel like that their message is not, if your message is not getting to them, they're going to continue to be disrespectful. They're going to continue to do what they do against whatever they're against on this platform. Just unfollow them. Like, stop listening to them, because at the end of the day, like you said, like someone mentioned earlier, you get dragged in it, right? You get dragged in it, and sometimes you just sitting there just having an innocent conversation with someone. I have been a part of that. You know what I'm saying? When you're supporting someone, and then all of the backlash that they were dealing with off of other people app, they come attack them, and just because they're sitting on someone else's content, they will come after you. So with that being said, I'm the type of person, like, if I support you, I see you as a sister, or I see you as a brother, I'm gonna be there with you for you, so 100%. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you have to sit back and you got to analyze, who are we supporting, who are we allowing to mold our minds? Who are we allowing to plant these seeds in our head of like toxicity and all these other things like that? And to be honest, like I was just I'm in the same position as Nikki. Like, I'm at the point where I just got off the app for a little bit just to chill, because it was just too much going on. My name started getting pulled in things like that, and people just started saying stuff about me and don't even know me. So I had to just sit back and just chill, because at the end of the day, I know who I am. You know what I'm saying? And I know who you are, and I know who you guys are. And we just have to learn how to take this out for what it is. Because at the end of the day, it's basically solely made to destroy each other. I don't see nothing positively. Well, since I've been on this app this year, I haven't seen anything really positive like that. I guess because of the content I've been watching, but it just doesn't seem positive to me anymore. Like, I'll sit in a certain conversations and things like that, but when you sit in there too long, like, it just turns hectic. So, like, with that being said, I'm just trying to find some type of common ground, like a common platform where I can just listen, don't have to worry about the drama and things being said about each other. I just want to have healthy conversations on the app, and that's what needs to be starting to happen and things like that. And I just want to mention one thing, because I do see somebody that was on somebody live while they were talking about me. I just want you to understand, please get to know me. Anybody that don't know me, please get to know me. Don't sit on no app and no platform and listen to somebody talk about me and you never came across my content before, never had a conversation with me before. And this person was engaging in that conversation and talking about me. But I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm just saying, please get to know me before you guys are spreading things about me or anybody on this app. Get to know people, because you don't know if a person on the platform or is the host, they're talking about a certain person. You're engaging in the conversation. It's just like you agreeing to every single thing that person is saying. If you don't know what's going on, you got to learn how to shut your damn mouth sometimes. If you don't know how people are acting on this app, because that person you're supporting could be throwing fights with other people and then want to be calm when they're on their platform, right? Just get to know people. Like, don't go by what you're hearing, hearsay about people. I think we need to work on that. Just get to know each other personally. Not even if you want to. That's my thing. If you really want to, but don't take what you're hearing and run with it. And then that's how just stuff just happens. And I know it sounds high school. It's very high school. Trust me. It's very high school. And a lot of us, even myself, we have to practice on our patience. We have to practice on understanding like certain things when it comes to you and how we find solutions opposed to always being defiant. Maybe it could be a way to help us, better ourselves. And I am trying to fix that about myself. So, with that being said, I'm just saying, I just want to find a platform where we are able to calmly talk, not about gossip, anything of the world. I don't mind. I'm cool with everybody. I don't have no beef with anybody. It's just one guy on here that I'm not dealing with. But other than that, I'm pretty cool with everybody, and I support everybody that support me. So I just wanted to say that. But I do want to give kudos to Nikki, because you do follow your own path. I have been
Yes.
seeing that you follow your own path, and that's what I really really love about you. And you keep doing your thing.
Yes, because, it was probably a week or so ago. I was in a group of boxes and Dazzle became the conversation, and I dropped out of the box because, like you said, even by you just being there, it seems like you're engaging, and I don't want to be a part of
Wait,
not
who? Wait,
like none of that.
who live you was on? They was
I
talking
think
about.
no, you were there. You were in the
Oh, okay.
comments,
Oh, okay.
and
Oh
then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes,
Hmm.
but
But let me
when
let
that
me just
started.
let me just say this one thing real quick, y'all. And I appreciate both of y'all coming in here. You know, me and Nikki, I know Nikki. I don't really know you that well, Cherry, but I have heard you talk before. I just want to say this, and I know neither one of y'all was on my live earlier, but I'm going live, you know, on my page, and my page is definitely gonna be where it's not gonna be no drama on my page, like none. I'm not gonna allow people to come in my box and say nothing about nobody, like nothing. Even in the comments, they're gonna be gone. It's not gonna be none of that there. But and then you both are welcome, you know, to come over there whenever you want. And the topics are not going to be anything like what's going on social media now. It's going to be way more laid back, less controversial topics, which is going to make the environment less combative. So I just want to say that first. And then another thing I want to say, like just for future reference. But Nikki, I know you've been wanting to talk to me. I know you have. If something happens again and you want to say something to me, message me first. Like I know you saw I was in here, and I know you know you want to talk, but this is somebody else's platform. I mean, I don't think Kevin mind, but I don't really know because I'm new over here too, so I don't be over here. Like I haven't been over here for a long time, but I know that he doesn't like how we talking now. He don't do that on his platform. Like he don't people don't come up here talking about other people's lives. So all I just want to say, and I'm not upset or anything, I'm not trying to, you know, say that you did anything wrong, but just with dealing with me, if y'all ever have anything to say to me about something that's going on, please DM me. Do not come on. No, don't do that over here. Like, please, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you did nothing wrong. I'm not upset or whatever. And Kevin may not even be upset. But I'm just saying, like, because this is how stuff happen. You know what I'm saying? Like when people get in the boxes and start talking about certain people, then that's when like it seems like it draws more attention. So just for me, I can't speak for nobody else. But like if you want to tell me something, message me and we can talk that way about it. You know what I'm saying? Even you Queen Share, anybody on here, like if something happened and you just want to tell me, message me. Don't come on like when I'm on somebody's platform and I'm in the box, don't do that. Cause that's not because I'm telling you the people lives that I'm about to be in now, they don't do this on their live.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I had to kind of just. That's why I was sitting in the comments for a little bit because I try to get the temperature of the conversation before I even engage in it. If it's something,
Right, and that's what I did. I was seeing what was going on before I said anything.
Right. And I know you not and Nikki, I
Well,
know you
hello to
not.
both of y'all too. You know, hello.
Oh, you felt left out? It's okay. It's
I'm
juicy.
just saying hello. What's up? You know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Nikki, I know you not, you know what I'm saying? I know you not messy and I know you not drama. And Queen Cherry, I don't know you that well, but I have heard you speak before and I don't believe you're like that either. So when I say that, I don't want y'all to think that I think, you know, that y'all like trying to be dramatic or be drama or start something. Cause I definitely don't think that, right? But I'm just saying because he doesn't do that over here. So, you know, that's just courtesy for him. And just in general, like I said, when I'm on live on if you see me in anybody box, just know that they don't do this kind of stuff. Like when people come on their panel, they not doing what other people, you know, what a lot of other people are doing. But and that's how they keep drama out of their room. You know what I'm saying? That's how they keep drama out of their lives.
yeah, I don't know what happened.
I
Like,
wonder.
I
I got a
think
question though.
TikTok.
What
Yeah,
room actually does that anyways?
you don't
You'd
want to
be
know.
surprised.
Like, yeah, don't you don't want to
Rooms
know.
do that? They just they actually
We
let
not
people
even
just
going. We
come
not
up
gonna
and.
go there, Kevin. Kevin, we're not gonna go there.
Yeah, just
We're
I
not
just,
gonna go
I
there.
had a question. Not what you
Yeah.
mean. I'm not
Yeah,
going where.
We all saying
absolutely.
yes, so we just gonna leave it at yes.
Yeah, they do.
They
It's
do.
yeah,
It's a
real
few of
bad.
them,
Yeah.
but we just gonna leave it like that.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but who don't know that though? That's what I'm wondering. Who doesn't know that you just don't just come in somebody's room with some
But
opposite
they
stuff?
allow
Because
it.
actually,
Because if you
I
the
actually
host,
booted out a
right,
few
you
people that
allow
did that
certain
before. Because
things.
they,
Some
huh?
people make their money off of that though. Some people make their money off of letting people go live and fight with each other. Like we're not gonna pretend that doesn't happen. So what it is if I'm having beef, let's say with you, Kevin, right? And you're not in the live. Let's say I'm on somebody else's live, and let's say Miss Cherry sees it, right? And Miss Cherry be like, "Oh, swag, you know they talking about she talking about Kevin," and then she'll run back and then find you and be like, "Yo, they talking about you." Like they it do that. Like it's like high school. Like Miss Cherry said,
Yeah.
like it is like high school.
I
Like
was talking about
I just
housewives.
want to say, I just want to say this one thing, and I'm not even gonna say nothing else about this. And I don't know who watching on the outside or who in here now, because it's like 50. It's a lot more people in here right now.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you like this: if it comes back to me that anybody try to bring this boy, a man, I'm sorry, he's not a boy, bring this young man into anything in regards to me, if I hear about somebody trying to reach out to him and trying to paint me in a bad light, it's just not gonna be nice. It's just not, because because this is what I was trying to avoid. This right here is what I was been trying to avoid, and I'm not upset with nobody for coming up here speaking their truth, but I just know how this app is, and like now that this conversation has been had, they gonna come over here and want to talk to him, and he don't have nothing to do with none of this stuff, just for the fact of us being up here having this conversation right now. And I'm not here for that, because Kevin has supported me so much. He supported me more than anybody on this live, and I really appreciate him, and I don't need nobody trying to drag him in nothing in regards to me or nobody else, because Kevin just started even interacting with me. So it's no reason for him to be put in anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It really depends on, are you the type of content creator to feed into the bullshit? Because like we were
Right.
saying,
Yeah.
are you sitting on a platform allowing people to argue? Are you sitting on a platform allowing people to talk about certain people? So with that being said, as a host, that's up to your decision, to your discretion. Where do you want that type of negativity on your content or on your platform? Do you want people to see you as, okay, you're a shit starter? So
Yeah, he don't. But that,
from
yeah,
what I'm getting from him, like I don't see that. I don't even see
No,
right,
that
no,
demeanor
no.
from him. So
right.
I wouldn't even speak up on things like that, because when you kind of open that door up, it's like, okay, she's kind of like testing, or she's kind of like trying to pull something out. So someone in the woodworks is going to try to drag or going to try to stir up some things. So I feel like if you keep this keep
I feel
a
what you talking about though.
yeah, you
Feel
keep a
her. I feel it
conversation
because I
at
would have to like if I had an image I painted on myself or something like that. They don't got much to say about me because I don't. They don't. I never did nothing. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I
Right.
understand what you're saying.
Right. So it's
Yeah.
really based up on how you're feeding into it. Like you have hosts that feed into the arguments. Like all us women could be on here arguing right now. The host will literally just sit there just how you are right now and allow it to happen. You know what I'm
But
saying?
then too, people will like, okay, let's say me and Dazzle didn't like each other and she was in the box and I requested, they will intentionally bring me in the box so we can
Oh
argue
yeah.
I
Oh
and
just
yeah.
and
witnessed a
fall
live
out.
like that like a month ago.
Oh, okay,
Like
I got you.
they will
I got you.
intentionally put people in the box so that
Mhm.
they can argue.
They was like, "Oh, we're going to
Oh,
sit
sure.
here and hash it out." Like that's not how you hash it out with mad people like
Yep.
in
Oh
it.
yeah.
But
Oh,
Okay, so
oh,
so
oh.
okay, so I just and Kev, I'm not trying to take over your life. I have the
Oh, no, I
utmost
just
respect for you.
you
But
already
I
know.
just
I was
I just wanna
just
I just wanna say this. Do either one of y'all have anything else to say? Because I just don't want. I feel like it's dragging on. You know what I'm saying? Like we done established what it is. I know y'all not with the drama. We not with the drama. I know Nikki. I know you've been wanting to talk to me. So I don't. I know. You felt like you need to do this, and I respect that.
Yeah, because the other day, you were in a box and a whole conversation was had about me, but then I was blocked out of the room. So
Right.
I really wanted to speak my piece because you
Right.
stayed in his box and let him speak his piece to you when he was
Right.
trying to recruit you to be mad at me.
Right.
So I really felt like I deserved to
Yeah.
tell my
Mm-hmm.
side.
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
you do, and you did. And that's why I said in the future, if anything like that, which it's not going to, because I can tell you now I'm not gonna be in everybody's box. So that's never gonna happen again. But if for some reason something like that happened again and you feel like you want to talk to me and we need to talk, just DM me. You know what I'm saying? We can talk like that or whatever. I give you my number. If you just gotta talk to me, like hear my voice and I hear your voice. But I don't want this on. I can't, because I'm telling y'all, like I ain't even gonna say what I'm thinking, but that's not coming over here, because I already seen some stuff a couple of days ago over here that I didn't like, and I know that that's not normal. Like I know those people not don't come over here, so I'm trying to distance myself away from all of that. So where I'm going in the future, it won't be dragged into other people's lives because of me, because I'm not even in anything. I just been on lives for like the last 3 weeks. So I don't know these people like that. And I've been nice to everybody. I've treated everybody with the utmost respect. And I don't understand what the problem is. It's almost like they was waiting to do this. So I'm trying to avoid it, like altogether.
No, I feel how you feel, Dazzle, because at the end of the day, like I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm the type of person, if your content is popping, if it's interesting, I'm going to support it. And, like I said, one content creator, I see him as a brother because he was the only person that I would listen to every single day. Like his live, before this all happened, his live was never full of drama. It's only because he allowed one big content creator on his platform and it turned into a whole forest fire. So with that being said, like I am the type of person like that. Like, yeah, my name has been, not like bad around TikTok, but it's just one person on here just keep put my name in their mouth, and it just be like the people that get engaged into the comment, they're sitting there agreeing, oh yeah, she's like that, oh yeah, she's like that. Like y'all don't fucking know, I mean, excuse my language, but y'all don't know me, right? Y'all don't know me, never been on my platform, never heard us talk. So for you to agree to what this person is saying, yes, I'm gonna come after you. That's just how I am. I'm gonna come for you because it's just like you're saying, you're allowing somebody to talk about me and you're not letting me even defend myself. You
That
know what I'm
yes, that
saying?
was exactly my point.
You're not allowing me to defend myself. And then you got the person that's hosting the platform. They're blocking you. They don't want you to be able to talk. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're not even, you don't know what's being said about you on the platform when it's about you. It could be they could be degrading your name. They could be putting all kind of dirt on your name. And you could have a business or anything. Like it could jeopardize your business. There are people on here that don't care about your well-being. They will go to the strength, the length of trying to get you fired from your jobs. They will go to the lengths of trying to get information about your children and your families to put you out, and all this information and go on carrying on. So like, so when you're hearing, when you're engaging in a conversation, in your heart, like that's just not nothing you want to be a part of, nor do you want your name to be a part of it. I just feel like as a person, you just need to get out of that situation because whether you don't want to be dragged in it or not, eventually you're going to get dragged in it if you keep engaging in it.
Hmm.
I
And that
just
was why
and
the day
right.
that the
So
conversation was getting had about Dazzle, I left the live because I didn't want to be a part of it.
but I didn't feel like Killer. And the thing about it is, he was trying to tell me what happened, but I didn't even know who he was talking about at first. But I had already heard somebody else had already told me that something had happened between you and him. So I just guessed, and he said yeah. And then that's when he started going into telling me about it, and I immediately said, "Well, I like Nikki." You see what I'm saying? He kept talking about it, just trying to let me know why. He was trying to let me know why he had y'all fell out or whatever. I didn't care, what I'm saying? I didn't come up there for that. I came up there to speak to him. He brought that up. The most of the time when they have stuff going on, I always hear from third and fourth parties anyways, because I've never been like that close with them like that, or been on their platform as much as like Cloud. That's the only person that I really went on his platform for real, other than Kevin. Cloud and Kevin is like the two main people platforms that I ever really was on. Everybody else I would just pop in every now and then. But some kind of way I still got put into it. But like I said, nigga, I know you may feel some type of way, and I hope you don't feel some type of way about me, sitting up there with him, because I wasn't sitting up there trying to be, you know what I'm saying, being messy or nothing like that. He wanted to tell me what happened. I was on his platform. I could have dropped, you know what I'm saying, and maybe I should have, but I didn't feel like what he was saying was bad. I understand you're saying he was lying, but it would have been something different if he had been up there like disrespect, you know what I'm saying? Disrespect you, calling you names and stuff like that. He was just trying to tell me why he stopped talking to you. Now when he blocked you and all of that stuff, it's his platform. So, and he told me right then and there what he did after he did it. But like I said, going forward in the future, the people's boxes that I will be in, it will be none of that. Like, they're not even gonna talk about nobody because the hosts are not gonna be doing that. So that's not something that I'm gonna be entertaining in the future or even listening to in the future.
And I really thank you for that, Dazzle, because not everybody has a mind like you. They will literally see a person constantly attacking, and all these people that y'all are naming, I don't fuck with no more. So
Right.
with that being said, if y'all just literally sit on a platform and listen to them, you will feel the same way too.
Yeah, because
Because
I understand, because here's the thing, I've been called a narc on here, I've been called fake, I've even been insinuated to be cheating on my husband, you know what I'm saying? Just because I guess because I'm somewhere that I normally don't be, and maybe some people feel like, I'm just gonna say it, some people feel like they ain't getting attention, or maybe I left from over there and I'm acting funny, whatever it is. It's like just nitpicking, just trying to grasp at straws. And I'm over it. Like, I don't have time for that. I treat everybody the same. Anybody I interact with on here, I interact with everybody pretty much the same way. If I'm not ignoring you, I'm treating you like I treat everybody. So there's no reason for people to feel any type of way about nothing that I do. They trying to start drama. And like I said, just going forward in the future, if anybody got something to say to me, because see, this don't have nothing to do with and I don't like the fact that this conversation is happening on his platform. I know y'all not doing it intentionally, but he don't have nothing to do with this. But see, now because this conversation is happening on his platform, now he in it. They'll find a way to bring him in or drag him in. Now, I know Kevin is not going to entertain, I don't feel like he's going to entertain it, but the simple fact that nobody should even be coming to him, period. Because he don't have nothing to do with none of this. And I
Hmm.
know let me tell you something, and I'm gonna be honest, and I'm just gonna speak for you right now, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If it wasn't for me being up here, if I was somebody else and y'all had tried to come up here and do this, y'all would have been out of, he would have took y'all out the box. Cause he don't do that. He don't do that over here.
But I mean, I feel like it's been a respectful conversation.
It had, but yeah, and it had no. It's not that nobody's saying nothing wrong, but it's who we're talking about. You see what I'm saying? It's because of who we're referring to. And a lot of people like to keep up drama. It's not like, I'm not saying that y'all are saying anything wrong, but when we talk about certain people on this app, that gives them even more reason to keep the stuff going. That's why I just prefer to not even talk about them. Like, the people that I don't like on here, I'm never gonna talk about them. I'm never gonna just bring them up. I'm not doing none of that. Like,
but
I'm
see,
just gonna act like they don't
with that
exist.
being said, to be honest, he actually needs to know, because a lot of times, you know, it's not only that they have their own platform, they come and watch people that they're following. So, say
Right,
for instance, if they're
right,
following me, you know what I'm saying? If they're following me and they see me on here, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna, I don't feel like if he's not getting involved in with it, I don't feel like he's going to be dragged in. Because, like I said, you're going to support who you support. And
right.
if the more you keep feeding into it, of course, you're going to get yourself into it. So, but with that being said, I do agree with you. I do agree with you. But I wanted to comment on Shamika Bird. Um, it's not about anybody caring about anybody's opinions, right? When you get on a platform, say he had, let's just say he had 10,000 followers on here, right? So let's say he had like 10,000 followers, right? One person can get on here and say, I'm just gonna say an example. Hey Nikki, I heard you an escort, right? I'm not saying she is. I'm just putting an example, right? Hey Nikki, you're an escort. Those 10,000 people can go and tell 10 more thousand people what they heard. So it's not about not worrying about what people saying. It's the fact that even if someone is saying one little thing about you, it spreads out like a wildfire. And this is internet, okay? This is not real life. We're not sitting in front of people to where we could beat them up to stop them from talking. This is something where it can get out anywhere. And this is what people are failing to realize. When you're getting on here bashing people's name and putting things on people's name, this is not like Facebook. This is where the whole world can see. Your employers can see these things. Your job can see. Your children can see these lives. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know what type of information is going out there and what's being received from the person. No one cares about what's being said. It's just a matter of how far that message is getting sent to the audience.
Yep.
And that's how people
Yep.
are losing their homes. They're losing their jobs. They're homeless because of stuff that is happening on TikTok and being said about them on TikTok.
Yep. And then if I am being made out to be a bad person, be a villain, like, and people that I care to even engage with are that's who they're talking to. Like, yeah, I feel a way because, and I want to get it out there because don't try to make me be a bad person when I'm not.
Okay, I'm about to say something real quick though, because I kind of halfway feel what Shane talking about. Because like even with me right now, I'm pretty sure it's somewhere out in TikTok because I got certain people like maybe I got into it with it once or twice on this app and stuff, and there's certain people that look at me a certain way, like oh he's a this or he's a that or whatever. That's why I don't mess with this certain groups no more because I realize that you mess up and say one thing, you get labeled quick. So the thing is, we can't stop people from labeling us anyways, no matter how much we defend ourselves or not, because it's up to them that they want to believe us or not or whatever. We can only defend ourselves for so long because it's the internet, just like you said, the internet it spreads and stuff. So the thing is, the best route of going about it is not entertaining it. Like y'all was just kind of mentioning that earlier and stuff. If you entertain it, it's gonna make your image more valid. Now, if you act like, or they come in here and they say something about you, and you just you play that role and I'm not even say you play that role, or you just don't show that you don't entertain it. They can't prove nothing. They be looking at them like they silly, like, dog, I thought he had a crazy problem or something like that. Why y'all said that he was this type of person? But the more you keep talking on this app and the more you keep showing your best side, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing against you. They can't do nothing. They can't prove it. Even if they try to report you, it's nothing you doing. Ain't like because even that, they gonna try to come in your box and argue with you. All you gotta do is ignore them or block them. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing else they can add extra to you. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. I definitely agree with that. Definitely.
Agree.
Yeah,
Quick,
because I'm telling you,
like
the
I
reason why I'm
don't.
saying that is because I literally have people that's probably that don't like me on here and stuff. As much as I've been trying to, be positive as much as I can, but it's literally it's people that just gonna stay in their feelings and stuff no matter what. They're gonna paint you as this picture and stuff. I'm pretty sure it's probably at least 100 people. I mean, because stuff spread. I'm pretty sure, but it's just like I'm not about to go there and try to convince them that I'm not this way or nothing like that. I'm just gonna like whatever y'all gonna believe in what y'all believe in, and I understand it. Some people got numbers and stuff. But whatever. I mean, all you can do is not entertain it. That's the best thing we can do nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but with Kev, with you being cool with Dazzle, like, and you seen her in a box with somebody who was lying on you and making you be a bad person, would you not want to speak to Dazzle to let her know, like, hey, what was being
I
said is not
understand.
what
Yeah, I
happened.
feel you on that.
Like, I
Yeah, I feel
mean,
you on that. That's your
the
friend.
the
That's your friend.
random
That's different.
people,
Yeah, I feel you.
yeah, these random
Yeah,
people, I
I'm just
don't
saying
care
with the other
about.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel you on that though. I feel you. I get you on that. Or even if that's the case, y'all could talk personally or something if it was really that serious. But I feel you though. I feel you though. Still.
I feel like I've been in a live with Queen Cherry. Like her voice sounds so familiar, and I can't remember what live I was in with her.
I don't know, girl. I'm kind of nosy, so I'll be at everybody live.
I, yo, your voice sounds so familiar. Your voice and your picture, it sounds is so familiar, and I'm like, OMG.
You probably done caught me on a couple llama pages.
Yeah, I know it was a guy page, and
Oh,
you
I
were
know the
saying
guy.
something, and he aggravated you, and you were just like, "I'm leaving." I was like, "Oh," I was like, "No, don't leave, sis, don't leave."
Okay, so let me tell you what this is. Let me tell you what the stigma is, right? So, like, I'm a cool ass person. Like, I get along with boys, I get along with women, like I get along with men, all that. You know what I'm saying? So, what happens is a lot of times, dudes are like I don't know if it's just me, but they try to kind of like try to talk to you or like try to flirt with you and stuff, and I try to keep it like on a friendly level because I know how dudes are. Like if you keep ignoring them after a while, they start turning to a crazy person, right? So with the people that I was cool with, only two of them, I'm not gonna say all of them, only two of them, that was the case. Like we were cool, they would flirt here and there, and I kind of showed them. I didn't tell them or be disrespectful about it. I just kind of like shrugged it off as in saying, I'm not really interested. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, when they got upset or didn't like me anymore, here comes I know I got a big forehead. I don't give a damn. Like the big forehead jokes, like you want to crack on me and stuff like that. But that's why I just don't bother getting on certain platforms like that anymore because you would think that, this person you've supported for so long and for them to turn around and make you the joke of their show. Like I had a whole guy take my picture off of my page and use it on his page. Like who does that? That's high school shit. You right? That's high
That's
school
weird.
stuff. So you're posting my forehead all over the internet. That's fine because you still wanted to talk to me. That's fine. But anywho, you know what I'm saying? That's why I just stopped not engaging in certain people content because they really did seem fake to me at that moment. And then it's the women that laughing and you know what I'm saying, laughing about it and engaging in it. Like it's just disgusting. And I just support who I decide I wanted to support for now on because you don't know who to trust anymore. Like it's just too many people on here looking for friends, looking for viewers, looking for all kind of clout. So, I just try to find genuine content and just go from there.
I totally agree. But I'm just like, I know I've seen your picture in the content. I know it was with a guy, and I can't remember if the topic was either women need to take accountability or something about body count. I can't remember. Oh,
I want to say it. Was it like just me on there, or was it like four other people?
it was like four other people.
So I want to say that was the video about. Well, okay, I'm sorry, y'all. My son crying, but I want to say that was a video about. Yeah, give me 1 minute, y'all. Hold on.
What you giggling about?
Child, I don't know. It's just,
Well,
it's
no,
like,
with
I
that
don't, oh
video,
my God, I
yeah,
don't know what
that
to say
video
no
was just
more, y'all.
about a big,
I'm over it. I just,
yeah,
I
yeah, it was
don't
just
know.
about a big content creator, basically just, coming after, like I said, the person that I have been supporting, and they were having a little beef. So, like I told him, please don't drag me in it. Like at the end of the day, if this is somebody that I want to engage in, if this is the content that I want to engage in, why would you be upset with me for following them or listening to their content? I can't tell you who to listen to or who to follow. So the person basically got upset because they felt like because I was talking to them or having a conversation with them that I agreed to their doxing of people, which is not the case. I told him, I said, listen, I don't know anything about, people, what they're doing outside this off these lives or anything like that. I don't know what they're doing towards people because it's not being seen. I'm only seeing live videos or live chats. and I'm engaging into those conversations. So whether it's about politics, whether it's about passport bros or things like that, everyone is engaging in the content. That does not mean I agree with them doxing children or doxing families. We're not talking about that at the moment. We're talking about a certain topic. Now, if that's something they were talking about, I wouldn't be a part of that because I don't believe in doxing nobody family like that. I don't believe in, even attacking anybody family members. So I think that was one of the lives that were about. And then I think once I got off there, it was just a whole bunch of other content creators coming on that person's platform. So it was a lot going on.
It's always
That's
a
funny. That's funny you mentioned that because I did that before. It was like two big creators though, and they end up splitting up and stuff. And I'm looking like, and they both kind of know me. Well, one of them know me more. I don't want to mention their names because I'm pretty sure y'all know them, but I just ain't gonna mention their names. But they end up splitting apart. And then I'm like, dang, I wonder if I'll be over there, they gonna say something. It's like, because I can understand, I can see they don't understand each other. And so they painted a picture on this one guy real bad. And I don't think it went the way they went. But I was going to try to defend it because they were going to end up tearing me up. You know what I'm saying? But me, myself, what I did is like, my thing is I started not caring no more. You like, and my thing is nobody's about to limit me for who I'm gonna connect with or not. And I know that, I know I'm not what they do. I don't preach what they preach or whatever. I just take out what I can out of it. I'm the type that chew up the meat and spit out the bone type situation. I don't agree with everything somebody say. I don't even agree with the other people. My thing is if somebody's gonna split up with you because you hanging with somebody else, then they was never meant from the beginning. That's what I do. Because if you really that petty that you don't want to understand, you want me to pick sides, I'm not a pick side type person. You know what I'm saying? If I feel like I don't want to be with you, I'm not gonna be with you. That's what I do. So I'm not about to get you to pick for me because you have a problem with somebody else and because you don't understand what they're doing and all that stuff. So I just stopped caring on for real though. I just let people talk because people gonna talk no matter what. If you a good person or a bad person, people
Mhm.
gonna talk. And that's one thing I learned. Like it is what it is. You're gonna paint what you're gonna paint.
I
I
totally agree.
don't even
That's
care
why
no
that's
more.
why I stay in trouble in lives, like especially like big male content creators, like when they have these accountability acts with women, but don't hold men at all with no type of accountability. Like
Oh my God.
I
Thank you.
stay in lives with that. Like I'd be like, oh, so sir, it's giving. I need to start calling you sis. Like I need to start calling you one of the girls. Like, and they be mad because I stay blocked. Like block, block, block. I'm like, oh, you, I hurt
I
your
hope I
feelings,
see
but
you in the opposite then.
it's giving. Oh, I struck a nerve. Now who's in their feelings now? Me or you? It's giving you acting like a woman right now, sir. Why are you in your feelings? So I stay in trouble. I've learned that men don't like certain men don't like take accountability when their pride and ego is being targeted. And it's not really, I'm not attacking your pride and ego. I'm attacking what you're saying. And as a debater, I'm supposed to attack what you're saying. I'm not attacking you. But when you start attacking women for being themselves, it's like, oh, so sir, you have an issue. Like it's not women having an issue. It's not women doing anything wrong. It's you having the issue. Like some woman really hurt you that bad that you have to get on TikTok and be like, all y'all women are hoes. All y'all women are this.
Amen, sis.
Like, and it'd be like,
Amen.
wait, what? What woman hurt you, sir? Let's talk about it. Like, that's why I'd
Well,
be
I'm
like,
curious too, Dr. John, who they talking about, who she talking about.
it's like
But
I need
see,
to start
yeah.
calling you sis.
And see, that's what
Mm-hmm.
and I ain't gonna lie. Like a lot of men, right? Because when I say you men, right? Y'all men, they love to be like, no, no, it ain't y'all men.
It
So
ain't
I
all of
started
us,
saying, boys. I kind of started, separating boys from men because you're right. All men don't do certain crap like that. Trust me, they don't.
right? And it just be like, oh, I be hitting nerves, huh? I be hitting the nerve, huh? Like they be like, oh, you sound mad. No, sir, you sound mad because you're the only one yelling and screaming on this live. Like it's your live, and you can conduct yourself as a so-called leader that you said you are. This ego thing is starting to take over, and you're the only one yelling, sir. And like the women that was following him was like, yeah, because she sounds mad. And I'm like, now one time am I yelling? So who's really mad? He's the only one yelling. And he got so mad he blocked everybody
I
from the
already
live.
know who I
Look,
think
I
I
know
already
who
know
you
who you
talking
Everybody.
talking
about.
about.
I know who you
I
talk
was
about
like,
off rip.
oh, it's giving you was in your feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens, but it is what I mean. Like he said, you can't. People gonna be who they gonna be, and they gonna say what they gonna say.
You got examples of what he was saying?
So, right, he was like, women need to take accountability, right? And I'm like, I'm not knocking that, us as black women or us as women in general, right? We don't have faults and flaws, right? But like I told you earlier, Kevin, we had this conversation that I'm not going to take 100% accountability because I can't control what someone else does. So I'm going to take accountability for me and my actions alone. So he was basically trying to say women are always in these predicaments because we don't ever take accountability. And I'm like, that's not true. Because I didn't choose to be a single mother. Just because me and you break up, right? This was one of the examples. He was like, oh, but y'all choose to be single mothers. No, if I break up or he breaks up with me, majority of the women are not saying don't fuck with your kid. Now, I'm not saying that there are some women do use their kids as pawns, right? I'm not disputing that. I'm saying most women, majority of women, don't do that. We're not just gonna be like, well, since you don't want to sleep with me, you can't see your kid. Like, we're not gonna pretend most women do that. Like, but he was just making it seem like, oh, it's women's fault why y'all single mothers. It's women's fault why y'all can't vet men. It's women's fault that y'all do this, that men do this. It's women's fault why men do that. No, when is it ever the men's fault for doing their actions?
And
Did I
then not
tell a
only
man to cheat
that,
on me? Did I
Do
did
you
I tell
realize?
you?
Do you realize when they do that, they tagging the people that they trigger.
and let me tell you something.
That's
Not
what they
only
doing. So that's why they speak like that because like that's like a. That's I. It's funny because I be doing that when somebody. What I do is because I hold everybody accountable, or I can't
Me
hold
too.
nobody
So I
accountable,
was
but
like,
I get on.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, but once again, I was cool, calm, and collected. I was like, so why, if I am the mother of your child, right? And like I said, this is how I always could tell when someone's in their feelings and they're speaking out of feelings and not facts. I said, if that is 100% true, right? Not disputing nothing that you're saying, because this is exactly what I say. If this is 100% true, right? If I am so-called mistreating, misusing, doing anything harmful to your child, right? Why are you not taking me to court to get custody of your child? Oh, then now he want to run into dispute. Oh, because the courts is against men. I said, but you can fight a man over looking at your girl the wrong way. If a snap of a finger, 2.5 seconds, you could beat that man up on the corner because he whistled at your girl. He looked at her wrong. But you won't waste your time and energy to fight for your child. Where do the math make sense at? Tell me where the math ain't mathing, sir. But you
but
don't want to take
Island.
accountability for that.
But Island, this is you know how to sit back and realize where these things are actually coming from, the type of men that are coming from. This is coming from a man that lives with his brother, have a roommate. This is coming from men that live with their grandma. Ain't got a name, ain't got a name on nothing. Do you understand? So I let men
Let me
talk
stop
about
laughing.
me. I let men talk about me because I have my own, right? So
Mm-mm.
it just be funny. They get on here and they bash, 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 and ain't got nothing to show for it.
But
It
it was
just be
funny
so
because
funny.
once again, I never disputed anything he said, right? I'm not saying that us as women don't have flaws, right? And always had these conversations with men, right? But did I ever say that women were perfect? Answer that question, because I never said women were perfect. I'm saying you're right. Some court systems are against men, but that's not in every state. And you're right. It is harder for men
Most.
to fight for kids than it is women. I'm not disputing that. But as fast as you can beat that man on the corner to looking at your girlfriend, you are not waste. So you telling me at a blink of an eye you can beat a man from looking at your girlfriend, but you ain't gonna have the same energy for your child? You got to make it make sense. I would rather spend however much money to do right by my child than to fight a man over being a man. I just be wanting the logic to make sense to me. And I'm like, I told the man, I'm not disputing that women don't have our flaws. But when are you making men take accountability at? It's a two-way street. And then the men want to
I
have
guess when a
a
man start complaining, they gonna take
right.
accountability.
But this is where they hit me with the men and women aren't equal. I said no. Stop with that statement. I said men and women are equal. Our standards aren't equal. Our equality isn't equal. What we are expecting from each other aren't equal. Men and women are equal. If I hit you, it's gonna hurt. If you hit me, it's gonna hurt. We are fucking equal. We are both human beings.
You believe men and women are the same?
Yes, I was what we expect. What I expect
Why
from a
wouldn't
man.
they be?
If what
I
I
want to
expect
talk
from a
about this, but I don't want to talk about this because
because
well, I
listen,
disagree with
let's
almost a
break
lot of
it
stuff you
down.
just said.
Let's
So
break it
But I ain't
down.
gonna
What
talk.
I
I
expect from a man is what women expect from a man isn't the same of what men expect from women, right? Our expectations from each other are what makes us different. Us as human beings, we are equal. We are equal.
Of
Our
course,
expectations for each other aren't equal.
sure.
our body, our way, our
It
yes, our
I
straight
guess
speak
us
is
being
different.
boys and
Our
girls are different.
what
Stop
we look
because
for is different.
Here's
Our strength is
here's the
different.
thing though.
Our
well, women can
everything
build
is
Here's
we
the
can
different.
build
thing
our
though,
bodies to
is
be just
that
as strong as men. So I always have this argument with men like that is overrated
You
because
really think
yeah, men
you really
can't
think
live
a
through
woman can
labor.
build their body up to take a man?
That's lies. Women have been
a
beating men.
woman
Not
could
all of us, but
a woman
we're
could.
not gonna play this game. But I was the only thing that makes us different is our standards, our society norms. Like that's the only thing that
Physicality,
makes us different.
physicality, physicality is subjective, right? Because some men will be stronger than some women. There are women who can do their best and build themselves up and be a decent match.
Exactly.
They're not
That's
going to
been
be better, they're
scientifically
not going to be
proven.
worse, but they can be a decent match, right? I mean, you're talking about straight muscle mass, muscle energy, muscle memory. A woman can do the same workout as a man and have that same muscle that a man is building and physically do 50 push-ups just like a man can do 50 push-ups. A woman can bench 300 pounds or lift 300 pounds and a man can lift 300 pounds. But you talk about an emotional aspect where women make a choice to meet somebody at the bar, not make a great choice. Maybe you end up at his house. When there's an interaction, whatever the result of that interaction is, it's usually the woman's problem, not the man's.
Right.
Right. That's not to say that a woman can't be as strong or as able as a man.
So that proves your point that that's what making it worse though. You said you gotta build yourself up to be a man. How is that equal? That's like a contradiction. You have to
No, it's
build
not
yourself up
because
to be a man. So how is that
no, it's
equal?
But
not. Because look at it
why
like
is the
this.
man the measure?
The
Wait, why is the man the
fact that
measure?
you need a
Like
doctor to become
women don't have to
a
build themselves up to be as strong as a man. Why isn't there a level, a measure where here's the strong level, who can reach it?
Because
Men
it's
can
that
reach it, women can reach it.
right.
I
It's
mean,
that
I'm just saying
because
Because
men want to be
because women,
superior.
I'm
You
yes,
gonna
see
say
how
natural.
every man always use this
yeah,
Natural.
superiority thing. Oh, but why women got to build up to be a
because
strong as a
men
man?
are the
Why it has to be simply?
patriarchs.
Y'all have this patriarchy thing about y'all that is baffling with me. Like, and I be
That's
having
not
this
pay.
argument.
That's
Yes, it
biology,
is
man. That no,
because it's always
no, but
as
that's
men.
a feminist type mindset that's
No,
saying
it's
that though, because
not.
like that's crazy. You really
No,
think that a
that's
man and a woman is the
not.
same?
No, that's
Like even if you
not.
have a little boy and a little
No,
girl,
no,
they
no, no.
if you have a little boy and a girl, they would not be the same strength. They wouldn't be the same. None of them stuff would be the same. They wouldn't have the same thoughts and traits or nothing.
I
It's
believe
nothing
that.
equal about a man and a
No, I
woman.
believe that.
That's
Yes, they
delusional.
I
do.
believe that.
No, they don't. They
I'm
are equal only up until a certain age, and that's when we start dividing them into, oh, you're a girl because you're supposed to do this. You're a boy, so you're supposed to do that. Us as human beings set those standards for children. In a normal
Okay.
setting,
they will be still considered equal. What are you talking about? That's not true.
I agree to disagree then. Whatever. Just one of
I'm
them
not
things.
I'm
That's
not
it.
saying that a woman is just as strong as a man and a man is just as strong as a woman. I mean, listen, there is not one man in this world, not country, world, who could birth a child. And there's not one woman in this world, not country, in this world who can get kicked in the nuts. They're very different
You just proved my
experiences.
point even more that they're not
A
equal.
woman, a
Keep
That
woman is
don't make
make
us
it
not
work.
basically,
equal. That does not make us not equal.
it's not, it doesn't
We
make,
we most
nobody's trying to make a woman and a man equal. But what
well,
we're
I ain't gonna
saying
say
is
equal. Let's
that
not say
there's
equal. I'm gonna
no,
just say not the same. We're not the same. That's what I meant to say.
no,
That's
we are not,
But we
we are
know
plain and
not
simple.
that.
built the
If
same.
we are not the same, it means we're not
Everybody
the
knows
same
that.
exact thing.
That's not true.
Sure. I'm not saying that every
Yeah.
man has to be equal to a woman, and I'm not saying every woman has to be equal to a man. However, women have a strength that gets discounted because they are women. Like, no, you can't do this.
Discounted by
You
who?
can't, but that's it. Is that women get discounted because they're women. Women can't be in the military. Women can't fight in wars. Women can't wrestle. Women can't play soccer. I mean, for the most part, women are the minority because society
You
as
want to
a
do
whole,
construction? Would you mind doing construction?
there's plenty of women who do
That's
construction.
construction.
Do you
There's
want
That's
plenty
to?
of
cool.
Is
women
you
who
going?
want
Is
to
you in
do
construction
construction.
right now? What manly job you doing right now?
Can I say that? I work for the post
You want
office.
to come home and raise my
Do
kid?
you not know 80 years ago the post
Post
office was
post
only a
office.
man's
Okay.
working job? So let's talk about
Wait a
this.
minute.
Like, I work at the post office. The post office used to be an only man's working job. So that's not true. Like, this is the thing with men. If that's the case, y'all men don't need to be nurses. Nurses used to be only women jobs. Oh, because men don't have the capacity to care for another human life that's not themselves or their wives.
You
So
They
missed
this is what
can't
I'm
be
you missed
talking
my
strong.
about.
point.
They
That
can't be
You
contradicts
missed
the
my
shit
whole
that y'all
point.
compassionate.
men do.
They can't be.
You missing my point. Like I said, if you could take your feelings out of it, you can hear
I'm
my
not taking my
point. I'm
feelings.
just saying that
Take
what
this.
I don't see none of y'all
So
signing up to
no,
do construction right now. Y'all not
Because I
trying to
don't want to
go
do
and put
yeah,
construction.
these
That don't
because
electric
mean
right,
women
I
can't
don't,
exactly.
because
So
I
do
don't have
construction.
you're
to.
fighting for something that you're not even that you naturally don't even want to do.
Okay, but do
What?
you want to be a house
Which
mom?
one of y'all want
Do
to
you
go
want
to
to be a
war? Which one of
stay-at-home
y'all
dad?
want to go to war? Y'all
I
want to fight at
did.
a
I
war?
I
would
Yeah, which
go.
did.
one y'all want
I
to do that?
did. At 18,
I
I
would
signed up.
absolutely
If it
go.
wasn't for me having birth to my son, I would be a Marine sniper right now. So let's not pretend
Mm,
like that doesn't happen. If I didn't get pregnant with
okay,
my son at
that
18,
made it equal because you chose that.
Going
You
going
but
chose
to
that.
but
Okay.
war,
back then
going
women
to
couldn't
war
though.
has
So let's talk
no.
about
I
it.
never said it couldn't. It's obvious the word. It's obvious in USA. It's made it. Yeah, made it like that. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's made it like
Yes.
Wait a
that.
minute.
So never. That's the whole point of the that going. Yes, they made it like that. That's why they
But
voting all that stuff. Whatever.
here is why it's the way that
They
it
don't
is.
choose it.
Is because when you go back generations and years and years
Over
and
the
years
90s.
of when you go back to generations and years and years and years of men men were the only ones allowed. If women had been allowed from the very beginning when men were allowed, then we might have been on the same plane. But for a long time, men were the only ones allowed in war. Men were the only ones allowed to fly planes. Men were the only ones to pirate ships. Men were the only ones to explore. Men were the only, I mean, we live in a patriarchal society, and this is archaic. This is not a new
They
regime.
allowed now, so what's
We
stopping them?
have lived in a patriarch society for generations, for centuries. And so if you believe in the Bible, going back to the very beginning of time, Adam was
What the heck?
man, Eve was woman, and she was inferior from the
You
very
gotta
gate,
request back up. I grabbed the wrong
right?
person.
So when you're teaching generation after generation after generation that the man is the man and the woman is the woman, then you breed a whole generation of women who only know how to do the bare minimum, who only know how to be women.
Yeah. So I don't
It's
get the
from the
point you get
beginning.
into it about that situation. I'm talking about right now. What's stopping a lot of them from doing that? That's all I'm saying. We there now. We got it now. So we
Right
ain't got to talk
now,
about the
this
past.
day and age, right now in this day and age, there are more women willing to put your money in your mouth and say, look, I can do what you can do.
Right.
You want to work
We
construction?
understand that.
Let's work construction.
We seen that
You
plenty
want
of
to
times. We
you
see
want to
that.
be in the
So
military?
I'm
Let's be in the
confused on what your
military.
point is then, Kevin.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Y'all got y'all mind up. Everybody got their mind up. That's why I said agree to disagree. All right, you can go ahead 6-4. But
So
hey, before you do it 6-4, I'm just trying to keep it respectful in here because I know how this topic can get and everybody getting their feelings and stuff. You know, this
Nobody's
not
in
my live. They
their
don't
feelings
go like that and
though.
all that stuff. Whatever. I'm just saying I know how it gets.
Oh.
But 6-4, you can
can I
go
just
ahead and then
interject something real quick?
go ahead for sure.
What's up,
Can
good
I just
brother
say
in
something
the
real quick?
panel? And, I just want to say, brother, I did what you said made a lot of sense because when I was a certified welder, I used to act. The women in the office used to say that because we worked in the same building, that we should get the same amount of money. And I used to tell them what y'all do in that office ain't shit compared to what we do when we on that welding floor burning our eyes out, smoke all in our eyes all day, in our face all day. You know, what we do as welders, and I used to tell them, you know, I ain't saying you can't do it. I'm saying as a woman, I'm not sure that would be your cup of tea because of the physical and tumultuous practices we go through to weld. You know, we bend over in so many different positions that when you stand up, your whole head probably hurts. So I can't see a sister doing that. I wouldn't want my woman doing that. That every time she got to do a job, and when she stand up, she get vertical. You know, so when you do men jobs, you will get men and inherit men's health problems, which will take away from your female mortality rate. Now, I
True.
always go with this analogy. You all saw Training Day, right?
No.
Okay, how many people
King
seen
Kong
Training
ain't
Day?
got shit on me.
So the average person in
I
here
heard of
probably
that,
seen
but I never
Training
seen
Day,
it.
right? Am I right? The average person, it's
Yeah.
safe to say, probably seen Training Day, right? So in Training Day, who is more important, Denzel or the extras? They both doing the same job. Should the extras get what Denzel get? Because they both on screen. They both contribute to the movie. But why is Denzel getting the most though? When they all are actors. Everybody on that screen is an actor. From Denzel to the person that was pushing the buggy. They all are actors. So why didn't they give the person pushing the buggy as much as they gave
That's
Denzel?
what you're gonna go with?
Yeah,
Yo,
because
That's
I
what you're
would
gonna go
yo,
with?
assume
hold
that
up. Wait, one
I
second,
would
y'all.
the
One
reason
second,
Wait a
y'all. I
minute,
gotta.
wait a minute.
wait, the reason
One
why I'm
second, y'all.
saying
Hold
that
on,
is
hold on, hold
because
up. Hold
if
on,
it's
hold on, hold
gonna
up.
be
I gotta do something real quick before we get, because it's about to. I see it's about to get a little. So I'm gonna give y'all the live. I need y'all to tap these lights up real quick. Give me the 10. If y'all can't give me the 10, I'm gonna cut the comments off. But try to give me the 10. But we gonna continue though.
I can't see the comments for some reason.
so. Let
Wait,
me
I
You
ask
can
you
can't
see
see it.
again.
them.
If it's
But
about, let me finish this up. Let me wrap this up right
your
quick. Let
point
me wrap
is
it up.
in
No,
Training
I'm about to
Day,
wrap up. I ain't made my point yet. I ain't
Denzel
made my
was
point.
the
I ain't made my
lead.
point. No, I haven't made my point.
Oh,
Let me make
all
my
right.
point. Is it
I
my
just wanted to hear it.
okay? So my point was this: if we're going to say that we could do what each other do, or we're going to say that we all equal pay for equal pay, equal this, well, are we doing the equal amount of work and are our values equal? And in that scenario, if those extras, their value are not as equal as Denzel's. Yes, they're actors too, but their value in acting is nowhere near as high as he is to command his check. But guess what? We still see those actors, don't we? So go ahead, you tell me.
Sure. Pick a movie where the woman is the lead. Pick a
I'm
woman where
moving the
pick a movie
goalposts.
where the woman
I'm
is the
not moving.
lead.
Listen, I
Oh,
don't control the movie industry. I don't control the
example.
movie
Would
industry.
you even
I'm
watch
saying,
that movie though?
I know you don't. I know you don't control the movies, but you're talking about Denzel being the lead, and you see him, and he's the one, and the extras are the extras, right? That's what I heard.
so I
Yes.
said in a movie. I said in a movie,
That's what I heard.
the
Who agreed
extras
with
are
that?
actors, and so is Denzel. Should the extras get just as much because they're doing the same job? They're acting too. See,
Okay,
that's what I'm hearing.
so
That
let's
women are saying, well,
let's
I'm.
pick a female lead
Go ahead.
movie. Let's pick a female lead movie because acting is acting, right? It's not strenuous unless you're doing super crazy stunts. It's not like let's just pick acting for acting. Are you telling me that in Selena, that lead actor, the movie is about a strong female character, right? Similar to a strong male character in Training Day. In Selena, the female character is the lead, and the extras should be just paid as much as she's paid because she's a chick?
That's not what I. That's not what I was getting at, and I'm sorry. That's what you
No,
pulled out there. But listen, let me
you
do
said
this.
that the
Let me do this.
extras
I
in
should have
Training
done
Day
this.
shouldn't be paid as
I should
much
have
as
said
he
this
was.
first. Let's change this. Let's change the movies. It's Chronicles of Narnia, where animals are the lead.
Sure.
Okay, no humans are the lead in this. Chronicles of Narnia.
The
Okay, that's where we're
the
gonna go
people
with
are
this.
the lead.
Chronicles of Narnia.
Go ahead,
Okay, and
let's
Chronicles
go.
of Narnia. Who is more? Who's worth more? The woman who's the Ice Queen, who's the lead character, or the ox who's leading war? Who's more? Who the
The lead,
ox is doing what she's doing? Why don't the ox get as much as that woman who's playing the Ice Queen? They
It,
both
no,
it,
are
the
this is
lead
actors.
this is why I'm
character,
gonna say that
the
this is a
lead
bad
character,
scenario. Not to cut Lucky off. This is a bad scenario because they did a statistics on acting from men to women, regardless of who is in the lead. Men naturally automatically get paid more. So this is a
No,
bad,
I think
bad,
And they
y'all
bad
act
missing what I'm
better
wait,
too,
saying.
don't
Y'all
but
they?
missing what
but
I'm
Don't
saying.
they
I
got
love
better
this
acting?
Narnia scenario.
No, they
Listen,
don't.
I love this
listen.
Narnia scenario.
What? Okay,
I love this Narnia
what?
scenario,
Okay, who?
and here's why. Because the lead characters are not the fictional characters in Narnia. The lead characters are the brother and
And the
the
sister.
sisters.
Right.
And
So
the
I'm
lead
saying,
character is the youngest sister. She's
right,
the champion of that story.
exactly. So
It's not the
hypothetically speaking,
dwarf, it's
they
not the
can't.
elf, it's not the
So
sister.
so
It Go ahead.
so hypothetically speaking, I get an opportunity to work on the set and be on the movie with them. And I go on that set and say, well, how much money they getting paid? And they say, well, hold on, they're the leads. And I say, but are
That's the
there
problem.
actors like me? I'm
That's the
here to do
problem.
the same job, act.
No.
What you think,
What
brother
do
Ho?
you bring to the job? When you get
That's all I'm
hired
saying.
for a job,
Exactly.
you
Exactly.
should
So
be
we can't.
paid
So
on what
at
you
some
bring.
point there has to be a separation of what we're equal to. I have to. It has
Depending
to
on
be.
what you're hired for.
That's
Depending on what you're
that's all I
hired
was
for.
saying. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. That I wasn't taking shots at nobody. I wasn't bashing nobody. All I was saying is when it came to the equality thing, the way I started to look at it as the same way as people look at it from their standpoint, but I just put it in the movie because they always say, like with the NWNBA, why don't they get what the guys get? They do the same thing. No, they don't.
The-
At base, they
Welcome to the
do.
gender wage gap.
At
exactly.
base,
And
Welcome to the
they
listen to
do.
what
gender
you're
wage
Listen though.
saying,
gap.
At
Ray.
base, at
Basketball is
base,
that
basketball
got
they
though.
debunked
do.
too. That got debunked. They've been debunked that a long time ago. That's
Like,
because off the
like
choices that jobs they
Oh
pick. It's
no,
not no
there's
way
But
no,
it's
see,
gender
here's the
statistics that
it's
thing
equality.
though.
not.
prove that
But
there is a
It's a
here's my
stereotype
thing to
thing
that
that y'all men
argument.
gender wage
have.
gap.
At
Exactly.
base, they are doing the
Has nothing
same
to do
thing
with
the
that.
men are doing. They're shooting a ball, but the difference is the level they play at. That's the only difference. It
Been
ain't got
No,
debunked
nothing
that
to
a
do with
long
them
time
it's
being
ago.
Because
women.
not. It's
society has
because
placed them
it's
on a lower
because
level.
They play no, they
Name
play
the
at
one
a
thing
level that
when
don't
it
excite me like Jordan and them do. That's all. They don't
that's
do the
exactly
dunk.
you prove
They
our
don't
point.
do the drop.
In
They don't jump
basketball,
too
in
much.
basketball, who are
They
in sports? Who are the majority consumers? Men are. Men don't want to see women
Man.
act like
What?
men. So obviously,
wait a minute,
because we
baby.
do the
Hold on.
same
Let me
You
tell
said
thing.
the
you
men is
something.
the
Let me tell you
what?
this right now. Let me tell
You
you
said
this
If a
right
men
now.
are the
man,
If a
hold
biggest
on, don't
woman,
say bro.
consumers?
Yeah, no, but
listen.
I'm not
If
letting
a
me finish. I get what you're saying. Just pause one quick second. What I'm saying to you is they're doing the exact same thing. They're both dribbling up a ball up and down a court. Period. The
mm-hmm.
problem is the consumer.
And who
The
watching?
consumer in sport, a basketball. We're talking about basketball, right? Men and women, if they're both playing the same sport, men get paid more because who is the consumer of the sport? Women do not watch people play basketball. I'm sorry, and if they do, it's not a
They
lot of them.
most definitely don't watch women play basketball
It is
either.
listen, but that's the point that we're making. So
But I would show up to a women's game
let's go
before I
back
show up
to
to
the
a man's
movie thing,
game.
right? Because he had a good
So
point
that
with the
says a lot
movie.
about what you.
But listen, let's go back to the movie thing,
Basketball
right?
is a
And I
family
think this is
sport.
a better movie to use
You gonna
instead of the
watch a
movies you've been using.
you gonna
Let's
watch
use
a
Mr.
Beyonce movie over
No,
Denzel Washington?
listen. Let's use Mr. and Mrs. Smith,
Depends on who
right?
you are.
Let's use Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They both were two
Good
major role
example.
characters. They were both two main characters. But guess who got paid more in the movie? The husband. Because he was the man. No matter how many tricks she did, how she ripped her dress in half, how sexy she was, and she did
She
more better
whooped
tricks
him.
and action than he did, he got paid more because he's the man. That's the point that we are saying.
And
Because
No
he
she
was a
matter
was
better
more
actor.
how
accurate than
much
he
work
was.
Because
we
he
put,
was a better
how much
actor.
effort we
Why we
put
just can't be
in.
a better
No,
actor?
Right,
No,
right,
Angelina
Right.
was a
right,
better
right.
no,
That's
actress
what
that's what
I'm
the
than
saying.
wage
Brad
gap comes in
Smith.
at. It's because this
That's it.
ideal notion that men will always
You
be
think
better, no
Angelina
matter
Jolie act better
how
Okay,
than
hard
Brad
we
Pitt?
try,
You
men
really
will
think
let me
Angelina
always be
Jolie act
better.
better than Brad Pitt?
That's a lie.
Oh
Absolutely
my
not.
God. That's
Absolutely not.
crazy.
That's
Somebody
why
could
you
be
don't even
ruining their
see her
opinion.
now.
they think
Angelina
What's
is
the
better
last thing
than
she's
Brad
done?
Pitt.
No, indeed. No,
Angelina
indeed.
has some
Angelina
great. I like it.
Angelina is Lara Croft.
No, no, no. First of all, look at the resume for Brad Pitt and Angelina. She's not done anything. He's still doing things.
Right.
Stop.
Angelina
But
is literally
She
a
want to
cult
prove her
classic
point
with
so bad
Lara
that she
Croft.
just making
She's
up
a
stuff.
deep,
She know
she's
darn well that no Angelina Jolie. You.
good
there's
morning,
a
This is
everyone.
whole
so
there's a
funny.
whole genre who is creaming
Um,
over Lara Croft. The gaming geek video game community is all over Lara Croft over Brad Pitt.
Exactly.
well, anyway,
So
good
They got
morning.
this,
one.
And no,
so
and gaming is predominantly male. Video gaming is predominantly male. And when you have a strong female character like Laura Croft, and then she ends up in another movie, she was Laura Croft before she was Mrs. Smith. She was a strong, independent character before she was somebody's wife.
let me ask you, ladies, something. Do y'all understand that real shit? What y'all saying? Black men have absolutely zero control over that structure that locked y'all out.
But
We
y'all
never
follow
said.
it
Why did you
like
say
the black
black
book. That's
men?
the confusion part.
Wait,
Hold on,
why did you
wait
say
a minute,
black men?
How you not
listen.
make
I
so
don't think y'all
you
understand that.
disagree
How
that
is
you're
we
not the
following
ones that
something that
control
we
it,
didn't
but you
create?
follow it. Make it
How
make
we
sense,
follow
sir.
something we didn't create?
You do follow it.
We
Because you
don't
proving
follow
our
that.
point.
Like,
You
what do you
just
mean? What
agree
do
Men
with
black
it.
men
created
follow?
our
Like, what
entire
do black men
society,
follow? What do they follow? What are you talking about in following? What do you mean by
patriarchal
following?
society,
Exactly. Y'all agree with it, even
patriarchal
though y'all aren't the ones
society.
who created it. White, we all knew white men created it, but y'all agree with it because you just tried to argue with us to prove that the way
But
we
what makes
thought
you
and
think
what
we
we said
agree
was
with it?
wrong. So that
What
White
do
men
you?
means you
created it, and
agree
black
with
men were
it.
like, yeah,
What
let's
Which,
do
do
you?
that
even
What
though
too.
makes
you
you
did
think
not
we agree
create
with
it,
it?
you agree with it, which is a contradiction to your
Okay,
own
what
statement.
makes
Because
you think we agree
if
with it?
you do not agree with it, why are you supporting and backing up something you don't agree with?
What makes you say? What have we
Ain't
done
y'all
to
wearing
support
them
it?
the stuff that men making too? Right.
What? Wait,
All
no,
this
no, I know how to
designers
answer
and
the
all this stuff,
question.
right? The
Listen,
Gucci
what
stuff
have
and
we
these.
done? Tell me, where have we supported that? What are you
Stop
talking
driving
about? We
cars then.
following? What are we following? Give me an example. I don't know. What are we following? What are black? Not we. What are on what this consensus?
What are men?
What are they following? What are you talking about?
We who? Who are you talking about?
The
What is
young
the
lady
question?
said we're
We
I don't even
following it.
understand.
we
She
men.
said we're following it. What are we
Right.
following?
So here's the thing: from the beginning of time,
No, listen, don't
if
go
you're
to the
at all
beginning of
religious,
time. Just
wait,
tell me
About to
what
switch the
are we
subject again.
you.
following? I
I'm
don't want to hear
telling
about
you.
the
I'm
beginning.
telling
Are
you.
you capable of sticking to one thought?
Look, one thing I
What
noticed is
are
Yeah.
once
Let me
somebody
what
stick
got
are
to
their
we
my one
point
thought.
following?
set in their mind, they will
Do
go
you
all
want
the
me
way
to
off
stick to your
topic just
one
to
thought?
prove another
Right. I
thing.
asked a
It's
simple
so
You want me
funny.
to
question.
stick to one
The
thought?
Ain't
You're not
nobody
sister
doing
get no
it.
straight
You're
said,
answer.
lost.
Like once a person mind made up, they will not give you a
Well,
straight
you
answer.
asked
Like from
where
this
it
point,
came
just
from.
listen, the sister
Wait,
said,
you
we're
asked where it
following
came
it.
from.
What are we following?
We who?
That's what the
You talking
sister
about
That's
said.
what the
I
question
still
no,
is.
want
we
the
got.
sister
Island
to
got to
answer the
answer that. She
question.
the one that said that the men was
We're
following
Right?
something.
following.
Because
Go ahead.
And so he's asking, what are we
we
following?
men we
We
men are
men.
following something different than we women.
Right.
right.
No,
Okay,
Clearly.
no,
so
no,
so
not
here's the
you. I'm not
thing.
Look,
talking
look,
to
look,
you.
look.
I'm not
And
talking. Listen,
let her get her own
So
stuff out
we
this
who?
jam real quick because she the
Who?
one said it.
Who put?
You, the owl.
I did not put myself in the jam. He just
I
Well, you
said,
asked.
not answering. You getting her
I'm
to answer it for
cause
you.
she
She
was
keep jumping
speaking.
in
I'm
every
not cutting
time we
her
try.
off. She wanted to talk.
No,
Yeah,
well, I don't
she.
want
We
her to
done.
talk. I want you to talk because you the
All
one
right.
said
So
it. I
you just
asked you
said,
what.
listen, I'm gonna speak now, right? You said that y'all black men did not came up with this hierarchy of the standard of men and women and this that, and the third, right? But you are giving me the speech and telling me this is what it is. If you know that you don't follow this part, you didn't create this
Okay,
hierarchy.
okay.
Why are you
I
following
digress,
it?
man. If she can't
This
answer
is
the
the part that
question,
I'm
she can't
saying.
answer it. Don't worry
If
about it. It
you
don't
did
matter.
not
She can't
create,
answer it.
that's like me
She
saying
can't answer it.
I
She can't
don't know
answer it.
why I'm doing this. I'm just doing it
Sister,
because
if you
I
can't
was
answer
told
it,
for
I
centuries to
understand.
do
If
it.
you can't answer it, you can't answer
I
it.
just
You can't
answered
answer
it.
it.
I
No,
just
you didn't give
answered
me
it.
an answer. I asked you, what are we following? And you went off into something else.
No, I
Give me
didn't.
one
We
specific
talking.
example.
No, I
We
didn't. I gave a great example.
No, okay, here's an example. If I say y'all follow Chinese women, look at your hair. You don't grow hair that's straight and long. That's an example of
That's
what
not
you're
an example. If
following.
I'm saying
Now, give me an
hierarchy,
example
that
of what
means
we're following.
hierarchy of men. If men are saying women, y'all supposed to do like this, that, and the third, you just said that
No,
women
no.
can't do or shouldn't do things of men because that's going to affect our bodies.
I never
If
said that.
you did
I
not
didn't say
create
that.
that
I didn't
thought
say that.
process,
I didn't say that. You
what
didn't.
did you
You're
say?
not hearing right. I didn't say that. I said these words. See, in listening, you got to be attentive because I only respond to what I actually said. And this is the last time I'm gonna do this. I said these words. I will not want my wife doing a man's job like that. I
No,
would
in the
want it for
beginning you said
me.
I work
why?
in welding. You shouldn't think that
Why?
women should work in welding. That's
I
exactly what you
said
said.
that. I said I
Why?
wouldn't want mine doing that because of the heavy smoke, the chemicals that
Hey,
we
Why?
beloved,
breathe constantly. I don't. I wouldn't want that
beloved.
for her body.
Yes,
I
yes,
would
sir.
think. I would
So
think
Can
she
you
wouldn't
request
want to
back up?
take her
I'm gonna bring you
own
back
back.
up. I just want to bring somebody back up here real quick,
Sure,
and then I'm
sure.
gonna bring you back up.
Okay. No worries.
So
Yep,
I'm saying,
yep.
as a welder, you go through so much, and you put a lot on your lungs. I don't want,
sure.
and I wouldn't see, or I couldn't see that, and I wouldn't encourage that for a woman to do that because y'all likes to be pretty, and there's nothing
Oh
wrong
no.
with that.
Okay,
When
that's
you
the
become a welder,
generalization.
you're not
That's
going
the
to be pretty.
generalization.
You're going to get into some stuff that may even irritate your face. It may irritate your skin. It may do things to you that, as a man, I could just brush off. The stuff that it do to me,
So
I
why is it
brush off. It
okay
may
for a
put you in
man?
a hospital. It may hospitalize you because you have internal organs that I don't have. So I can handle
Do we
certain
have
things.
different organs?
No, listen.
Do we have different
When I
organs?
say those internal organs,
Are
let
these
your ass
organs
get to
different than
welding,
mine?
sniff the
Because
wrong.
I
Hold
thought
on,
we
no,
had
let
lungs.
me
I
tell
thought
them
we
something
had
right now.
kidneys.
You could get the welding, sniff the wrong damn chemical, and throw your whole pH balance out, and your pussy smell like fish. That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
So you're
You
worried
can
about a
smell the
pussy.
wrong
You're
chemical
worried
that we
about a
will,
pussy.
and it will throw a woman's pH balance off. It will make
Wait
you
a minute.
cough. It
Wait a
will
minute.
make you
Wait a minute.
throw up.
Wait a minute.
I done seen it. Women have
So
done
you're
that.
worried. Wait a minute.
No.
You're telling me that a man. Wait a minute. You're telling me that physically, biologically, like I'm not talking
I
X
wouldn't encourage
chromosomes,
it.
Y chromosomes.
I wouldn't
You're
encourage it.
saying that
It will fuck
a
you up.
man's body.
It'll fuck you up. That's
Wait a
all I'm
minute.
saying. It's a job that will fuck you up as a woman, and I would not
But
encourage that.
why? Wait a minute.
I just told you
Human
why.
beings are made
I
out of
just
human
Now,
beings.
I
Your
just told you the
human being
reason why
body
I wouldn't
parts are
encourage a
my
woman to
same
wail,
human being
because number
body
one,
parts.
as a
Oh my
woman,
God.
I don't
Oh
see
my
you
God.
wanting all type of smoke in your
Here's
face for 8 hours a day.
here's the crazy thing about this.
Hell, you
Can I
don't want
say
your
something
man
real quick?
standing in your face for 10 minutes. Hell, I can't see you welding
My
8 hours
husband,
with all of that sparks flying in your face, in your hair. See, as men, we
here,
can go bald
so
head on that job, and we good. Y'all
short,
got to wrap
so
hair
can a
up.
woman.
Your hair
If
can
a
get caught
woman
on
wants to
fire. Your
do it,
nails
a
are
woman
plastic.
can do
Those
it.
can get caught
Your
on
body
fire.
parts are
It's
not
just a damn
protecting
hazard.
you. Your body parts are not protecting you more than a woman's body part. Listen, human beings are human beings. They're like there's a
Listen, I didn't
body,
say you couldn't. I
right?
just said I wouldn't
And
encourage it. I didn't
the
say you
only thing that
couldn't. I
separates
just
me
said
from
I wouldn't
you,
encourage
the only thing that separates me from you
Is your gender.
is your gender. You're a man, I'm a woman. But you've got lungs, I've got lungs. You've got skin, I've got skin. You've got hair, I've got hair.
you.
You
Hey,
have
listen.
eyes, I have eyes.
If you
You
want to
have
do that,
teeth,
you can do that. I didn't say you
you
couldn't.
have
I
an
said I
asshole,
wouldn't
I've got an
encourage it.
asshole. You're saying that
I wouldn't
a
encourage it.
woman
I wouldn't
shouldn't be
encourage it. That's what
subjected
I know.
to.
Fuck what you talking about. I said I wouldn't encourage it. Don't put no motherfucking words in my mouth. If you put
No,
anything in my mouth, make it a
you
10.
don't
Okay?
encourage a
I
woman
said
to do
I
a
wouldn't
welding
encourage it.
job
I wouldn't
because
encourage that. Go your
our
ass to the
body
fucking
parts are not
secretary. If you go
matched to
to, in
yours.
my
Our body
summation,
parts are not the
I
same.
wouldn't encourage it. I didn't say you couldn't do it. I
The
wouldn't
only thing
encourage
we
it.
have different is you have
Okay?
nuts and I have a uterus.
I wouldn't encourage it. Bottom line. That
Here's
ain't
the
nothing
crazy
that
thing
I would
about this.
Yo,
encourage.
this is getting funny about a moment.
Here's the crazy thing about this is that I'm a super traditionalist. Like my man is the king of my house. I cook, I clean, I take care of the kids, I work a job, and when he comes home, this motherfucker gets to put his feet up, he relaxes, he hangs out, like gets to play with the kids. Like I understand holding my husband in a role of like, look, you're the patriarch, I'm the matriarch, here's our roles. So a gender role is different than you're talking about biology, like a woman can't handle welding. Don't get that shit in your lungs. Your lungs can't handle. No, my lungs are built out of the same shit that your lungs are built out of. I don't, if a woman
Why do
wants
we
to weld,
refuse?
Listen, if you
Why, wait,
want to
wait.
fuck
Why do
your
we
why
shit
refuse
up,
to
can't
that's
she
accept that
weld?
fine. That's
biologically men
fine.
are
I ain't got
different
no
from men?
problem with it. All I said, see, this is the problem that we have with women.
Wait,
Y'all
six
hear
forward,
shit
six
that ain't
forward,
there.
six
Every
forward.
man on this live heard me say my own personal summation. I wouldn't encourage it. And your question to me was, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just shut the fuck up and just hear what I said? I wouldn't encourage it and leave it at that. We
Six
got here
forward.
because you asked me why I wouldn't encourage it. So that gave me the platform to give you my answer, which you don't like. Had you just
Wait,
said, okay,
But
I
you
get it,
said
you
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
encourage it.
encourage it
wait,
You
because
six
want to
she's
know
forward.
why
weaker
I
than
I
you.
have
wouldn't
a
encourage.
question. I have a question for the ladies. Why do we refuse to accept that biologically we are different from men?
Because when it comes down to matter, we're not.
Okay,
Is
but I
that
said biologically. Biologically, we are different from men. That's just a fact.
You be trying
There,
too
there's
hard.
there's
We know
nothing
different
to
plants if that's the case.
there's nothing to
we
argue
aren't though?
about.
They show that
There's
within human
wait,
bodies
let me
is
finish.
similar
Let me
DNA as
finish.
in
Let me
plants.
finish.
So
Let me finish. There's nothing to argue about that. There's nothing to dispute about, like, biologically we are different. So we could sit here and you could disagree with his example, that's fine. but biologically we are not the same. That's what it comes down to. And
Sure, when you
which
talk
means
about
men are built
biologically,
for
the
certain things,
usual,
women are built, we're very different. You the way that you I'm not saying that a woman can't be a welder. I'm not That's not what I'm saying.
not in a job reference. Not in a job
And actually, yeah,
reference. I,
let's talk about the jobs, right? Because you guys were talking about pay, and somebody brought up
because I'm not
the
talking
movie
about like
actor. Wait,
having
let me finish. Let
kids
me finish.
or
Somebody was talking about pay and the movie actor, and how they got paid more because they were a man. No, it's because they negotiated for more. It's not because they just got paid more because they have a penis. That's not how it works. And if
but
it
why
went
did
down
he
like
negotiate for more?
and if it went down like that, that's an easy lawsuit. That's very easy. We as women, it's been shown we do not negotiate for more. I don't know what it is, but men are always they are more likely to negotiate for their checks and to ask for raises and to
Because we
do
live
all
in a
those things.
patriarchal society.
No, that's not what it
Because
has
we live in
anything.
a patriarchal
No,
society.
that's not what it is.
He he brought it up. Sixfold brought it up that
There's
Denzel
research articles
Washington
that
was the
states
lead
that
in his movie
even with equal roles, men in certain aspects do get paid more.
Because they
So
negotiate for more. Literally,
it's
women
not
are
even
less
about
likely to ask
negotiation. You
for
can
raises.
negotiate whatever you want, but
Yes, if
men
you ask for it,
men
just like how if you
regardless
go
will
into
naturally
any
get
job
paid
right
more.
now and you ask for more money and they have the budget, just asking will get you the money that you want. And we don't do that. Statistically, we as
and
women, we
women
don't
don't do that
negotiate. We don't ask for raises
because we don't ask for it. And why don't we ask for it?
because you choose
Because
not
we
to ask for
are
it.
the
So
matriarchal
are you
race.
saying that the government and all that stuff they control how you act at your job or they control what you do? No, they don't. You choose to not ask for
The
that raise,
government
and now you're
who?
sitting here and you're complaining that men get more money when they just went ahead and chose to ask. It's not that hard. Like we need to stop
It's
blaming
been
the
statistically
patriarchy.
proven that
We
men
need
get
to
paid
stop.
more for the
Let's
same job
stop
that
blaming the
women do.
patriarchy
Exactly. No
for
matter
shit
how
that
much
we
they
hear.
ask more, because you could
It's been
be.
Let's stop
statistically
blaming the
proven.
patriarchy. Who got the smoke detector? Somebody like
Listen,
mute your mic.
male nurses get paid more than women nurses.
And that's a fact.
Why? Because statistically, patriarchally,
Uh-huh.
men get paid more money than women. There's been
Regardless of how much
studies
they
done for,
ask.
yeah, they do the
Where y'all
I
get
same
this
thought the
job
information
and
male
from?
women
nurses,
take care
I
of the
thought
Okay,
the
same
male
job
nurses
so
got paid
did
more
those
and
because
women
they're
go
the
famous.
ask
male
for more
nurses could pick
money?
up.
Did,
If
did
a
I
those
thought
woman
the
women
asks
male
for
go
more
nurses
ask
got
for
money,
more
paid
all
money?
more.
they're going to do is still continue to pay that man more than with the woman
Where you
asks.
get
Okay,
this
but
information from?
exactly. So I'm assuming
Research it, because I
you
just
have
did. That's
people's
why I
specific
used
details,
the
right?
movie analogy.
I'm assuming you have people's specific details. That's why you know, right? So why can't these women go and ask for more money and ask for a raise?
Because
They're
women
doing the
won't.
same job.
In our society, we are raising women who
Lord,
choose not to because they are feeling
who's raising the
inferior
women?
because we live in
Who's
a
raising women
patriarchal
to do that?
society.
Because my dad didn't raise me like that in this society, and I know plenty
Uh,
of women who aren't
your
raised
dad
to think
raised
less
you
of
to be a
themselves
strong,
while they're doing the
assertive
same thing.
woman. Your dad raised you to be a strong, assertive woman. And when you show
He
up
didn't.
in boss man's
He didn't raise
office
me to be a
and
strong,
say, look,
assertive
I
woman.
deserve this, he's going to say, yeah, I'll give you what you want. But there's a guy next door who's going to get paid more than you
That is so
because we
crazy
live
to
in a
me.
patriarchal society.
No, no, no. Stop blaming the
So right
patriarchy
now,
for
okay, right
everything.
now, what job you working at
Stop.
right now, Lucky?
I'm a stay-at-home
What
mom
you,
for the first time in my
oh, you
life.
stay at home. So you really can't say much though. You can't really say much.
That's
Okay,
not true.
Isla, what you say? You at a
Oh
post
Kevin,
no,
that's
office,
I
like
right?
can.
saying you can't really say
Wait.
much
Like,
and you don't have a kid.
no, because
Right.
I'm
They are
saying,
just
I'm talking
saying
about.
So
anything.
because I'm a stay-at-home
I'm
mom,
just
I'm
saying
having
with
a
the point. With
kid.
the point I'm trying to make real quick. I'm just trying to see real quick. So Isla, you said you at a post office. So you making less than that guy at your job?
Am I making less of the guy in my job?
Yeah, yeah.
Depending on what he
That's
does,
doing the same
yes.
exact job you doing.
Depending on what he does,
Yep.
yes.
No, I'm saying the
Yep.
same exact job you're doing and he's doing. If y'all doing this, I'm pretty sure they got more, or is it only women at the job you doing? I mean, the position you at. I mean,
In my building, there's more women. There's less men in my
I'm
building.
talking about
But
okay.
in other buildings, like for instance, right?
That's
My
irrelevant.
what? What's
He's
irrelevant?
asking you if you're making less or the same as the men in your position.
How's that
It doesn't matter
irrelevant?
how many of each position. It doesn't matter how many of each sexes. He's asking if you're making the same as the men in your job.
The men are making more. Maybe like $1 or
Yep.
something.
You don't even sound short.
Yeah.
Right, it's how you
This is
guessed
the
it when you
thing.
just said,
The men are
but I'm
making
Y'all just
the
come on
men are
here and
making
you
more.
repeat
The men are
the
making
same
more
things that you're
for the
hearing.
same job.
And this is not reality. I need y'all to really, I need most, like a lot of women, I need y'all to start living in reality and start taking responsibility for the things that you do and don't do.
That is reality.
It's not reality.
It
that's a
is.
You're making
lie.
less
It's
than
That's
the
a
not.
lie
men for
because
the
at my
same
job I
job that
make the
you're
same amount as
doing.
the chick. The men, the
Right.
men and
Okay,
the women make the
Right.
same
it
job at
depends
my
on
job.
the job. So not every job does that though. That's what we're saying.
That's why I specifically asked for your position. I said if it's a dude that's working in your position, is they making the
Right.
same amount? That's all I asked. You talking about some
Nope,
other
they're
dudes
making more.
in some other areas? I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to
No,
see
this
what
is
you
what
talking
they
about.
like to do. They act like if a woman is a CEO and a man is a manager that he's making more. That's not reality. That is really, it's
We
not
didn't say
reality.
that though. Not
No, but
nowhere near did we
that's
say
That's
what
that.
not it.
that's
We're talking
That's
about
what
no.
it's
your
given.
job. Your job.
You're not
Men
doing more
in your
job.
job, right?
You're not doing more job than the man and him getting paid
Not
more. That's
more than
not
you're
So
reality.
right.
let me ask you
But
ladies
he's
something
getting
then.
paid more
Is
than you.
This
this
is what it is. Wait,
is
6'4". Let me explain real quick.
okay?
You say you're doing more job in the same position as the man. Why would you choose to work for free? Why not ask to be paid for the things that you do? Why would you continue, like, for real? Like, in what world we live in America, how do you work for free? There's no way that if
So
my job said, no
are
wait,
you
if my
getting
job said,
paid?
if they hire me to do A and B and they are paying me $20 for A and B and I end up doing C, D, E, F, I'm gonna ask to be paid for C, D, E, F. Why would I
And I
do
want to
all
see
this
that
work for
happen.
free?
Yeah, I want to. Are you getting paid as much as the guys who are doing A and B? Are you getting paid as much as the
Yes,
guys who are doing A and B?
yes, you are.
You're
And if
getting
you
paid
feel like
as
you need to
much.
pay more, ask for it. Learn how to negotiate and ask for it.
So I agree with Sixfo. Look, I understand that there are man
What?
jobs and there are women. My husband is a truck driver. I'm not trying to be a truck driver. I don't want to be a truck driver. That's not my trade. That's not what I went into. That's not how I made my living. I'm an office manager. I've been an operations manager. I've been an office manager. I've been an executive assistant. Like, give me a computer, give me a laptop. Yeah, I can run any building. I can run any office. I can do some phenomenal stuff as far as marketing, accounts payable, accounts receivable. That's my niche. Am I going to compare myself to my husband who's a truck driver? No. He wants to truck drive. Let him truck drive. I don't want to be a truck driver. What I'm saying is there are some women who can do just as good truck driving as my husband and should get paid the same amount, but they're not.
How do you know?
There's been studies
Because
done
I know
for
plenty
the
of
last
women truck
15
drivers that are
years
actually
about
making
the
more than
gender
their
wage
male counterparts.
Right, I was just about to say that
There,
I
the
contract with a
Right.
trucking company, and
Again,
they all
ma'am,
pay the
Lucky,
same.
these things are contract based, right? If you want more money, you put that in the contract. You negotiate for that to be in a contract. And personally, I know
sure.
female truck drivers who are making way more than their counter male parts. Their male
I don't know a
counterparts.
lot of them.
Okay, well,
I know a
just
couple.
because you don't know them
I
doesn't
know a
mean that
couple
it's
women truck
not
drivers who are
reality.
not getting paid as much.
I think your problem is so you're saying that we're saying that there aren't women that are making more than men.
No,
We're
I
not
don't think you're
saying
saying
that.
that. That's just my rebuttal to what you're saying.
But our rebuttal isn't
My
what we're saying isn't wrong. We're saying out of you're talking about the minority, right? We're
No,
talking
I'm
about the
not. I'm not
majority,
talking
and
about the
that's where
minority.
we're
That's
butting
why I
heads.
ask you to live in reality because you still
But
think
that
that's the
that that
That's a,
minority.
is
It's
reality because she
not.
just said statistically the majority of women are not making as
And
Well,
that's why I keep
equal or
telling you
more as the
that's
minority
false.
of women. That
And
is
I'm
a
telling you
fact.
that's false.
that
here's the
Then
that's
then
not
reality of
against
it.
the
then you're
Here's
law.
not
Though.
looking
That
at
another
is
reality.
against
reality
the
because if you
law.
look up the
That's
Here's
statistics,
against
another
the law.
reality we're not considering, y'all. What industries are we talking about? Because when I was a
Like we were
plant
saying
manager,
that too. So that's why
hold,
we're saying maybe she's not getting it because
hold
we
on,
just
wait a minute.
said depending on the job. We
I
What
didn't
said
bring up. I
industry?
didn't bring up
Because when
truck
I was a
drivers.
plant,
Y'all did.
listen,
Y'all brought up
when I
truck
was a plant
drivers.
I didn't
manager,
bring up truck
we
drivers.
hire
Or
everybody
Lucky
at the
did. One of y'all
same pay
did.
rate. Everything when we was in the plant life, where I was a plant manager, everything was performance based. Everybody came in,
What
male
kind
or
of plant?
female, on the same money.
Wait a minute. What kind
Everybody
of
started
plant?
off
What were you doing?
as said that's plant. I'm saying on and just in the plant. So if we all
Like
come in on the
working a
same pay
conveyor
tier,
belt?
no, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying in the plants, they start off at 17.50 an hour, whether you man or a
Not
woman.
in Utah.
Once you get in there, the women and the men have to get raises based on their performance. So when y'all say women are making less than men, what industries? Because not all industries is doing that like that.
We're not disagreeing with that. That's what we're
Wait,
saying.
Lucky.
No,
Lucky's
I'm
hold is
asking what
raising
That's
her.
what
industry
I'm
are we
saying,
talking?
is
Who
that you
Corporate
has
have
their
a
smoke
America?
picture of a
detector? Can
society.
y'all? Can you mute if you have your smoke detector? Battery's dead. Can you mute?
I don't hear anybody beeping.
Me neither.
Lord, really? Yeah. I might be going
I don't
crazy.
hear any beeps.
Comments. Do y'all hear the smoke detector? Because I guess I'm going crazy. But go ahead, Lucky.
I
You
don't hear
were
any
trying
beeps.
to.
So I started out my executive assistant career in the oil and gas industry. And I worked for a company that was nation known for oil drilling pipe. I worked in the oil and
Mhm.
gas industry, and that is an old boys club. That is like if you have oil drill pipe, you're an old white man's club, basically. And I started out as an executive assistant. I knew that I was getting paid okay. I left there and I went to the waste management industry and I started working with the trash companies. And when I got hired, there was a guy working the morning shift who was worthless. I mean, he spent 45 minutes just clocking in 45 minutes, drinking coffee and chatting with people. And I mean, he was useless. And when he finally decided to transfer, I was the night girl, he was the morning guy. When he left, I did his job and my job. I got like a dollar raise and no extra days off.
And you accepted that.
And I was better at his job than he was, for sure.
And you accepted that. That's the part that we miss out. We just leave out of the
I
story.
didn't accept it. I didn't accept it. When they offered me his position, instead of hiring somebody else, when they brought me in and said, look, he's leaving, you're going to do both. Here's what you want. It's a negotiation. And I
Doesn't sound like it.
knew that I had to negotiate within what they were already giving him. So the company that I hired on with gave him 18 days of paid time off, time and a half off, not paid off. 18 days of time and a half PTO. It wasn't show up and you just get PTO for your hourly wage. No, if you work 60 hours a week and you took time off, they would give you time and a half for every hour that you took off to match the 60 hours that you worked for overtime. It wasn't a straight time. So when he left and transferred and they offered me his position instead of hiring somebody else, I said, look, I want 10 extra PTO days off. I want 5 sick days off. And I want this many much dollars more than what I'm getting paid. There was a negotiation. I didn't I didn't take his job at what I was hired to do for my job.
Right. So did
There
you
was a
said you ended up getting
negotiation.
paid less, so you didn't get all those things that you negotiated
No,
for
I
in
didn't
each
get paid
day.
less. I got a raise. I
Uh-huh.
got a raise. I got about half of the PTR I requested, and 2 out of the 6 days off, sick days that I requested. Look,
Right. And were
this
you
is what I
willing to
want.
accept that?
And I was willing to accept it. I
Okay,
was
so what's the
making
point of this story then?
$19 an hour.
The story doesn't make sense. If you're willing to accept it, then this
What I'm
does not have
saying
anything
is
to
that
do with what we're
I think
talking
we about
about.
to get to a resolution or
if they
something. I
had
think we about to
hired,
get
if
some.
they had hired somebody else, the wage that they would have paid this other person was way less than what
Okay,
I
but why
was
did you
asking
accept
for.
it? Why did you, if you knew that it was a way
Because it was
more?
acceptable to me. Because it
Okay,
was acceptable to
exactly.
me.
So if you were okay with that, it doesn't matter then. If you weren't okay with it, the way you're making it seem that you're not okay with being paid less, then you should have left. The thing is, a lot of
I
people go into
didn't.
negotiations without doing market research. You need to know what you're actually worth. That position, all
Most
those
people
extra
don't
jobs
go
that they
into
want you to do,
negotiations.
you need to know what it's
Here's the
actually worth.
crazy
You
part.
just okay. I'm listening.
Most people don't go into negotiations. They just take what's offered to them and roll with it.
Okay,
But see, my
exactly my point.
quarrel,
You accept these things and then you complain about it. If you don't like it, do something
I didn't
about it.
complain. I
It's that.
I
and,
never
and my
complained one.
quarrel would be,
Okay,
my
not you specifically, Lucky. I don't mean to put that on you, but in general, women
No, I get it.
accept.
No, you're good.
Right. I don't want you to feel. I don't know you guys, so it's nothing is
No,
personal. But in general,
I
we
get it,
accept
sis.
it. You don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
well, my
um,
assessment of what she said is this.
but
I get what you're saying about old boy, right? And what you're saying about him was like real shit, totally subjective. Because that's how you feel about his job performance. If he's in a position that you end up getting offered, then he must, we take into time how long he's been there and what he means to that company. He might have a different value to that company than you have based on his length of time being there. He might have been one of them dudes who did that one amazing thing for them and they just get that boy passes. Hey, oh man, that's John. Without John, we wouldn't have this here. You got some people that's like that who will get on the job and they will be such phenomenal workers that the bosses will give them what we call unwritten passes. So that's that guy who had done that. So that who had done that amazing thing. I might have not been working that day when he did what he did. That made the boss say, "Well, I don't care how many times he be late." I don't know because that ain't none of my business. My job as a person, not a man, as a person, is to no matter where I'm at, prove my worth if I want to go higher. If I believe that they're not recognizing my worth, I have the option to go somewhere else where they recognize my worth or simply start my own shit. So I don't have to get caught up in and the reason why I said it like that, because what I hear you saying is equivalent to when I hear brothers saying, I can't get nowhere because I'm black. I don't want to hear that shit.
right.
When you are more
SMS.
than capable of creating your own company if you want to. You can get a booth at a flea market and start your own business. You don't have to put up with a structure that says to women, you get paid less than men. Why, as a woman, you even going to jock for that industry? When you going to get smart and tell that industry, let's see how long y'all last without my presence.
I'm glad you
It
said
ain't
that, right? I like the connection because I hear this a lot too. I can't do this because of this. I can't do this because of that. We don't have to get into the specifics, but a lot of time, like we choose to accept certain things that don't benefit us. We do.
fact.
And that's why, like, I'm glad, Lucky, I'm
Yeah.
so happy that you shared that story because it's exactly, it proves the point that I'm trying to make of even though you say that it's less, that so y'all didn't hear that? Y'all didn't hear that beep? Y'all didn't hear that?
That boy hit
I
hard
heard
that
that
time.
one.
I
It
need you to
made
I
pick
heard
sure it was
that
up.
hard. It
one.
was like,
I heard that one.
Right? So like again, like you still think that it's less, but you accepted it. You literally could have said no, like I'm not gonna do two people's
My
jobs
husband,
and you only No, I know. I'm just using your story as an example, right? Like you,
No, I get it.
yeah,
I get
yeah.
it.
I'm an
I heard it
island
again.
queen. Can you mute her?
I heard it
It's
again.
distracting me.
It's
But
not me. It's
no,
not
I know
coming
it's
from
not
my
you.
house.
They
It's
keep
not.
saying it's island queen, but yeah. So even if it's not up to part, I need us to just like say no. Do you know how many people? And the thing
I
is,
know.
and as a black woman, I know we love to say we are the most educated, we are the most this. If we are really the most educated, why are we accepting less than what we're worth? You didn't go to school and do
Absolutely.
all that and in debt and
And to
all the
take
stuff that you had to go
less.
through to get that degree, and then you accept or assent
Accept less.
less.
Yeah. I agree. I agree completely.
Oh, here go one more
I
thing. I just caught this in the I just caught this in the down in the panel though. I mean in the box. My bad. Or the comments. They said, which I thought about. I mean, I thought about it. They used it a while ago. They said if it is a wage gap and they pay the women less, why they just don't hire all women then? Because that'd be silly just to not hire all women. Because that's a cheap route to go, right?
Right.
well,
Well, here's the thing. You got
it's
to
a
understand something about women that a lot of people don't tell y'all, especially if you're a black woman. This is why black women should be doing the damn thing, because black women are counted as a double minority. Not only is she a woman, but she's black. So that's 2 points they get for hiring her. You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, I wouldn't be opposed to black women using and manipulating that system to their advantage. But what happens is once they get in that system, they turn their backs on their own people, on they people, women and men. Because women have told me women got high jobs and looked at them through a narrow ass lens. Like she changed on me too, type shit. So when you are a double minority and you broke and you screaming what ain't happening for you, I gotta look at you sideways like, well, are you manipulating your thing right? Because from what I'm hearing and the way it's set up in these jobs, it's set up for women to win all the
For
way
real.
around.
No,
All the way
and
around.
No,
I get
it
what you
definitely
guys are
is.
saying, and
There's
this
a
is
lot
why
of
it's the
benefits
wage
to
gap, right?
women in a
And I get what
patriarchy.
you're saying. So if they put all women in the workplace, right? And I had this debate with one of my friends, and he made a point, and I said that's exactly why it's a wage gap, right? So if who has the children more, right? Regardless if they work, the women, right? So
The
if the
daycare.
child gets, if the just listen, and it'll make a little bit of sense. If I'm the mother, if I'm married or if I'm not married, right? And something happens to the child, they usually call the woman, right or wrong. They don't call the man and be like, your son, your daughter's home at school sick. They call the mother.
You
Period.
know why,
Right?
right? Because the
We
mother
They
we,
call
coming
we
whoever
know
in
the
why.
doing that
We
emergency
know
number
why.
emergency
down
Wait,
We know
wait,
actually.
why.
contact.
It's
but
just the point that I
Whatever
make.
the emergency number.
right,
Right.
it's not always just the mom.
Grandma, it could be
But
grandpa, it
here's
could
the
be any
thing.
of them.
They call the mother
I mean
first
it
though,
depends on
before
the
they call the.
Because she
situation.
But
put
if the
No,
her
mother's
no,
name
they
number's
down as
not on there, they're
emergency
no,
not going
they
to call
don't.
the
They
contact.
put
mother.
the
What
emergency
what they're
number
supposed
down.
to do?
But they call the
It
mother
depends
first,
on what
then
it
anybody that's
depends
for the
on what
emergency
emergency
contact.
number you're putting on
Exactly.
Exactly. But they call the mama
Right.
first, and then anybody on
And
the emergency
because the
contact.
mother is number is down, it's not because she's the mother. Anyways, here's the point that I want to make to support what Six Four was saying. My second job out of college, I was talking to this guy in a Sam's Club, and he was like, yo, like, I like the way you're talking, like, I like your background, blah blah blah. We're actually hiring women right now, and it helps because you are a black woman. There are so many things set up to help that double minority thing. Yeah, it's for real. And there are so many things that benefit us, even in this patriarchal
that.
society that y'all hate so much. So the thing is, are you taking advantage of the opportunities that are out there for you, or are you just sitting on your ass complaining? That's my question for real.
Back to what I was
So
saying.
No,
What
that's I'm
the fact?
asking you a legit question. It wasn't rhetorical. Are you actually taking advantage of the opportunities that are out there, especially as black women, or are you sitting on your butt complaining about this thing that a lot of it really doesn't exist and has been debunked?
A lot of that stuff haven't been debunked.
It's being debunked now.
How is it being debunked?
Because I just told you, black women, listen to me, okay, that's just black women in the workplace is a double minority. Now, If you were up on game, that's music to your ears. But it's not music to your ears because you're not even playing in the band.
What if I told you I was a Black woman in the workforce?
Then I would
You're
tell you.
black.
Then I would tell you
I
what are
am.
you doing? What
Oh, I
work?
did
What are
not know
you
you
doing in the
black.
workforce? Like when you say
Where you
workforce,
from,
I
what
am.
is
girl?
your?
So I read the comments as soon as I said cis. I saw it. I saw the
Yeah,
comments. I realized what was happening.
right.
I am 75% African American.
So your daddy black?
My dad, my grandmother, my grandfather on my dad's side, all Black.
Oh wow.
My
Okay, you black
grandmother
then.
on my
The
mother's
penis
side.
the penis you
Listen,
came out of was black, right? The penis that shot you out was black, right?
no,
Black
he's
man shot you out.
Cuban.
A Cube?
He's
Okay,
a
you Cuban
Cuban
then.
Oh,
man.
okay.
Okay, well you Cuban. End of discussion. Okay, go ahead with your
My
commentary.
my answer. So here's the thing. I was born and raised in New York. I grew up in Harlem. My dad is Cuban. My mom is Venezuelan. My mom's dad is Black. My mom's mom is Venezuelan. My dad's mom is Black. My dad's dad is
I
Cuban,
thought we was done with
right?
this.
I have ancestry. I have ancestry for years and years and years,
I
right?
think
I know I
somebody in the
don't look it.
comment was making
Oh, okay.
light of her
I
ethnicity.
understand. Like
Well, there we.
Wait, so
I'm just
there
trying to get
is
to the
a
track
point. She
difference.
gotta.
There is just a small difference
I
because
track
you're
all the
technically of
comments.
like you have a
We
Latin
about to.
background. So I think
Yeah,
you
we
have to
about to
go
shift
I'm
the.
a
We about
woman
to
of color.
shift the
right.
whole topic. We
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to.
you
What
are.
was the
Not
point of
that
you talking about
black.
the black
You
thing? I
are.
don't get it.
No, wait. She
Well,
just wanted to
because
clear that up. No, you are as a Cuban, American, like you are a woman of color. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
I'm a
yeah.
woman of color,
right.
and so yeah. So
So we were talking
saying
about
that
using y'all double minority status. That's what we were talking about.
All right,
So
that's what I'm trying to get
I
back to.
I
using
That was
your
pointless.
so
have a double minority status.
okay
That's
Right.
all
now
I'm
Nobody
saying.
I would
nobody
say
said you
this
didn't.
with your double minority status. Now let me tell you
Right.
what I've seen being done. Have you if y'all ever worked with Chaldeans or Arabs or foreigners who took time off of work for like 2 or 3 months and then came back and they said they had to go back to their country or whatever, but they came back to work. Well, that's because
Yeah.
they research what is called migration status. And that's why they can do that because they're in that plant or that job as migrants. Now, you have to look up that word and understand what it means to the employment industry. So I said that to say this, as a woman of color, there is benefits and opportunities for you. The company ain't going to come down and tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, did you know this? These are things you as an employee has to research and read that employee handbook and the policies, because what I'm saying is in all of that. So you'll read that thick ass book and it will tell you about women, minority status, how to apply for that on your taxes, how to make this work in your benefit. But what we do,
So if you
what I've
cover
seen them do when they get to these places is they throw away the handbook and go right to the line.
if you cover all of that, like all of that is actually covering your market research. Like if you really go in depth trying to figure out how much you really should be paid or how much your peers are actually being paid and not just the Glassdoor or whatever, Indeed number that they put out there, yeah, you'll figure all of this out. We
And
don't
let me tell you,
research.
I'm gonna tell you how I got a raise when I was just on the line. I added up and I talked, the boss came to me one time to congratulate me. He came to
You good over
congratulate me.
there? You go.
Yeah, I just TikTok can't
He over
see
there
me.
choking on facts.
Oh, okay.
So but then so he comes up to me.
That's
I'm
a
the
good
top
one.
production, I'm the top
That's
production worker.
good.
And he says to me, man, you really makes this thing work, guy. I'm tall, I'm big. So every time white dudes see me, especially the baby boomers, why you're not playing football? They always hit me with that one. So he said to me, you make this go great. And I'm happy with it. And I said, I bet you do, because I make you $145,000 an hour. I said, and he looked at me and his eyes got wide. And I said, yeah, I added it up one day. It's 16 of us on this line. Each one of us every hour makes you $145,000. So at the end of the day, this line made you X amount of dollars. Now, when I broke that down to him, he was shocked that a nigga was able to break the numbers down to him like that. It blew his mind. I broke that. I said, how much is these doors we making? The man told me how much the doors were. I added up. I said, how much is the steel? How much is the handles? I added all that up. And I said, when we're done making this door that y'all sell for this amount of money, y'all made X amount of dollars. And according to the payroll, y'all only paid 10% out to make all that work. And I want in. I want a raise. If I'm the reason for the seat, and guess what? He gave it to me. He not only gave me a raise, he promoted me to line leader. And that
And the
from
thing with
there,
that is, Six Vote, y'all got to understand, businesses, the whole point of being a for-profit business is to have profit. So if they could get away with paying you $20 an hour, they're gonna do that until you ask for more. They know
Facts.
that you deserve more. For men and women, they know that you deserve more. But the goal
Facts.
is to pay you a wage where you could live and come to work every single day. So
now
so
what she,
again, it
Facts.
comes down to us really understanding our worth, like really understanding like how much what your value is at that job. Most people that work in manufacturing, and I used to work in manufacturing. Most people that work in manufacturing,
The
they don't
value
even
that they
know,
can associate with you.
right? But no, that
The
exists too.
value,
Yes,
the
that they
lowest valuation that they can get you to sign on for.
yes,
now let me
that's
address
their
that.
goal. That is their goal. But you could change that.
Yeah.
But you got to know what you're talking
Yeah.
about to be able to change that. You can't show them
Sure.
BS numbers. They're gonna
Absolutely.
laugh at you and give you the $20, and you're gonna keep going.
And
And then
don't be
I'm not
And
saying
you're
scared.
that
going to be
anything is
excited
wrong
about
with
that
that,
$20.
right? So again, like
There
it's
are some
about
people who are going to be really excited about that $20.
Oh
right,
no, they will. They will
exactly,
be so happy about that
Absolutely.
$20 on that
Yeah.
40-hour work week. Cause $20 an hour on
Yeah.
40 hours a week, that's $800 a week, right? So that's all they're
Yeah.
seeing. But here's what I think she's talking about, and what the women are talking about. And I read between the lines. Y'all didn't say this, but I read between the lines because I see between the lines too. I have seen women in human resources were worthy of their raises and can go up higher. The only thing that stopped them, they were too afraid to confront Bill about the raise. Now, here's the thing. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where you got to put your big girl panties on and not be afraid that Bill is going to act like a raving idiot, because I'm not afraid. So now I cannot be there when you ask for your entitlements. I got to trust that the way you cuss me out on that line, you cuss Bill out just like that
oh no,
when
they
he
don't.
don't. Yeah, see, that's how you
Facts.
get them. And
Six
I
vote,
done
there was
seen white girls get in a car, cry their eyes out because they were too afraid. I want to ask him, but I know he's just going to
Yeah.
blow up. And I'm like, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
You defuse him. Let him
Six
blow
vote
up, and you blow up back.
when we talk about leadership, I remember a few months ago when we were having a conversation about men leading, and specifically in the Black community. And there was a woman. She was like, "Why don't you go talk to the white man like that? Why don't you go do this?" And
Yeah.
that you say is connecting for me. The women don't do that either. Y'all don't
That's
stand
Yep.
up
the
to the
song
white
that
man,
came up on.
Exactly. They don't.
and
And
you
I'm
only do
telling
it to
them,
the
That's the
Black man
song that.
because he allows you.
Well,
and I'm
and
telling the women who
you
have
have
that
to,
gripe, if y'all open your mouth and cuss your boss out like you cuss your man out, you wouldn't even have this gripe.
but
Don't
there's
come
not a
home
lot
and
of
be,
women
don't
who are
come home
willing
and
to
be
do
Mike.
that.
Listen, don't come home and be Mike Tyson to me, but you leaping Lanny Popo to your boss. It ain't
Right?
gonna
They
work.
But
be in
there's
there like,
not
yes,
a lot.
sir. Yes, sir.
There's Yep. There's not a lot of women willing to do that, and it's
Well, they better.
because
They better. They
because for
better. They better.
such a long time we haven't taught women, we haven't taught our young girls we haven't taught our young ladies to be of their worth, to be like, look, you can do that same job, get it. Let's go.
Okay, so my
Get
thing with
that
that,
money.
Lucky, my only pushback, I agree with you. My only pushback with that is that you can't keep blaming your past for everything. As a grown person,
I,
you should be able to know that,
SOS,
okay, I wasn't taught that. My mom did not teach me that. But I'm in a world where I feel like
can
I'm
I
being paid less. I need to do some research. I need to figure this out. How
can
can
I
I get myself there? That's the
can I
only
ask
But
what
some
age
things
group
you ain't
you're
gotta
in?
be
Can I
taught.
ask how old you are?
Something.
I'm just curious how old you are.
doesn't matter how old I am.
Well, because I'm 42 years old and
Hmm.
coming up, like women having real jobs was like, oh, you can work in an office, you can work in the post office, you can work delivering mail, you can. There was like growing up in the 80s and 90s, there
Hmm.
was job specific things that we were taught in school. We weren't
Right,
taught
right. But
science.
the
We
thing is,
weren't taught
that
like
even in the '90s, we had the same freedoms, right? We already fought to be able to work. Women were able to work, right? So are you telling me that there are women lining up for all these male-dominated jobs and they're just being turned away because they're women? Or are
in the
women actually
80s, there was
staying
no
away from those
women
jobs
lining
and
up
doing the
to
easy
be in the
jobs?
But
army or construction
that's
workers
crazy because you
Okay,
keep
or
so
bringing the
welders.
past up
Kevin,
and prove
let me
your point.
wait,
And what
wait,
about
Kevin,
now?
Kevin, can I ask real quick? Lucky, are you
That's what I'm
saying that?
saying.
Wait, Kevin. Sorry, Lucky. Are you saying that there were women lining up to do all those construction jobs and they're being turned away simply
Yeah,
because they're women?
no, there weren't women lining up to do those construction jobs because we weren't taught that we could do those construction
So
jobs.
again, so it comes
We
back to
They
weren't
ain't
our.
want to
taught
It
that
do it
we
comes
knew
either.
back to
how to
They ain't
work.
want
responsibility
to
on
do it
your
In the
either.
part
80s,
as an
wait
adult.
a minute, in the 80s, we were still taught that women were doing office jobs and catering to men and cooking lunches.
In the
Listen,
'90s,
don't
in the
get
'90s.
my mom was born in the 60s. I'm born in the 80s. I
Wait,
know that when I
your
got to the
sound is going
80s,
in
Did
and
she
out,
blow
Lucky.
her
So
mic out? Her
Lucky,
mic knew she was on some BS.
no.
Well,
Her
let me give
Lucky, your
you
mic is going out.
let me
We
give
can't
you
hear
a
you that well.
small let me give you a small but quick summation of what I
Wait,
believe.
Sixpo, can you let Lucky finish real quick? Because I was
Oh,
really
go ahead,
interested
Lucky.
to hear.
I just muted myself and came
Okay, that's
back. Is
better.
that
That's
better?
good.
You good. You
Okay.
good enough.
I'm just saying, like you look at movies, you look at cultural examples of where we were in the 80s, where women were wearing sneakers on the train to go to the office, and they still were required on a dress code like skirts and heels. Like the 80s was a very different time where women
Wait, you're
had
moving the goalposts. We're talking about the
like,
'90s.
I'm thinking she talking about working 9 to 5. That show.
No, we're
I would,
talking
yeah,
about the
I would
'90s.
working a 9 to 5. Like women had to fight to get into a 9 to 5. And I
Okay.
look, I'm going to use a hard air quotes, where there was a woman office, fetch coffee. Like this is just barely after the 60s and 70s, where the women only had typing jobs and runner jobs, like
Wait.
get the
Okay, so
coffee, pick up the
Oh my gosh,
groceries.
she sound like a big
wait.
ass
Lucky.
80s, 70s
Wait.
sitcom.
Okay, Lucky.
Well,
Were you
welcome to my
saying
life.
Lucky? Are you saying that those women were
Well,
actually qualified to run companies and do other jobs outside of that? Did they have the training?
there were women at that time
Hmm.
breaking the mold.
Right.
I
So
don't
they were
understand
breaking it
There
what
were
you're
because they
women
talking.
had
at
they
that time. Wait a minute.
wait. So they were breaking it
There
because
were
they had the training, they had the skills to do the jobs. So they were able to
no,
break the
because
mold.
they had the
Jeez,
desire
we
and the
gave you guys
drive to get
private
it done.
Benjamin.
But
God, we
desire
gave you.
doesn't
I don't.
wait, 6-4. Well, 1 second. Let me just clear it up. Desire does not get you the job. You have to have skills to actually be able to do the job. So if you're saying this is actually,
Sure.
I'm agreeing with you. You're saying that we're being taught to be teachers, typists, and like do all these
Yes.
women, quote unquote, women jobs. So because we have
In
been
this.
doing that for years, a lot of the women they
Yes.
didn't have the training, the skills, or the education to do the other jobs. Wouldn't that be correct according to what you're saying? So the ones
Yes,
that
what
did,
I'm
they were
saying
able to
is that
break
for
the
a
mold.
very long time, yes, what I'm saying is that for a very long time we were teaching our girls to do these women,
Right.
hard air quotes, women jobs, right? Just like
Yeah.
60 said, I don't want my wife to be a welder. I don't want her breathing in this, that, and the other. I don't want her doing this because women were taught not to do those men jobs. It's not to say that we couldn't biologically, physically.
There are people in your age group all in the comments disagreeing.
I know, I see it. I see it. What I'm saying is that there, I mean, there was a generation of women
Well, let
taught
me
like,
let me tell you why
well,
the women was taught that. Let me tell you why. And maybe y'all never knew this. Some of y'all
you're gonna
probably
tell me
did.
that in the
But let me give
80s
you
a
why.
woman joining
I'm
the
gonna give you why.
army
No,
was
I'm gonna
like,
tell
yeah,
you why. Listen,
let's
I'm
join
gonna
the
tell you.
army.
I'm
Let's
gonna
join the
tell you.
army in the 80s.
I'm going. Well, we gave y'all Private Benjamin. Now, come on. No, I'm just joking. Listen, the reason why it
What?
was, I'm just
In
joking.
the
I knew you would
80s, you
catch it.
guys
I
just
knew you
came
was gonna
from
catch
the
that.
day.
Listen. Here's what I'm saying. This is why that structure is like that. Okay, and it has nothing to do with patriarchal, nothing. And this is facts. I'm a notary. Okay. And in Michigan, all notaries are sworn
So am I.
officers of the law. Now, listen, it's in the state of Michigan. I'm a
Wait, I thought
notary.
you don't work.
And now, listen, this is the point I'm about to make.
I'm still a certified
Because I'm
notary.
a now
I
as a
don't work.
notary, I could go petition and work for an attorney. I could go to any attorney's office
Yep.
and I'm worth something, right?
So
But
can
guess
I.
what? I can't do it because why? I'm smart enough to read the room. Those men that you're talking about don't want to look to their left and see a hard leg in that table. He want to see a soft woman. So it ain't got nothing to do with what you think. It got something to do with that man's perception of his office. When he walk in that office, he ain't trying to look at a bunch of men. So he want his
So
secretary to
that's
have
not
a
a
short.
patriarchal society.
Listen, hold on, wait a minute. That ain't a patriarchal society. That is a man and his personal choice of his business and who he want in his office. It ain't got nothing to do with that because all offices don't operate like that. I realized that as a man, this is why it's hard for me to get a job with these attorneys because these are men. And the worst thing, I don't even want a male attorney. I mean,
Okay,
a male secretary.
six four. I
I
get
want
what
a
you're
female
saying,
secretary. And I'm
but
telling y'all, underlying, that's what's
I want a
driving
female
that.
secretary. You
That's
just said it
driving
all.
that. That's what drives that. Underlying, that's what drives that so-called patriarchy you're talking about. If he was the guy that's in the rainbow community, he'd probably hire me because I'm
okay,
his cup of tea.
6'4". So here's what I want to say, right? Lucky, I get where you're coming from. I get that there's been a cycle of certain ideologies that's been pressed into women. I get it. My thing is,
Yes.
where's the self accountability, right? Because when you get to a certain age and you realize, wait, this is wrong, then it becomes your responsibility to do something about it. So the fact that we have
Facts.
That
realized
is
years
that
ago,
is
wait,
why
let me
we
finish.
have
The
innovative women.
wait. So the fact that we realized some time ago that, oh, this is wrong, or I feel like this is wrong. Why are we not doing anything about it? Why are we just sitting on the internet most of the days nowadays complaining about it? Why are you not actually
How
doing a
Facts.
many women
research to
do
go
it?
to your
Right.
employer to say something?
Facts. Facts.
How many
Facts.
women do it?
Not a lot.
How many women do it?
It's weird because right
Not a
they
Not a
lot.
don't
lot.
they don't
Why
they don't
don't they do it?
no. My thing is, you said you come on here to say talk about this, but don't never say nothing to your boss about it though. That don't make sense.
Nope.
Because
I
that's
have
how they
come to
handle
my
it. That's
boss
This
how they
plenty of
handle it.
and the
times.
stuff you doing, this with that victim mindset stuff I be talking about. That's like this is a proven example of what I'm talking about. Where people got to keep bringing up the past, but we working in the now right now. So what's the point of bringing the past up? You know what I'm saying? But this used to happen to me. This used to
Working
happen
in
to
the
me. But what
now.
about now? We know we aware of what happened in the past. But what are we doing now?
Working in the
Ain't
now.
nothing holding us. But we be huh?
There is still a gender wage gap. There's still a gender
No, there
wage gap.
isn't.
But
See,
that is
the
it. But
only
see,
So
the
what you
thing
gonna do
wait,
about it?
wait,
Talk
wait. The
about it. You
only
gonna
thing I
talk
can
about it on the
agree with
internet till it change or
the
something?
the
Or you
only
know what
thing I
I'm
could
saying? I
agree.
don't get
No,
it.
of
If you
course,
believe that,
no.
what you
let me tell you,
The
well,
only
here
thing
in
I could
Detroit,
agree with is that there are factors of being a minority working, especially in corporate. I mean, I could accept that, right? I
yeah.
can even acknowledge that, like the microaggressions, like that's just one example. There's a lot of things that you deal with as a colored person in corporate America. I get that, but to me, that's like the kid, a kid being mean to you at the playground. It's not
Mhm.
gonna mess up my fun.
So,
It's not gonna mess up my bag. No, no,
so
Ray, let me finish. Let me finish. It's not gonna mess up
go
my
ahead.
bag because if it really gets to the point where you feel like it's messing with the important things, like your bag that helps you live your life the way you're supposed to live it or the way you want to live it, then you're accepting it by staying in that situation.
But
That's
let me
that's the
tell you,
only point that I'm trying to make. Like I'm not saying these things don't
right.
exist, Lucky. I understand
right.
historically that these things have happened. But now it's your responsibility to get out of that situation. And if you can't do it by yourself, you have to ask for help. But today we don't want to ask for help because we strong, independent, and we can do it all by ourselves. And that's the problem. That's why I can't take women seriously
Agreed.
when you sit on here and you complain, because why are you sitting
Agreed.
on here complaining when you should be out there actually doing something about it?
In Detroit, they told us when we were coming up in the 80s that the average black male would not make it to be the age of 16. If he did, he would either be something else they named. That is what they set up for us. When we heard that, do you think we sat back and said, oh, okay? No. We said, oh, that's what y'all got set up for us? Well, guess what? We're going to do this. We got active. We said, man, we got to change what we doing. Man, we can't be around like that no more because they setting us up. So if I know a certain place, and guess what? That system still exists to this day. But what makes that system non-powerful is our non-participation. So you as a person has the ability to say, I know that in this certain industry, there's a gender gap. I know they treat you like shit on this. And like I heard black
The
people that
gender
treat you like
gap
shit
does
in
not
corporate
exist.
America. I heard, listen, I know that. If I know there's a gender gap there, then I got to make a decision as a person. The first law of nature is self-preservation. What am I going to do? Either I'm going to go in there with it and play the game the way the game go, or I'm going to develop something black people don't like to talk about. Not many, but there's a great deal who do. I'm going to just develop my own thing and work my own plan where I can't be discriminated against, where they can't tell me that there's a gender gap. I'm going to exile myself out of their industries with my degree or whatever know-how I have, and you go out there and provide yourself a 40-hour work week wage. You provide yourself the insurance for your teeth when they hurt. You provide yourself the insurance for your mammograms. You provide yourself all that job will give you. Do it your damn self. But
So
why we
you're
won't?
is that different? Is that different from in the 80s statistically saying black women are going to end up single parents?
Well, it's up to you if you see the hole in the street and you still walked in it. Who's to
Wait, wait,
blame?
Okay,
wait, Lucky.
that's
What
what
did
I'm
you say?
saying.
Lucky, what did you
Who's
say?
to blame? Who's to
I
blame? The
he
person who
said,
drilled the
wait,
hole or the person who
I want
fell
to
in it?
understand. I want to understand what was just said. So he said in the 80s, they said, oh, black men couldn't do this job, XYZ.
No, I
Hmm.
didn't say that.
Is
I
that what
said
I
when they said
understood?
No, he
no,
said
I
that.
said in the 80s they said that they had a plan. And that's just what I'm saying, what they doing to y'all with this this gender gap, this wage gap thing. It's a plan. If we knew they were setting us up, how foolish of us to fall for the okie doke.
To fall
If you
into it.
know, if
Exactly.
you know that there's a
Exactly.
gender, if you know there's a wage gap where you're going, I'm of the mindset either you deal with that wage gap because you can't force nobody to do nothing with their company, or you go start your own. Don't
Or
play
you
with
just
that
go
thing.
somewhere else and
Or
ask
go
for one.
somewhere else who can accommodate you. It's just, I know you went to school to do what you wanted to do, but unfortunately where you going with that had some problems that you was unaware of, and you can no longer exercise your degree there. Now it's time
Okay,
you put
so
on your big
so
girl
you're saying
drawers
that was
and do
taught.
about face. You do about face.
So you're
Okay, now
wait. So you're saying that that was taught in the 80s. That was what we were teaching our people. That's what was. I mean,
the, the same
that's
system
the
that you
how we
talking about
raised.
that do it.
That's how we
The
were
same.
raised.
I'm saying the same people who doing your wage gap is the same people who did that to us. They don't just do wage gaps, is what I'm saying to you. They
Wage
do they
gaps
do
are
they
not real.
So in 2020,
they do all type. They are
so in
all
20,
faucets.
so in 2023, you believe that a woman who applies for a welding job is going to be taken just as seriously as a man
Why not? If she
applying
has the
for a welding
skills,
job.
If she can, I'm gonna
wait,
tell
wait,
you, if
wait.
she can step
Big
up
smoke,
there
big
and
smoke. Wait
weld,
one second.
if she could
If
drop
she
what we
has the
call butter,
skills,
she got it. She got it. If she could drop what we call butter,
the
if she can step up there and do what I do, she got the job. I'm telling you that
this
now.
is the
If she
part
I
can
that
do,
you're missing, right?
where
You're focusing. What do you
where
mean where? Where? Show me a woman that has the
where
skills.
I've seen it.
Wait. Show me a
I've
woman that
seen
is
women
qualified.
apply for.
Let me
I've
finish.
seen women. I've
Show me a woman that's actually qualified. That's really qualified to do the
I
job, and they deny her because she's a woman, not because she's less qualified than what they're looking for. That's the part you're
so
not
I've
getting.
seen
You
women.
think that it always has
I
to do with the
worked.
fact that she's a woman. It doesn't always have to do with the fact that she's a woman. It has to do with skills. Are you at the level that they need for the position? That's the
that's
question.
just like Meg Thee Stallion. Look, that's just like Meg Thee
So
Stallion always
I'm
talking
reading the
about. Is it because I'm a
comments.
black woman? No, you can't rap, bitch.
I'm
To me, you
reading the
can't rap. It
comments
ain't
that
that you a
say,
black
"Oh,
woman.
she
You can't
wasn't
rap.
qualified." I'm reading the comments
Ignore the comments.
that
Just
I'm not
ignore the
listening.
comments. But the thing is,
Yeah,
I
no, I'm
love
reading the comments that say that I'm not
wait,
listening.
Here's now. I will tell you what I am
wait.
surprised at. Here's what I am
My
surprised
thing
at in
is, big smoke.
2023.
Wait, can I finish real quick? My thing
Go
is,
ahead.
we need
Yep.
to
Go
stop
ahead.
focusing on this. Like, you didn't get that job. It's not because you're a woman. It's because you weren't qualified.
Nope.
Let's really look at it. When you go, and a lot of us, let's be real, people lie on their resumes all the time, and a lot of these jobs you can't lie on your resume about. You have to actually have the skills. And most of these industries that's hands on and you need the skills for, those are the male dominated industries. So a woman can't just pop in there like, oh yeah, I have a degree. I've never done this before, but I want you guys to hire me because there's no women in this department. Like that does not make any sense. You have to have the
She right.
skills.
You damn right because
And if you
where
were a
I was the
business
I'm not.
owner,
supervisor,
and if you were a business
I would
owner,
say
you would
hire the
understand that
person
it
with
does
more
not benefit you
experience.
to bring that person on and to pay them, and they're not adding any value to the department or to the company. It's that easy.
That's what
it's
I'm
yep.
saying. There it is.
And
Type
let me give you
lightning.
your.
What
Let
if
me
a
tell you
woman
this right now.
shows up?
Let me tell you this right now
What
about
if
that
a
double
woman
minority shit.
shows up
Well,
qualified? What if a woman shows up qualified and she gets turned down because on the other side of the applications, there's a man just as qualified? Not more, not less,
But what difference does it make if
equally
it's two
qualified.
women? Again, if they're both qualified and then the man gets picked, the man just got
good point.
picked
If
because
their only
it
choices
could
are
go
women,
both
they're going to
ways.
choose a woman. If there's a man and a
Oh,
woman
Let me ask
equally
you a question
qualified,
then.
Wait,
If you
the
get
man
wait,
is
if
going
you
to get
guys,
picked.
guys,
if you
guys.
looking
I
for a
got this one.
security
I
job,
wait.
then you gonna pick a woman or a man?
No. That's specific.
A
That's
what?
specific to the industry, Kevin. Here. I want to
So I
use the
just trying to see
example you
what
gave.
you do.
You said if they were
But that's
both
but that's
qualified.
specific in any industry.
Lucky. Listen. You said if they were both qualified, right? Everything is identical. They both have the skills. They have the good resume. It was a great interview with both of them, and one is male, one is female, and the male gets picked. That has nothing to do with her gender, because what you're implying is that
I
she
guarantee
no
you it
what
has
you're
everything to do
no
with her gender.
wait, let me finish. What you're implying is
Well,
that
the
the
point of
woman
me
should get
asking that
picked because
question.
she's a woman, and that's
That
problematic.
yeah,
That's
she
So,
didn't get
problematic.
so
hired because
No,
she
she
was a
should not
woman.
get picked just because she's a woman.
Yep.
Because guess what?
If
If
she
two
had the
women
same
came in, let me
qualification,
finish. Lucky,
the
let me
same
finish. If
request,
if two women went in there and the other women gets picked, woman gets picked, are you gonna say that it's because the other one is a woman?
no. If they only had two women to choose from, they're going to pick one woman. But if it's a man
Right.
and a woman, The man is going to get picked
So
before
you're
the
saying
woman.
whenever it's a man and a woman and they're both equally qualified, the woman should always be picked? That's idiotic in my opinion.
No,
That no, it's not.
the man is going to get picked. Should the
Okay,
man get picked? No, the man
but
is
it
going
doesn't
to get
matter if they're
picked.
both equal. They're both equal.
I
Then that means,
agree.
and there's only
I
one
agree.
spot.
If they're both
That
equal, let's pick the better candidate.
But
why would you?
equal
Let's
on
Why?
pick the
paper
better
ain't equal.
candidate.
But see, equal on paper ain't equal in practice, though. I think that's what you missing.
Oh,
Equal on paper
but
ain't equal in
But no.
practice.
I
how do
have
you
a
measure
problem with
that
this
in an
rhetoric.
interview?
This is
How do
why
you
I said
measure that in
feminism
an
is not
interview?
about equality. It's about superiority. You want two
Okay, well,
people
in
that are
our
I want to
industry,
equally
say that I'm
people.
not a feminist. I'm not a
No. But
feminist in
you're
any
speaking.
means.
You're spewing a lot of feminism, a lot of feminist rhetoric, right? So you don't have to claim it, but the things that you're saying align with what they usually say, right? And the thing is, it's
I
not about equality. It's about
said,
superiority, and you just proved it. You said if they were both qualified, then the woman should automatically get picked over the man, even though they're
I
both
didn't say the
qualified.
woman should get picked.
You did say
I
that.
didn't
You
say
said
the
that the
woman
man
should
you
get
usually
said
picked.
they
gets
gonna
picked,
pick.
and
You
that's
said
the
they'll pick the
problem.
man,
I
right? You said
said
they'll pick
that
the man.
no. Wait a minute. Let's pick our words here. I didn't say the woman should get picked because she's a woman. What I said was is that most likely the man is going to get picked.
Right. And I
If you
said,
put
what's the
two
problem
It
with
people,
depends
that?
on the position, man.
What's
That's
the
the point
problem
I
with
was
that? If
getting
they're
to.
both
Why?
if
qualified,
I
It
that
was a
depends
means
on the
feminist,
position.
I could say the woman gets the job every time.
That's why I asked
but
that
That
question,
listen,
man.
but listen,
That's why I asked
what
that
is the
question
problem
for.
with that if they're both equal? There's no difference between it being a man and a woman and a woman and a woman or a man. If they are both equal, somebody has to lose. And if it's the woman, so be it.
sure. The
Okay,
woman loses more than the man.
Depend on the
okay, so
position,
let me
man.
ask you this then. So everybody at college graduation, everybody got degrees. No one has a job. We all fresh off the stage. We all go apply for jobs. On paper, we all are equal. So when we get hired, how do they determine you gonna get less than me and none of all of us are inexperienced?
Because
Wouldn't
you a
there have to
man.
be?
So we
Wouldn't
have
it? So because I'm a man, they're gonna just automatically say, "Well, give six a little bit more." You mean to tell me because I'm
yes,
a man, I don't have to prove
yes,
myself at all?
Yes.
They just
Where do
gonna
you
be
get this
yes,
information from?
yes,
Yeah, you
wow,
guys
yes.
are not doing your
That's
research.
exactly what
Like
I'm
wow,
saying.
man. I wish it was like that. Jeez, I'd be a billionaire.
now
I'm
now
I'm
the
That's
living
exactly what I'm
life.
situation
saying.
I'm
varies,
living
right?
actual life. I don't know where this
It
research is coming
varies.
from. Like
Right.
that's weird.
That's what that was the
I
first
don't
thing I
see
told
this.
y'all when I
I don't
got
see
on
this
here.
at my
They're not
job.
getting it
I
right.
don't went to many jobs.
But those
I've never heard
situations
that around my
vary.
area. Never.
Those situations vary, right? If
Chrysler. Have
it's
you heard of Chrysler? They all get paid even. The
Let's go
women and the
island.
men get paid the same amount.
Oh God.
Y'all just making up
Okay.
some stuff from this
no, it's
point.
not.
That's
Really?
all
Because
y'all
I
doing to
just
prove
went
y'all
on to a
point.
No.
government
Wait,
website
guys.
that
Cause that's
proves
BS.
that
Guys,
men and women
You
have
you let
have
me no.
any
You
get
talking
paid
about a
differently
website?
in
Tell me about your
wait,
local
wait.
area you working
What
at
are you
now.
talking about?
Have
But do
no.
y'all
Go to
understand
Have
that
any of
they?
you guys
Your
AAW.
worked
local
in?
area right now.
Listen.
Have you seen it?
Because I'm
Has
not
You got
gonna yell
anybody
over
worked
all of
in
y'all. If you
HR
go
here?
to the government website, right, called AAWU, which is American Association of Wages, it will say
Has
that men
anybody
get
worked in
paid more
HR
than
here?
women. That is a government
But you got
website.
to
It
look
is
at the
public to
jobs those
everyone.
men are doing.
yeah, but you're
Listen, look
not
at the
looking
jobs those men are doing. Like at the plant, would the men
right.
would
It's
get
the
paid
job.
more
Why you
than
Wait,
the
looking
women?
at
no,
it
But
no,
that's
wrong?
the
what
job
y'all
is
saying.
you're
But y'all
saying that
kept
the
saying,
job is
but Soso
irrelevant.
kept saying
You're
that
saying
doesn't
that the
exist.
job is
We never
irrelevant.
said it didn't vary from job to job. She kept saying that never
No,
I
exists.
literally
you're
said
saying
that
that the
I,
job is
I said it
irrelevant.
multiple times that it was industry specific. Please. I need you. Okay,
Right.
maybe you isn't
Sure,
listening.
I
What I
tried to say
said,
that too.
what I wanted to add was that in
No, y'all
HR,
comparing this. Y'all comparing that gap to y'all comparing that to saying that
To
men
truck
get paid
driving,
as in like in a row. Y'all as in men get paid more than women. No, it's the selection. It's based off
uh,
the selection. That's what that is. It's
it
not because
depends
they're
on the
of their
job.
gender.
It
It's
Right,
depends
not
because
on
we're
the
because of
saying
their
it
job. It's
gender.
depends
not
That's what
on
I'm
the
trying to say.
job.
irrelevant.
We're saying it depends on the
It
job.
depends on the job.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying, but if you got the same
Sure,
exact job,
but
you're
why
not going to
does
get
it
paid
depend
more.
on
That's
the
what y'all
job?
trying to make it seem like.
Why does it
So what's
depend
the
on the
point of
job?
mentioning that then?
If
If
a
we know
man
if
and a woman,
that's common sense if it's a
if
different jobs then. So what's the point of
No, we're
mentioning
not
the gap, the
saying
wage gap
different
here?
jobs.
if a man and a
So
woman show up,
what? Why?
for an
They
office
making this harder
manager
than it is. I
job,
never knew it was this
No, it's
hard to
not.
talk.
and a man and a woman
Because
It's
show
like
up
it's
for
listen,
switching
a
back and
listen.
forth.
oil drilling
I think
job.
everyone's
Right.
getting confused. That's why I haven't spoken the whole time, because y'all all just all over the place.
It's it's job
All
specific.
right, so matter of fact, no, we just gonna let Isla talk because you done talked long enough. You keep switching it. You
Oh, I
making it
love
more
it. I
confusion and
love it.
stuff.
Let's
So
go,
we gonna let
Isla.
Isla talk and get her
I,
point across real quick.
No,
Because
I get what
matter of fact,
everyone's
y'all,
saying, but I think what
yeah,
Lucky's
I'm gonna
saying
bring you
is
back
we're
up,
all
Lucky. This
equal, right?
I'm gonna stay in the box, stay in the thing real quick. I got a couple more people to bring up. Oh,
I
my
think
boy,
what Lucky
productive in here, you
saying,
know.
right? If we're both in a corporate job, right? Depending on the needs of the corporate job, most likely they would favor men or women depending on the corporate job. So once again, it varies from the specific job itself. So if we were both going for, let's say, a corporate job to be a CEO in a law firm that's basically borderline with men.
Oh, my
And
bad.
there are women at the job, right? But we're both fighting for that particular
Being
title.
CEO is not an industry; it's a position. What industry are you talking about?
I said a law firm.
Roy, he done
Sorry.
requested late.
You said
Roy,
who's
I could have
late?
got you. You gonna request
Wait,
late,
wait,
man.
Kevin, wait 1 second. You said what industry, Island Queen?
I said a law firm,
A law firm. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
right? And let's say they're gonna do an interview for a man and a woman, right? Some jobs automatically have it in their mind that who they're going to pick regardless of paper. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that women will never get picked. We're saying based off the job, based off of the situation, and based off the person's already built mindset, that they already have made an idea if they're going to pick a man or a woman, regardless of what's on paper.
Right. If you owned a business, don't you have free range to pick whoever you want to
Like a
come work
beauty
with you?
supply, they gonna pick a woman over
Right,
a
but
man.
that's what we're
What the
saying.
heck?
But like, as you, as the one that wants to get hired,
Right.
that's what we're
Why do you
saying.
feel
That's
so
all. I
entitled to
think.
that
I
position
think the
just because
back
you're
and
a
forth.
woman?
She was trying to explain it, and y'all wasn't getting it, and it was just a whole big. That's
But
why I was
I'm
like, oh,
not
I'm
getting
No,
it
she
serious.
from you
was not
either.
saying
I'm
that.
at
She was
wait, wait.
saying nothing like that. She kept
Here's
going
my
back to
last
the
question, and
past.
I'm gonna drop down because it's now becoming circular, right? Why do
Right.
you
That's
feel
how I felt.
entitled? Why do you feel entitled as a woman to
The other
get that
door.
position just because you're a woman?
I don't think it's entitlement. I think it's
It is
like you
because
said.
listen,
If
this
we're
is this
both
is what you said.
equal, right?
This is what you said, right? You said that that business owner or that law firm, CEO already has in their mind who they want, and to you, it should be the woman. That's basically
No,
what
I
you're
didn't
saying.
say that though. I'm saying that's what I think she was trying to explain.
No,
Like,
no, no.
depending on the job, I
But
didn't say it should be a woman.
wait, 6 4. Wait. That I'm just listening to what you said. You said the owner, the CEO, already had in her mind
If it was going to
what
be, if
what
they're
they
going to pick a man or a woman,
a
that's exactly
woman,
what I
right?
said.
Exactly.
I
So
never
what
said the
what is
women should
wrong
get
with that?
picked.
Right. What is wrong with that? Like as a business owner, I have free range to pick whoever I can. It could be a man, a woman, a dog, whoever I want, I can hire for the position that I have available. So why do you feel like that's wrong? And furthermore, we're talking about men versus women, so that's why I feel like you are entitled.
My thing
You
is,
feel
How that's
the
entitled
thing is, they
just
keep
entitlement
just
moving the
because you're a woman.
goalposts. They
if
keep talking about pick. Hold on. They keep talking about pick first. They talking about picking men and women, and then they talk about getting paid different. So which one is we making an argument about? I don't get it. You keep switching it up.
Okay,
I
let
you
me give
wasn't
y'all this
talking the whole
scenario.
time, so what are you talking about us? It's no us.
Let me throw this
No, I'm saying,
scenario
what
out
is the
there.
main point we get to about this? I'm just trying to see what's the main point about this whole
No,
situation. Like, is we
she
talking
was
about the
trying to
money or we talking about the
Kevin,
picking?
she was trying to explain what Lucky was saying, but again, what she said just shows more entitlement on the woman's side. Like
How
again,
is
you
that
feel
entitlement?
it's entitlement because you feel like he should pick you
Right here.
because he should pick you. What why do you feel that way?
Oh yeah.
Like the business owner can pick whoever they want to pick for the position, right? And if you don't like it, go start your own business so that you can have that choice.
And listen, that's
But
all
don't you
I'm
have to
saying.
have money in order to start your own business?
Go get money. You
That's
can't
what
get
we're
funding.
saying. So if it's harder on the women, we're not saying that
No,
we
there's
The
automatically
literally
men
say
loans
have
it
to do the
is.
same
wait,
thing,
wait,
but
wait.
the men
No
have to
one's
do the same
disputing
thing.
that
No,
though. I
let me
think that's
finish.
where
Let
the
me
whole
finish. Let me
argument is
finish.
coming in
There's
at. Like,
literally
thing
there's
is, this is
grants
where the
and
whole
there's
disagreement
grants.
is coming in at.
There is business grants and loans specifically for women, especially women of color.
Oh,
Do
hell
your
yeah.
research. This is the
They
thing. You think
Girl,
that you
that's
can't get
and it
funding
also depends
because
on
you're a
what
woman,
state you
and
live
that's
in.
simply not
That
true.
generality shit does not work if you live if
It's
you don't live in the same state. That may
it,
favor for your state and it's different from state to
I'm
state. You
sure
may
there's
have
stuff that
benefits or
exists in your
benefit for
state,
you as a
but
black woman in
little do
your
you know
state.
we
Have
could
you
be in the
reported that
same
yet?
state. How can you
Huh?
say
You
that?
reported that yet?
Reported what?
Have you reported that yet? That because you know that's against the law. If you saying that they're doing that, right?
Doing what?
Paying different or whatever the wage gap stuff you talking about, all that stuff is really against the law. So you reported that yet? Because you can report that instantly. You know what I'm saying? You can have proof that that person's check is bigger than yours or something like that, or they picking or
So
I
the
said
discriminate.
that
All
post
that
in
stuff can
the
office,
go to
in the
law.
they will
lawsuit.
have you in court forever. Like that's a federal job. They on a different scale. Like I done seen
Well,
shit
you don't you
illegal
think that's
happen at
worth
the
it?
job, and they done drag niggas do 8, 9, 10, 12 years of that dumb shit. Like so, once
But
again, like I
again,
said, it
okay,
all
that's
depends on the
Island Queen.
job. Like not
That
saying
may
that
be
none of those
true.
things don't
That
exist. I'm not dismissing any of the things what they're saying. What I'm saying is those a lot of the stuff you're saying,
okay.
yes, is
So
right.
Island Queen, I
But
hear you, and that may be
realistically, those
true.
situations aren't as easy as what you're
But
saying.
your mindset is what is the problem here.
How my
Again,
mindset is the
what
problem.
I'm getting from your mindset is that you are entitled, and two, you don't think past what's in front of you. You just said on Beyonce's internet that you can't get funding as a woman, or
I
that it's
didn't say I
harder for
didn't get
you.
funding. I
I'm
said
sorry.
funding
I'm
looks
sorry. You said it's
different
harder
from
for
state
women
to
to
state. I
get
never said I
funding.
couldn't get
Right. I'm
funding.
correcting
I said
myself.
your
Please let me
funding looks
finish.
different
Let
from
me
my
finish. I'm
funding.
correcting myself. Let me finish. You didn't say that it can. You said it's harder
It's
for
spicy
women.
in
And
here
then
this
I went
morning.
ahead and I
It
told
is
you about
spicy.
the financing
Mm-mm-mm.
and all the stuff that are available to women, especially black women, for businesses. These
Right.
things
And
exist.
that looks
Not just
different
wait. Let
from
me finish.
state to
Not just in
state.
my state. Not just in my state. So how about you go research that instead of pushing this rhetoric of like I can't do anything because I'm a black woman.
I didn't say I couldn't do anything.
I said you're pushing a rhetoric. I didn't say that you said those exact words.
How am I pushing a
But
rhetoric and that's
co-
a
You
fact?
literally just said I can't do that because
Not a
it's
fact.
harder for women. Isn't that what you just said?
It is harder for women in certain aspects.
But that's a victim mentality because it's not. You have to do your research.
and
We
yo,
are
the
gonna
crazy part
agree
is,
to
or
disagree
can I
because
chime in for
No,
one
but
quick
it's not
second?
again,
about agreeing to disagree because these are
yes, we
not
are
opinions.
though,
These are
sweetie. We
facts.
are because
Do
I
the
personally
research.
not
I
going to do
promise you,
this
you will
because I
find a
know for a
loan or you'll
fact
find a
when
friend.
someone goes to in another
You don't
state,
want
it's
to
going to
put
be
in the work.
totally different from what I'm going through
You
in
want to reap
another
the
state.
benefits,
Like
and
we
that's the
can talk all
problem.
this equal quality shit all we
Y'all the one that
fucking
want
want.
equal quality. I don't believe in none of that stuff. I'm not equal to no man, and I don't want to be.
I didn't
I
say
do
equal
not
to
want any of that.
men. Equal
Right.
as women in different states aren't the same. Women that get
It
away with
doesn't
shit in
matter.
one state cannot allow to get away with
Again,
it in
this is
another.
another
Like we
roadblock
know
that you
this
have
as
in
a
your mind
fact
to
that
keep
certain
you
shit
from.
people in different states get away with different shit. Different laws happen in different states. Like we all know this. So what are you talking about? It's weird to me because that's not true in every state. Your way of living will be totally different from my way of living, and we live in
You're
two
right.
different
I
states.
So
already
Island
acknowledge that.
Queen,
So
so
that's
I
what
Island
I'm
Queen,
acknowledge
let me
that.
ask
saying.
you something.
So
So
what
in
may
your
be
Again,
easier
state,
for you in your
playing
state may
victim.
not be
I
easier for
acknowledge
me
that.
in mine.
I acknowledge that.
in your
I already
state,
said that.
Island Queen, is there a population of black women in your state who are like independent, got their own businesses and doing their own thing in your state?
Yes,
Is that so?
I'm not saying that they aren't, right? I'm
Oh,
saying, but my whole argument is not saying that there aren't.
Thanks,
But
Jack.
but you said
in
it was
my
harder
state,
for those women to get
it
it, as if
is.
it's not possible.
I didn't never say it wasn't. I said it was hard.
Okay, but it's not hard because there's specific things set up to benefit us. You just gotta go find it. That's the point that I'm trying to. I'm not
All right,
necessarily
we do
disagreeing with what
everything
was
for women.
said.
That's all I
I'm
never
telling you
understood that
that
junk.
there are ways to get around it. You just got to do your research, and then your rebuttal was that I live in a different state. That does not matter. You could
That
get
does
federal funding.
matter.
You could
It's
get
time
But
for me to
federal
get
if
loud
it's
up in here
funding
hard
now.
in
when it
your
comes to.
state, if it's hard in your state and it's easier in another state, then relocate if that's what you really want to do. It's not hard. It comes down to choices. Like my lady's cousin works with in Harrisburg in Pennsylvania, in the capital. My lady's cousin, and he says all the time, he's like, yo, we got all this money available for minorities, and the majority of black people don't show up to get this money. For small
Literally.
businesses, yo, like they don't come get it. Like in my city, a lot of Hispanics are buying like the corner stores and this, that, and the third from all the Asians that are selling their businesses. Because they going up to the Capitol and they going to the building, they getting that money.
They're doing
All you, like the
research.
lady said, all you got to do is do your research. That's it. That's what you got to do. Like that shit
And
is
it's not,
crazy.
and
Like
it's not as hard as you would think it is. Let me tell you something. When I started my transportation company, I didn't do grants or none of that. You know what I did? I went to all my boys and I told each one of them, man, I need a band apiece, and I'm gonna pay y'all back. Bought my bus shuttle and I gave them their money back. Boom. Did and I said, now most people are like, well, that's your anecdotal experience. No, if everything is anecdotal and we can't talk about it, then we might as well not talk about shit. The reason why I'm telling you this is because what you looking for sometimes in this specific conversation is right in your face. All my boys know that they can go to Cedar Point. They book my company. Why? Because I remember when he came to me, I gave him $1,000 to buy it. I went to people I knew who had the money, and I said, listen, I have an idea. And that's all you do. You got to make your idea known to the people who got the bread to help get it off the ground. Now, what's so hard about that most people get is that when you do this route, you don't have the comforts of a 40-hour work week. You got to grind a little harder. You're going to have to stay up a little longer. Why? Because it's something that you're doing for yourself.
can I get a
You're
large coffee,
responsible
light and sweet, and
for it.
order your hash
So
browns and
no
your
matter where
cheese
you at,
bites?
it don't even have to be governmental. It don't have to be grant-based
No,
if
the
it's
little
about
blue thing.
you and your own personal survival and moving forward. It's equivalent to the people who make content on this app. If they serious about it, what did they do? They went and created LLCs. Why? Because they believe that this content is gonna hit so hard, I'm gonna get some sponsors who gonna want to write me some checks, and they can't do it in my real name. They gonna need a business name. So they already thinking like that. They already on the right road. You see, your thinking a lot of times is your self-imposed limitation.
Please don't get an LLC.
Real shit. Your thinking will be your own enemy. Never. There's a country records called. He say, "Don't outsmart your common sense." What I'm thinking, and when I look at our sisters bitch about what's going on out there, I look at the whole spectrum, and I'm gonna take it to the low vibration. I was kicking it with some of these strippers here in Detroit. We got a club called the Pantheon, right? The Pantheon is where it's like Magic City. It's like Magic City in Atlanta. This is where the bad is at. Hard air quotes, okay? But they were sitting up there counting their money, talking about they were boss bitches. But yet, they all had to pay a tip out. So I said to them, where is the female-owned and ran strip club? If it's your body, your choice, how come there's no female-owned and ran strip club? How come the women have not thought this far? You know what, girls? Let's get together, buy that license so we don't have to pay these men to operate. Why that thinking has not came through? Why are you at somebody else's doorstep trying to change their program when you yourself has the power to create program and institute program? But you come to that strip club every night because you're too lazy to do the work that man does to bring them people in that club. So you're going to submit to a subservient position all because of what that man created. You're able to make a couple $100 a day. Your thinking is the problem in that. And them girls looked at me and was like, wow, I never thought about it like that. I said, if you guys If you guys got together and said, we're not stripping no more for men who own strip clubs. We only stripping for women who own strip clubs. Do you know that would change the total dynamic of the club scene? That will change the flow of income for women because a woman is running the show. Even in an industry where you have the body to make the money, you are the subservient one. You have the power in that, yet you can't exercise that power, refuse to exercise that power because what's been provided is good enough and it handicapped your thinking. So now you got that one girl who said, you know what? I'm about to go get my OnlyFans. Fuck this strip club. Now, we clown OnlyFans, but at least she's thinking, I got to get away from this and build my own. And then she might say, you know what? Fuck OnlyFans. Let me pay the money and buy my own website and get what OnlyFans, let me buy what OnlyFans has so I can cut OnlyFans out of my money. Because what it's all about is independence. It's about moving yourself to independence and making what you're doing a tool of liberation for you. And if you can't say, you're good, you can't say that you a boss bitch and you paying a tip out to somebody for what you did. I said, it don't sound right. A boss bitch said, look how much money I made tonight, girls, and I'm going home with it all. That's the boss bitch. But if you got to go out there and make 1,000 and bring me back 75 for making that 1,000, who's the boss? And who's really the bitch? So with
Lord, you just said a word.
all of that is not fair for women in the workforce. Okay, women, get y'all shit together and do your own thing. Y'all are the biggest spenders in this country. How come y'all can't do your own thing? Y'all spend more money than everybody. How
Everybody.
come? How
I
come?
I think the problem is, I think this whole debate and why it's going the way it's going, y'all are taking people that settle and people that are saying that. I think this is the best example: the pursuit of happiness. No matter how hard he tried, he kept falling and falling and falling and falling and falling. No matter how much motivation he had, he kept falling until eventually he succeeded. That is what women are saying. Not saying, you're talking about people that just was like, I'm just going to deal for the bare minimum.
But
I'm
the
just going to
problem is,
accept this,
Island Queen,
But
and
that's
it's
what
people
that
going
don't
to be
even
sound
like
like,
try
though.
that.
as much as we did in
What?
that
Yeah.
movie. That's what we're saying. We don't even try as much as we did in that movie because
That's what I'm saying.
we accept that this is just a situation. We accept that we're just victims.
But
That's the difference.
That,
not
right, that's what I'm
everyone
about to
does
say.
it.
That's how. That's what.
But we do.
But I was,
If you don't do your research and get out of that situation, you are accepting it.
But I think
So
that's what
like,
we're talking
baby,
about. We're talking about two different group of people. I think that's why I'm saying this is why I
What
feel
groups
like
are we talking
the
about?
conversation is going all over the
What
place.
groups are we talking about?
the simple fact of believing that the wage gap situation already, it already shows the mindset which they were getting to. That's the point they're getting to about that situation.
right.
Because if you know about it, you're not doing nothing about it to even change it. You're not
Who
Exactly.
said
confronting it
that?
or
Just because
nothing.
I can acknowledge
And
something,
that
that
means you're
doesn't mean I'm doing
settling for
nothing
what
to
you
accept
believe
it.
in because you believe that it's like that. So it's obvious you're
But
doing nothing to change it. And then if it was really that bad, you would switch jobs and stuff, or you would switch locations if it's in the area.
Right.
So
Instead
that's
of
what
like
settling
sitting
comes
and
in at.
complaining.
that's settling. If I can acknowledge something and not settle for it, I can
I'm
acknowledge and
I'm
complain
Oh,
I'm gonna
about
okay.
put it
something
this
and not
way:
Okay.
settle
Wait,
for
wait,
if
no,
it.
you ain't
that's
have a
fine.
job, I bet you would go look for something else.
You're right. But until then, I can find something else. I have to settle for what I have, right? In order to get better. I think this once again is where everyone's getting this whole misconception at. Like, this is why I'm
That's why
saying
we
I think
call it a
the whole
false fight.
misconception is going all over the place. Like, because just
That's
because
why I
you're
call
in
it
a
false fight.
situation does not mean you're trying to stay in that situation. And
That's
I
why I
Okay,
think
call
this
it
what
a
is
you
once
false fight,
okay?
bro.
again why everyone is having this disagreement.
No one is having
Because
a
it all
disagreement.
depends on what type of group of people you are talking about.
No, we're just talking about like women in general.
It's
I'm just saying, most of the victim
But
mindset
that's
people come with that same
once again,
stuff, and,
those are two
Yeah.
different
it
groups
come
of
with an
women. Not
excuse of
all
why
women
they
are like
feel
that.
like they held back or something like that, which should be forced. It be forced. People make up all
It's
type of
not.
stuff. This is the reason why I'm held back. This is why I can't do any better. This is why that's that victim mindset, that blaming type stuff because of they just comfortable where they at, or they don't feel like doing the
But
extra, going the extra mile
that
for
might
something.
not be true though. This is what I'm saying. Y'all all talking about the assumption of what people are going through. If you're not going through that, you cannot speak on someone else's
Yes, you
life.
can. You
No,
don't
you
have
Yes,
to.
you
Then
can. But
can't.
why
again,
why
Kev,
use
Kev,
an
No, you
Kev, Kev,
excuse
cannot.
for
Because
your
my
Kev,
life
position
is
you
again.
not the
in?
same as yours.
Humans are
No, you
more
don't have
alike
So
to.
I'm
than
saying the
anything.
wage gap is the reason why you in a position
Okay.
you in now. I'm just saying in general, or
Oh,
anybody. I'm just saying anybody.
I up her ideology with this one. I get it, and I go with you with that one. The bus is coming. You don't see it. I'm getting out the way. I ain't tell you. Oh, well. I mean, that's up to you. You ain't see it. You should have. You should have done.
Right, but that's like you saying, right? Oh, your boss
You
yell
should
at
have
you.
done.
You should yell at him back and fight for this, right? Let's say I did take your and what you said, right? And I get fired. Like, what the fuck you gonna do? You gonna take care of me? No, right?
Go
You
get
don't got
another
no
job. What are you
life.
Yeah,
talking
you
about?
no,
Why
you
would
just
anybody
you
take
gotta
care of you?
strap
Are
No,
you
your
not
boots
like
on
grown?
and
that's
go
what
get
I'm
another
saying. Like
job.
that situation.
Right? I don't get it.
Wait. Okay, so I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that you're gonna basically put your life at risk. Like if you were to quit that job, how you gonna pay your bills, right? Isn't that what you're
Right.
saying?
If you
Okay.
get fired,
So so
okay, what
so
if you get
guess what?
fired then?
So guess
You
what?
gonna try to find another job no matter how you
Wait.
look at it. It's no
Wait, you
Right.
should
excuse.
always you
Because in most
first of
states,
all
you an at-will employee. You ain't got
First
no
of all,
control
you
of
should
that.
always have your
You're
resume
right.
ready because these jobs don't care. They don't care
I'm not
about you.
disputing that either.
I know. Wait,
But
let me finish.
in
Let
the
me finish.
process,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that you can't just quit your job. Like, how are you going to take care of your family? Right? I agree with that. Right? But you should
I'm not.
always have. This is my thing. Always have your resume on the go because these companies do not care about you. If you were sick today or you passed away, it's another person they just gonna pop in that
but
position. They
so
don't
I'm
care
not
Exactly.
about
Right.
you. So
disagreeing
you
with
should
you either.
always
That's
be
why I'm saying
ready.
I understand what
Wait,
everyone
can I
is
finish?
saying.
Can I finish my point, please? You should always be ready. So, yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where you can't feed your family, right? But you already know that you've already decided that you want to leave because this is not the best situation for you to be in. So, you could continue to work there while you look for other jobs. But staying there and not really looking for anything else, not looking for anything better, like I can't feel bad for you for that. Like you're choosing to be in that situation. That's what
And
I'm
when I
saying. I agree
right,
that you
but I'm
can't
not
just drop
disagreeing with
it.
you either. That's what I'm saying. I think once again that goes back to what type of group of people you're talking about.
No, but it's not. It has nothing to do about specific. This
He
is
said them
just a
things
general
fire.
thing. It's a human thing, right? It could be men, women,
Yeah, but
anything,
that's why I
anybody.
never said gender though.
Okay,
That's why
what
I said
group of
it
people
on
you
a group
talking
of
about,
people.
Island?
Like
What group of
but that's
people
why
you
I never
talking
said
about?
gender. Huh?
I said, what group of people are you talking about specifically?
I am talking about the people that want to do better but having a problem trying to do better. I'm not talking about the ones that are
No,
complacent in their situations.
but the thing is, you could always be doing something to make yourself better. That's where
But
we
that's what I'm saying. There
disagree.
are people that are out there are doing that.
Okay, so if you are doing that, then they're doing it. Trying to find a better way for them to have a better life. So it doesn't matter what the job you think you're stuck at. If you're out there actually actively looking for other things to do, then what is there to even complain about? Like you're trying to figure it out. You're doing more. You're not just sitting on your butt, and that's what I disagree with. Don't sit on your butt and then come online complaining about stuff that you act like you're choosing.
No, yeah, I totally agree.
Right.
I don't think he's trying to just say something. Go ahead.
Oh,
Wait,
go ahead,
first of
product.
wait, product. I want to ask, is them fries good? Because the way you was chewing that thing
I
up
think
and
Oh,
they
them
were
licking your
boys are
fingers.
good. Yeah,
Listen, listen.
that's not
I
fried.
had the
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 bacon.
black pepper bacon in
I
here.
think
That's gone, and I got hash browns in here, and no, ain't nobody
No.
getting none. I got
Look,
a couple
product.
more left.
You the way you was licking your fingers, I said them fries had to be good.
It was
no,
that was
I
the
knew it
bacon.
was
Oh
bacon.
man,
I was like, that don't look like fried. That was
Right?
bacon.
it's the pepper that was on it. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good.
He was like, hold on. He was like, let me chew this real good, real quick.
Yeah,
This is getting interesting.
yeah. It's spicy in here, but I'm just gonna chime in and say this. Um, as long as we are able-bodied human beings, our hands work, legs work, feet work, our brain work. We have the ability to change whatever circumstance we're in. It all boils down to what you're willing to sacrifice and how hard you're willing to go. And I'll say this
Exactly.
as our my personal real life example, which I've spoke with Kev a little bit about. Like this year, me and my wife actually, well, at the end of last year, into the beginning of this year, me and my wife actually sat down and came up with a full financial plan for the next 12 months. I'm gonna work this many hours to make this. You work this many hours and make that, and we're gonna put this aside. Put it like we're not. We're gonna take our son today to go see the monster trucks in Jersey. But that's about it for the year. And then our other son's birthday party's in June. Between after today and June, it's stacking season. Save everything. Like, we're not worried about going out. We're not worried about no sneakers. We ain't worried about none of that shit. My lady, she does her own hair. She's in there straightening and braiding it right now. Like, we're not worried about none of that. This is the year of sacrifice so we could get off of this paycheck to paycheck bullshit and start our own side hustles. I'm not going to say businesses just yet, because when it's a business, when we don't have to work for nobody else no more.
So
So
it could be a business way before that. Please.
yeah, I feel, but
Right.
that's just the way I put it in my
Listen,
head. So it,
Amazon started in the garage. You think that they
yeah,
was
without
in
a
there
doubt,
talking about some?
and they didn't turn a profit for 19 years, and his wife
It,
held it down. Yeah, absolutely. But I look at it like that's just the way I put it in my head, so I don't get comfortable when I start making a few dollars. Like, yeah, I'm a boss. Blah blah blah. No, 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 not yet, homie. Not yet. When you're not punching nobody else's clock, that's when I'll consider myself a boss. And that's when I'll say I have a business. You know what I'm saying? But so for now, I'll just call it a side hustle. But the point of all I'm saying is, I think too many people spend too much time complaining and less time planning and executing. Life is all about execution. Come up with a plan. Sit down, old school, pen and paper. If it means relocating, saving up, you need this much to relocate to this city, this state, whatever, whatever. Daycare costs, kid costs, whatever. Put it all on pen and paper, and then start to execute. Execute. I'm gonna mute my mic and finish my hash browns now.
Not to finish my hash
Mm,
brown.
turn that camera off too, because you distracting us. And you sit
Right.
over
You
there,
just smack your hard.
and you
First
need
off, I'm
where's the fruit
sorry.
and vegetables? Let's talk about that. All that
Right.
dang meat. No, no. And you,
Here
why
go
are you
healthy.
drinking baby cow food? Ain't that milk in there? It's for the baby cows. It's not for you human.
Come on, don't be messing up people's
Right.
appetite because you gave stuff up, man.
So I sent you a friend request.
Yes, girl, I got you.
Send me a friend request, Island. I'm sorry, we had to go
Boy,
here.
you've been my friend forever on this
You know
platform. You
what?
get up
This
out of
is.
here.
We were talking about this on
It's like
Dazzle's
no.
live yesterday. It's something about Kevin's lives where we could sometimes it gets out of hand, but we could come on here, we could disagree all day, but it could still be
Yeah,
respectful,
No,
and that's what I
yeah.
it's
appreciate
respect.
about
Yeah,
Like
this.
I was saying, I never was disagreeing with you guys. I think once again, it, it was coming down to once again, like how everybody was wording it and how everybody was taking it was throwing everyone off. And I'm just like, oh my god, that's why I stopped talking for a whole time, because I was like, wait a minute, let me figure out what everybody's trying to say, or what I
yeah.
think everyone is trying to say, because it feels like now at this point we're just yelling and screaming at each other, and no one's trying to understand the other one, or like we're not completely understanding. We're catching bits and pieces and trying to understand. And
Right.
it was just like, oh, okay, yeah, it's giving me a
Yeah,
headache.
I don't have a problem acknowledging that there are things wrong in our society. Like I think living in reality means you have to be able to acknowledge these things. But I am completely 1,000% against the mindset. Island Queen, do you need batteries? I'll send you some batteries. That
No, but that's the crazy thing is, I think what you're hearing is the bass from my neighbor. Like in my apartment, you're hearing their music blasting, so
Is
you're
your
hearing
neighbor
the
in your
echo.
house? Because that sounds real close.
No,
That
it's
sounds
not.
so
But my
close.
because you know why their living room is like their wall is real, like it's thin. I have thin walls. I hate this fucking apartment. I can't wait till I
Okay.
move. It's their
Man,
music. You're
that
hearing
That's
means
a
I need
heck
you to
of a beeper.
yes, it's the bass.
give them some batteries tomorrow morning or
But
this morning.
it's not the alarm, it's their music. So you're hearing the static bass that's
Oh
making
no
that
no no no
noise.
no! We're actually hearing a beep. Like it's a
A
legit like
beep.
beep.
Hold on, hold on. No, don't mute it yet.
No,
We about to just stay quiet for a minute. We about to do this. We about to do this real quick. Hold up.
No, but the gaps are pretty long between the beeps.
yeah, it's their
No,
music.
they is so.
It's the music. They
No,
playing hip hop. It's like
Island
do do
Island Queen. No
pause.
no no! It's not. We're not
No,
hearing
it's
music. We're hearing beep.
like more like that, a little
Yeah,
higher than
but what
that.
I'm saying to you, where you would hear on the phone and what you actually hear in person is different. So their bass,
I
the echo, the wave, the sound wave from the bass is gonna be different on my phone than actually
mm-mm.
hearing it in person. That's what
No.
I'm saying.
See,
They're
even Lucky
blasting
Charm is
music.
saying it. She was in here. She said she couldn't hear it. Now look, it's an actual. I promise you, it's not music. It's not doo doo. It's not any of that. It's just beep.
But that's what I'm saying. It's their music, because nothing in my house is on. All my electronics is off.
I don't know. Maybe we all just tripping,
Do you
y'all.
got a smoke
What about
detector
your
in there?
smoke detector?
I do, but my smoke detector is off. They gotta replace it.
Oh, okay.
What the?
I'm telling you,
Oh, you gotta
it's the
go
So is
then.
the old
frequency.
battery
It's the
still in it?
frequency
Is
from
the
the
old
radio.
battery? If the old battery's still in that smoke detector, that's probably what it is.
It's not because I would hear it in my apartment. It's nothing playing in my apartment.
Mm.
That's wild. I don't know what
So
Maybe
that
used
it's
to
is.
hearing
heavy.
it, maybe you're so used to hearing it, you don't hear it. I don't know.
Nah, I would definitely hear that shit because that shit's literally right over my fucking bedroom door, like literally plastered on my bedroom door, above my bedroom door.
Okay, y'all. Well, I gotta hop out of here. I just want to say that let's get out. Let's have a more positive mentality. Let's have a can-do attitude. I'm not saying there's not obstacles in our lives, as you know who we are in this country. I get it, but you can get past that, and you can really get stuff done. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank y'all for the conversation. Y'all have a good
No
day.
problem.
Product, get some fruit and vegetables, sir. I'm calling your wife. Get some food and vegetables, okay?
Ooh,
Anyways, y'all have a good
She's
day.
body shaming. Don't listen to her.
Not
On
not
Black
body
body
History
shaming.
Month. On
Y'all,
Black History
I'll
Month.
talk to y'all later. I'll be in the comments.
All right. All right. I got up like 3 guests has been waiting forever in here. Let's see. I know my boy Roy been trying to get in here for the longest. I gotta let him up. And then I got the order after that.
Well, now go ahead, brother. You can drop me down. I'll stay in the comments and start tapping the like button. I don't want to spam the like button while I'm at the bottom.
Yeah, if you want to eat, go ahead and say no. I'm talking to you, but all right, for sure, man.
Now I'm enjoying my coffee. Go ahead,
now
drop
he
me down.
drinking
I'll
his
stay in the comments
coffee.
and spam the like button.
Oh, all right, for sure, brother. And if I need to call you back up here, I'm gonna get y'all back up here. You know.
Not to say it like that.
What the?
We here.
Why you? Why you say I said? He had me thinking like, what did I just say? What did I say? Did I say it weird? Anthony, is Anthony you still in here, man? I don't want to bring. Let me see him. Lucky, I'm gonna bring you back. I gotta go in order because I know you requested earlier,
Yo,
so I gotta
Kev,
go
give
in
me a
order.
second. I'm back in this trailer.
Oh, okay. Anthony, you in there? Or you fell asleep in the box?
Yes, I am. I'm still
Oh,
here.
you here? Okay. Okay, for sure.
But
Welcome
that
to the
was a
live,
point,
man.
like, I think we exposed a false fight when it's all said and done. You know, all of this, to me, I call them false fights because sometimes you can get something in your mind and you'll make it bigger than what it really is instead of just going out there and poke it like the Wizard of Oz. They did all that only you find out it was just some little motherfucker behind the curtain. You know what I'm saying? All that traveling they did, all that they went through, only find out there was a little motherfucker who ain't had no power at all. That nigga told them, oh, y'all could have been went home.
You
That fucked
caught
up.
me.
Yeah, look, they went through all that only for that motherfucker to say, "Oh, Scarecrow, you been had the brains. What
You been,
you been
and
knew how to think."
that shows that was all in the mindset. That's
Yep,
crazy because that's the same. That's the message, man. At the end of the day, we gonna figure most of this stuff is all in our mind for real. I mean, some of this stuff is
exactly.
out, but it's just the way your
The
mindset is. You
majority
can
of
set
it
your
is
life
yep.
up.
The majority of it is you is what, like they say, if you listen to the so-called society. I haven't heard that word being used since the 80s because we've been stopped listening to society. But I tell them, y'all listen to black men, why the hell y'all listen to society? But since when y'all start listening to motherfuckers in the first goddamn place?
And
Real
then
shit.
see that's what I'm saying. Like where I live at, we base everything off of society. Like we base everything off of majority or minority because that's sort of the norm. Like so, I think that once again, that's why I say like that the whole ideal or everybody's thought process is based off of their surroundings, like where you live at, how you was raised, those type of
Right.
things. Like it's because where I'm from, I was raised differently from obviously someone in another state, and so on and so on. Like economical backgrounds from those states vary. So you like, oh, we don't think that way about society norms in my state and during my times. In my state and my times, we do. So you get what I'm saying? I think that's where a lot of the agreements, the disagreements come in at is because that is my reality. That might not be your reality.
But I mean, like I said, it's equivalent to when the guys tell me, man, you know, the white man out here holding us down, and I'm sitting here sitting on like what white man y'all talking about? I done a lot of shit in my life. I ain't never had a so-called white man telling me, nigga, what are you doing? I mean, who is this white man they keep talking about? Because I mean, real shit. I mean, real shit, man. I mean, according to them, I shouldn't have. If that he was that goddamn powerful, then how the fuck I get what I got? And I did it with them. A lot of them
I
helped
got
me.
I got about 30 minutes with you guys, man. I've been up all night.
Sorry, you don't think I'm
I
looking
gotta
at you.
refresh
I
so I
just
can
want
be back
to
on
reiterate.
Saturday because that's my other long day.
Yeah,
Well, I mean today is Saturday, but later on is Saturday.
I've been up longer than you, sir. So let's not even do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I've been up like a crackhead, nigga. I ain't slept in 2 days.
Oh, oh my god. So always gotta be somebody to top people. That's what
Right.
I'm
Not
up
the
like
crackhead.
crackhead,
he done
nigga.
blew us out the water. He said 2 days. This dude has said 2 days. Wow. You win. Touche. Touche.
I mean, I could go 2 and 3 days without sleep, but I ain't trying to.
See why it's important to travel. What? Let's go ahead, hop up in the box and start something new then, Sosa. You want to start something new? We can make these numbers up to 500 now today.
Oh shit.
I gotta
Did
go
she
to
go to
bed though.
sleep?
Who?
Drizzle. She just been in there muted just the whole time.
Dazzle. I told her she can get her a comfortable spot. That's how she in there. She's smooth.
She sleep.
At least we get to see her and her child up here, you know. Beautiful picture, beautiful picture.
What up, Kev?
What's the deal, man? You grinding out there, man? You at work?
Oh yeah.
Okay. How you feeling, man?
Fucking horrible. We ain't go to sleep till like 1 o'clock in the morning. Bruh, like last night, driving home, truck died on me on the side of the road. Then apparently my starter went out, so had to fix that bitch on the side of the road with my brother. And that was a pain in the ass.
Mm, That's that beep. I mean, that what's called
Yeah, I
again?
heard that.
No, they're not going to embarrass me. So you
Fuck
know, talking
all
to.
y'all.
Why is everyone's truck breaking down?
Respectfully.
That's
Bruh,
what she said. That's what she said.
bruh.
Uh-oh.
That starter have not been replaced in like 10 years, but I don't know. It just killed, lost power.
That
I said,
battery
what the
haven't been
hell?
replaced in 10 years. It's like, no.
Now that starter
Oh,
haven't
that
been
is funny.
replaced in 10 years, but I knew it was going out. It just, decided to do it last night.
Oh, my. My husband truck down right now messing with a deer. Oh,
Oh,
my.
shit. Oh,
Anthony, what you had for us, man? I forgot. I
Yeah,
don't think they
I
let you
just
talk.
wanted to I just wanted to chime in on the conversation you guys were talking about as far as the money thing, as far as IRA, as far as the wage, women not getting paid as much as men and the whole bit. But just briefly, I'm an accountant and a tax person. I work on 401k plans and pension plans. So I deal with
Hmm.
compensation quite a bit. The
Yeah.
IRS and the DOL, and you said something correctly, it's pretty much just a phone call away. If you feel like you're not getting the right wage, as soon as you call them, they're very proactive in settling wage gap problems all across the country. Now, I'm going to tell you why very briefly. If you have a black woman and she's making 40 and I'm making 60, most of the jobs, and this is why they have HRs, they put them in bands for each of the jobs. So if they paid me 20,000 higher, for example, When the DOL and IRS comes in, they look at it and they say, wait a minute, for wages, you should have been giving us 15% of that 20,000. That means you went in there and stole 3,000 from us by paying this person less. So you always, from the DOL and IRS standpoint, they always want to see women and men making as much as they can because they get paid more, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, when you get your social, like the W-2 is made up of FUTA. It's Social Security 6.2%, Medicare 1.45%, additional Medicare 0.9%, unemployment that's put in there 0.6%. So when you put that 15% together, when you pay that 7.65% on all your W-2s, the business itself actually gets the benefit of that 7.65% on top of the fact that they're that $3,000 that, so the IRS is saying, wait a minute, you went ahead and stole 3,000, then you stole 7.65%. Normally, when they come in there and they assess penalties, they assess $1,000 per person, or they can access 4,000. You ever notice, like with your taxes, they tell you to keep it for 7 years. One of the reasons they tell you to keep it for 7 years is because the DOL can go back six years and go over every single payroll and start to get really technical. Because a lot of the companies, it's just like with anything else, they don't mean to be out of guideline, but now they're really going to stamp you. I've seen situations where people have called, and this is real life situations. I'm not going to talk about company or people or any names, where the person called. There was 1,500 employees, and the person said, "Hey, you know what? I feel my wage isn't right." And the DOL IRS came in there. They found out they assessed the company a few $100,000 in terms of penalties, changed everybody's band, and once they changed their band, they came up under the new pay. And what ended up happening for that company ended up having to put more money out for people. So the people they were paying 40 and 50, they were paying them 60 and 70 and all that kind of stuff. So I it happen where someone can get paid less. Yeah, it can theoretically, but for the most part, like if you have a 401k plan, they're giving you a tax benefit on that. A pension plan, they're giving you a tax benefit on that. They want you to make as much money because they make as much money. I want to go over to the taxes because Six Folk made a lot of great points as far as credits. I deal with taxes, so I deal with all 50 states. So I have the tax.
Can you
I know
add
all
me,
the
man? I
credits.
need a lot of that information. You got some stuff, man. I just added you, man. I know somebody that
So
you can connect with too.
sure. So for example, let's just take a state like Kentucky, right? And they have all these credits, right? So you have this one category called angel investor credit. You're like, well, what is that? So an individual investors, they can come through and they can make capital investments to small businesses. And notice the words you get in there: small businesses create additional jobs. So the great thing about having black females come in, and like I said, this is all real deal stuff, is what happens is we pay her as much as we can pay her, and then we take the credit of 5,000 or 10,000 to, and credit is dollar for dollar. This isn't like, hey, you made 10,000 and now what's your tax bill? No, it's credit. It's dollar for dollar. This is what these businesses are getting in terms of a benefit. So one of the things, businesses are scared of the DOL and IRS. And like I said, I work with IRS and DOL every day, doing taxes, going back and forth. They IRS and DOL. I mean, in my mind, they're worse than people talk about organized crime. IRS and DOL they will penalize you. I've seen people not file their taxes and they made no money during the year, and they call me, oh man, I they put $5,000 penalty on me. I didn't make no money that year. I said, yeah, but you didn't file. You see, just for something small like that. So with 401k plans, with all this stuff, a lot of these businesses, when they hear DOL and IRS, it's like saying that the state troopers are coming. They get nervous and scared. And if any woman thinks, any black woman thinks she's making less, please call that number, because they're incentivized. And I don't want to say, I'm using these words because everyone will know what I'm saying when I say this. They're incentivized because they're trying to make as much money as they can. So when they hear stuff like, oh, you're getting paid a little bit less, oh, great, we're going to check that out. because they check it out and they start squeezing out employer and they start penalizing them and they start bringing in that money. So that's all. That's all I wanted to kind of add to it.
I
And
should have added you earlier, man. We could have ended this a long time ago, you know?
Exactly.
one of the
And
things
this
we do
another
when
thing though. This another part I wanted to add to that, because even that, like, we got too much technology and if it was really that serious, all you gotta do is take a picture of the news thing and just report it instantly. I'm pretty sure that done probably, if it was
But
like that, would have got
that's
reported
harder
so
to
many
do,
times.
right? Because
That'd have been on the
like
news.
I get it,
absolutely.
like, but this is the thing, right? When women say that, because 9 out of 10, if I'm just starting to work at a job, right, Kevin, and this is why we said that, because if I'm starting to work at a job, like he said, I'm not going to know what you make. I'm not going to know you make more than me until maybe a year later or whatever, until I get to know you,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because usually 9 out of 10, when women start their jobs, we only hanging around women. We gossiping,
Mm-hmm.
we da 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 da. You know, maybe one of our work girlfriends be like, "Girl, I'm messing with this man at the job. You know, he this, that, and the third." Like, and it's like, "Oh, okay." And the more you get to know people, you more to find out it's not automatically off the back. I know that man getting paid more than me. Like
Yeah,
he
for
said,
sure.
there's
Yeah.
situations that vary. That once again, in the beginning, men do make more than us. Like, and two, I know that and find that
How are
information
you
out.
supposed
How
to
can
get a
I
picture?
report it if I don't know? And then 9 out of 10,
But
a
my
lot of
thing is, what I'm saying is, if you do know it, why you don't report it? If you claiming that it's happening, I would. That's what I said. You saying that you seeing it. That's what I'm saying. People saying they see it. All right, they say they seen it. Then why don't they report it?
because
Or
multiple
they
things
just
can happen, right? I either two things can happen, right? I can report it and be okay, or I can report it and be uncomfortable for the rest of my life at this job, right? Because, like, again, depending on what type of people we're dealing with and type of person, depending on their mindset, right? If I'm a person that is scared for conflict, right, and I cause conflict, that's gonna make my situation uncomfortable.
You scared of conflict?
No, I'm just saying
No,
in
I'm just
general.
saying.
We have some people like that. Like you said, how the white girl went in her car and started crying because the supervisor yelled at her. I'm saying in that situation, that woman might have been scared in conflict. Scared that, the supervisor might threaten her job, might threaten to cut her hours, all these things. And now you gotta prove that because you made this allegation, even though it's a fact, now you got to prove that you made this allegation against this job. Now you got to make another allegation against the supervisor. Like, now it's putting yourself more and more of a situation. This is why a lot of people don't report it, because it's like, damn,
okay.
I could have
So
just
if
shut my mouth and try to work it out and figure it out and move on, or I
yeah,
report it and stand up for myself and put myself in a worse situation. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like,
So my point of saying that is, like, even if they have reports or something like that, no matter what, even if that was, okay, I'm gonna put it this way, if it was happening, somebody within whatever how that job is, they would have been figured it out and that would have been reported. It might not be them singly, or it'd be one of the persons that got fired or something. They got that info either in their phone or something. They're gonna instantly report it soon as they end up quitting that job or not. You know what I'm saying? They're
no, no,
gonna
I'm
have
not
it. But
disputing
It's
that.
obviously,
it got laws for retaliation against employers against
Hell
workers and
yeah.
all that.
No, no, no. But once again, I'm not
that's what
disputing
I'm
that. What
saying.
I'm saying is, you know, you, these are certain things that
So
run through people's heads. Not saying that they can't do any of those things, right? But once again, it does not say that that doesn't happen. Those dudes, I know people that happen to. Like, no matter how much they report it, they have gotten threatened and harassed at a job for reporting it. Like, these are
See,
things
that's
that
the thing. You gotta go to
That
EEOC, not HR, none of that. You gotta go to higher than them.
yeah, I know, but how often do people really get those numbers? Because you got to get those numbers through
well,
your
well,
HR,
let
through
me.
your
No, you
supervisor.
go.
Or
You don't even go to
No, no,
HR. You can go get that from the internet.
yeah,
not all the
yeah,
time, because I know,
and
like,
that's
for my
I went
job,
to
I
I went to
can't get those.
EEOC of Louisiana. I got the number just for them. I called them about my job.
But
yeah.
when I
You ain't
said,
gotta always go through your job to do stuff.
Yeah,
And
you
for the
just
people now, for the
And
people
my
who's
job, they
going
give the
through what
wrong
she
HR numbers out. And on the
it,
website,
see,
I
that's
just
what
look
I'm
up our
talking
HR
about.
lady of the
now,
of our region, and I got her number.
now for the
See,
people who's going through what she's talking about. Here's how that process works. Once you file a complaint on your company, you are in the driver's seat, because everything after that is retaliation, that when it comes to their
that's the
part.
part I'm talking about.
Now listen, you're in the driver's seat because now you filed the case. Anything they do to you is going to be a negative on their part. So you're winning for every snarl, every time they made you feel uncomfortable, you're winning. Now, what you do is you document that and you take it to that outside source. Your job is not stopping you from seeking an outside source. That's equivalent to you going to an attorney, and they will document that. And that will make it expedient for you. And what happens is they work fast for you because one, they got shit else better to do. Two, they get paid when you win. So they want you to call. They want you to talk to them. But what happens is people get intimidated by the process and just give up. And I can't do nothing. I can't feel sorry for a person who gave up. And I have to say it like this on they self. Because this is your livelihood. This is what you're doing to keep money in your pocket. Why would you give up the fight so easy based on, like I told the Caucasian girl, why are you in here crying and not in his face? Because if it's that important to you, why are you letting the way he responds to you knock you off your game? What if your man responded to you like that? How would you handle that? Then you handle that the same way because there's people who's going to couple with you. One of the biggest things you got to know about this business world, the courts are in the favor of the little people. The reason why the little people don't know about it because the little people are too intimidated to go through that big process. If you go through that process, you will find you got a friend in those courts. Real
And
shit.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just like, and I totally
And
agree
that's
with
for the
you.
people who going through what she's saying, what she's talking about.
Right.
Is she right? It's people who go through that and they're afraid to report. But don't be afraid to report. Report it and let them know. Listen, fuck with me. I'm writing it down because y'all already in trouble. What the hell you do? You already in trouble now. See, when you report, you ain't the one in trouble. They is.
Right.
So
But
they
they
better
also
walk
got to
on
be aware
And
that
people
eggshells.
know
you
that. And people know that.
no
That's what's
no
crazy.
but that's what I'm saying. Some people don't know that, and
My
you
thing
also
is,
have to
it's
be
They
been
know
hundreds
not.
of
They
people
know
at that
not.
one job. Somebody has reported it before. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
And it's
And look.
But
thousands
you'd
of
be
You
people
right.
surprised.
at that.
You
But
At
you'd
right,
be
that.
Cam.
surprised
You
how
right.
they
You
don't
got that
though.
one
That's
motherfucker
what we're
that's you
saying.
got that
You'd be
hey
surprised
look.
at how many people that don't know.
Bro, you gonna have that
Hey
one
look, hey
eyeball that don't
Cam.
care about
Hey,
nothing. They
hey,
gonna report it, so it's gonna get reported no matter what. So that's just
hey
like I said,
Cam.
that's an excuse.
Hey,
It's
guess
not
what,
an
Cam?
excuse.
You got that one
I mean, that's a
motherfucker
lie.
that
I
make
mean,
what
I'm gonna say it's a
hey
lie.
look. Hey Cam, you got that one motherfucker that make what everybody make all he do is sweep the floor. And you like, why y'all sweeping the floor? Because that's the nigga who reported. That's the nigga who called the 800 number in the lunchroom. That's why he make what everybody make, and all he do is make boxes. Because he reported. Everybody else got fucked around. They mad at him.
Uh-huh.
They give him special privileges. Yeah, they don't want to get reported no more by him. He bitched them. Actually, he
All
got
right,
them, and he
special
got they
announcement. I had to be
balls in
loud
his
with it.
hand.
You
Had to be
still
loud
said
with it. People, if y'all not follow me, follow me. I sound like I'm important, don't I? When I talk like this goes, right?
you
If y'all not follow me,
silly.
follow me. I got 15 minutes to be on here,
But I
and
also
y'all
want
can
to
catch me later on.
I'm gonna drop down, man. Let somebody else get it. 15
right. But
minutes. I'm gonna
I just
fuck with
want
you
All
again,
right,
my
I ain't letting
brother.
to
nobody
be quick
back up.
before you
Nah,
drop
it's
down.
like I got
But I
15
also want
minutes.
people to be
When
aware
everybody drop,
that
I'm out.
you know, even though if you do all that, be aware of the consequences. Like, yeah, you might lose your job, all this, but keep the fight because if you don't, then they feel like they win.
Believe me, if that's the case, the fight has already been fought. Somebody done did it by now. It's you like
Even
that
with
group of
my
people that came in there, not the only group of people.
Right.
even like Louisiana's at will state, and like I'm in college for like ocean and all that. Even though that you fired, if I get fired for reporting
Mhm.
something that's violating OSHA and it's retaliation because of that, even though it's an at will state, it's a lawsuit because of that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. But you out of money for God knows how long until the fight begins. You get what I'm saying? Like people gotta no take that into consideration too. That's what I'm saying. Like we say all these things, but we got to make sure
And
that
like,
we're being very
like
informative
I
on
don't know
letting
about
people know
everybody
that.
else. Like I have like two different sources of income, even though like my main source ain't like it doesn't bring as much money as my other, the secondary source. I'm still have that, that other source.
I
And
understand that.
like
I'm
if
saying,
I'm
but
be fighting a fight, like I know what I'm getting into.
right, but that's you, right? Let's say someone who only depends on that one income. Like we got to be very clear when we give certain advices that we give the pros and cons to it too, right? Because you might just say, yeah, that might be the one job that I get paid a little bit less, so I can take the risk and they fire me, it's okay, and fight for 6 months, maybe a year or two, because I have another job. But what if that's the only person's source of income? Now they don't got a home, they don't got a car, they don't have these things that they need to survive. You get what I'm saying? Like, so when we get these information, we also got to be very aware that we got to give the good and the bad. Like, no, fight. I'm gonna always want my people to fight, but know what you walking into when you take this fight, good and bad.
Uh, yeah, good and bad. You sound like my mom said the same thing to me. But at the end of the day, if we don't do nothing about change, what are we gonna do? We're gonna be in the
No, no,
same
no, no.
position.
That's a
So
fact. That's why I said good and bad. We always got to make sure, because we can say these things, right? And we never mention it back, because sometimes people take advice too literal, and they be like, "Well, you told me to do this, right?" And we like, "Well, common sense was common about the bad part that's gonna go with it, right?" But some people don't think about that. I just want to be aware that we let people know that if they fire you, because of what you did, even though they was 100% in the wrong, be aware that you're not going to get your money right then and there. It's not going to be an overnight thing.
Like I said, they might as well hire all women if that's the case.
Not if I hire all women. And y'all didn't even let me finish my statement
If
on
they get
that.
paid less,
Y'all was
why
just
not?
so
Oh,
fucking
that'd be
rude.
silly to hire
uh,
Y'all
men
are
if they get paid
rude.
well,
less.
like,
Y'all are
well,
rude.
like,
Y'all didn't even let me finish my statement on that. And y'all were just so rude. And see, this is why I
but
don't like yelling over
like,
niggas. Because I'm like, I'm just shut up and let them just talk all over each other. Because y'all getting rude and
I
disrespectful.
get what you're
Like,
saying. I get what you're saying, but also if I know the battle I'm jumping in, if it ever came down to that, I already know what I'm jumping in head first. If I lose my job, I lose my job. If my ducks ain't in a row and if I lose my job, that's all on me.
but some people don't though. That's what I'm saying. Like, when I have these conversations, right, I try to not focus on one particular group of people, right? Because we're all not the same. Right? You may jump into that risk cold heartedly, like, I don't give a fuck because I know this is the right thing. I'm just going to do it, right? And then another person will be like, I'm going to do it because it's the right thing, but I'm scared all along the way. So those are two types of people.
And that type did it. The other
But
type did
even
it, so
though they
you
did
ain't,
it,
you
they
ain't got to
still
do it for
scared
you.
along the way, though, right? He's 10 toes down
Somebody
on,
did it.
I got it, right? I can do it. I know I can do it. And I don't give a fuck about the consequences that come of it. Just because the other person that's scared doesn't mean they're not going to follow through. They're scared because your backup plan might not be the same as their backup plan. And that person might did it. They might not have had a backup plan. So that's why I'm saying, like, I
You
look at it
think
from
I'm talking
all
about if a
different
company is
perspectives.
running for that long, how many people they done hired in by the time that the company got
You
started, right?
say, yo, this is why I say you say that, but I've seen. I'm gonna tell you a true story, like, and this has happened on at my job. This is why I say it all depends on the job. I work for the post office, right? This girl was being bullied and she kept reporting it and reporting it. And you know what they did? Absolutely fucking nothing until she had enough is enough, because everyone, all of us have our breaking point. She got in her car and she ran these girls over for keep harassing her. Mind you, the cops locked her up and did nothing to the girl that was harassing her. But her father got her out because he was a police officer. He was like, no, she reported the harassment. You know what? She's still going to court. It's been 6 years and she's still going to court with the women at the post office. So this is what I'm saying. Like, that shit happens.
Well,
We're not going to
well, you said
acknowledge.
she ran some girls over there for harassed her.
Yes. Yeah, they kept harassing her, picking with her, bullying her. Like, How much you want to take
Of
from that?
course they gonna go on a person that dang near committing committing what's that
But harassment is still a crime
what's it
too.
what
You
I'm
cannot
saying
come
that
to
that's
the
what is
job
that
and
attempted
fuck with
murder? That's
me
attempted
and
murder
fuck
Yeah.
with
because
me.
of
No, you
harassment.
cannot come to the job and harass someone. That is, you cannot do
You
that.
can't
That's
run
crime
nobody over
too.
for
But also
harassment
at a
either.
job,
What?
like, I had to let it be known when a motherfucker at my job, like, hey man, don't fuck with me. Like, I'm cool with you, but like, hey, I don't play that fucking game with you like that.
See,
Like,
this how the
yeah.
They
law
she
work.
was not
This how the
playing
law
though.
work. Just because
Not
somebody
now.
yelling at you, if you
I'm not.
touch them,
I'm not
you're the one
condoning
that's
her
gonna
running the
pay.
people.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
what I'm saying is, I'm not condoning running the people over. What I'm saying to you is, things happen at different jobs all the time. Just because one person, you know how many big corporate jobs sweep a lot of that shit under the rug and make it seem like it's just a rumor that ain't shit ain't
So,
never really happened. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Right.
things don't get done and bad things don't happen. Let's be realistic. Those jobs like that sweep a lot of that shit under the rug and make it seem like it's just they just making it up. That's just people talking like that's saying people going postal. It's not for the people on the outside. That is the workers actually going in there going crazy because another worker done did something to somebody and nothing is being done about it. That
Well,
happens all the time in all different types of jobs.
well, they have like necessary precautions that you have to take, and that's why they have like HRs, not to complain or to tell them like you want to sue them or you feel like you've been wrongfully done, but more so that way you can ask those questions like, what are the necessary steps that I need to take to prevent this, to go above whoever I've already been telling, because there's always somebody above the person that you're telling,
You're right.
always. And so there
I thought
always
about that
is.
too. Right? You could have been like, something wrong with my check. He got more than me. We got this. It's anything you could do for real.
And legally they have to tell you. I mean, if there's like a difference
Right.
in pay, if you request it.
I'm, I'm pretty sure another thing is you talk to some people like if okay, if it was like the little wage gap thing, if you talk to a dude, how much you make, how much you make, and y'all working on the same line or something like that. I'm pretty sure y'all gonna tell each other how much they make, and then figure that out super fast. You ain't even got to look at a paycheck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
So I'm like, this. It's just funny because it's like we trying to make something out of what ain't. This is just weird. Like I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I would never suggest, for just like how I tell my kids, if somebody's messing with you at school, you have two options, and neither one of those
Excuse
options
it,
is to
man. I
put your
think
hands.
Hobos just doing
The
just
excuse, yeah,
disagreeing today,
and they
just
might,
doing the usual.
and that's why you got to take those necessary steps to like get away from that situation. I know the pay is good,
Exactly. But the girl
but
asked to be moved and everything, and the job did absolutely nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get those things, but what
She
the we gotta
purposely
be
trying to.
very mindful of the other side of it. Like, we're not gonna pretend like everything is peachy keen when there's a problem. Everything just get absolved right then and there. Like, no,
no,
we're
you
not.
don't have. No, you definitely don't have to. But I mean, just like you got that job, you're gonna get another job. Just like you had a job before that job, you're gonna get another job. So it's like, why put yourself in a position to even have to do something like running someone over when you could have already been making moves to get yourself out of the situation? Because, like we all know, ain't nobody gonna have your back like you. You know what I'm saying? So you always have to look out for your best interests at all times. So if they're not handling it, you need to go elsewhere and find a better job. Just point blank, period.
A lot of the companies, there's like, I think 10 to 14 states now that have what's called pay transparency laws. So, like, if you live in a place like California, New York, Jersey, Maryland, Connecticut, as soon as you get hired, you can ask them for your pay band within your salary range. I used to do a little bit of recruiting where we would take folks and put them into accounting jobs and things like that. A lot of the recruiters have the bandwidths, and what they do, and this is the unknown part of it, is when you see those salary.coms and different ones, all you have to do is punch in what job you're working for, and you can see it within the industry what that width is. So if you're, and I'm just pulling up a job out of the year, like a claim examiner, for example, it'll say, okay, you can make it as a claim examiner from 50,000 to 60,000. So from that point, that's how you can negotiate your wage when you come in the door. Some companies want to stay around 50, 55, but that is the bandwidth. So that's another way you can find out if you're getting paid less by looking at that.
And unfortunately, you got to negotiate those wages before you accept.
Right. Exactly. That's the
Like
key.
That's the
like
catch.
That's the key.
when I got transferred to a yard driver position from forklift to yard driver, initially I was making like 19, but I knew I was getting paid less than the current yard drivers in their position. But also I knew that it was a way better position than the forklift because it was also stressful and aggravating. Also, I like driving 18 wheelers better, but also I kept asking them like, "Hey, these guys getting paid more than me. I do a way better job, and you see this. I come in all the time. Like, what's the deal?" I said, "I know we ain't got a site manager or nothing like that." He said, "Like, wait until the site manager get here. We gonna talk." All right, site manager get here. He's like, "Talk to me in like a month or two. We let me get settled in." Talk to him 2 months later. Like a week and a half later, after we talked, I showed him what I can do and all that. I got my raise to what these guys have been here longer than me. I make more than them. Like I knew what I was going into head first. Like, hey, I was gonna get paid a little bit less, but also I knew I was going to a different position at first.
Yeah, no, I'm always looking for the next promotion. You said there's a opening coming up. All right, you gonna see my application. And I know that for the post office, there's like 3 shifts, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's like
Yes.
3 shifts. So,
Yeah.
like, was she working in a shift that she could not be moved, or like was she seasonal? She wasn't CPS yet, so like she
Um,
wasn't able to.
I don't know. This happened way before I started working there. Like, so I know my mom used to. My boss when I started was one of the girls that was picking on the girl who did the running over of the other girls. But even when she told the story, it was just like y'all was just. I always call the post office high school because that's exactly what it is.
Most of these
You
jobs
know,
is high school.
Yeah, for real.
No, nothing like the post office. I'm telling you, they will sweep some shit up under the rug like it ain't nobody business. You think the CIA and the FBI keep some secrets, baby?
I'm tell you, man.
Ain't no
Literally
way
every
in
job I don't went
hell
to was a.
the shit that goes on that I seen for my own self. Like I could believe the story that people tell me now. Like when I be hearing them stories, I be like, like
Mm.
like I said, like from one of the girls that I've met that known the girl that did the running over, like supposedly she asked to be moved. She asked for this. She asked for that. Like now, I don't know if she was. We call them career workers, which that's what I am, or PSC, but I'm not
Okay,
positively
gotcha.
sure. Nobody went into details about her like her status. But I do know the girl did ask to be moved. They was like, well, we don't do accommodations for that, which when I got into an incident, they told me the same thing. Like, y'all gotta be adults. This is a workplace. Like, y'all gotta learn that work together. If you don't like that person, just don't speak to them. Like, and it's really giving you just so if I lose my shit in here, like, what you gonna do? That's what I just be like, yo. But I've seen it for myself. Like, they really don't care about nothing at that job. Like,
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just like it's kind of one of those situations where it's like you've done all you can do, so now it's time to move on.
right.
Right.
But like I said,
Or
I
unless
don't
they
know
just
about the
fire you.
situation. Like I don't know if that girl was trying to be in the process of trying to leave the job. You know, she was just trying to make her money until she could, find something else or whatever the case may be. Like once again, like I don't know the girl personally, but it's just the fact that, you know, the fact that that can happen. And everybody's just like, oh no, that's just a normal day at work. Like, no, that shouldn't be a normal day.
Mm-mm.
That should not be
Wow.
just a nonchalant day. Like,
High school.
like
All right, y'all,
managers
man.
getting people
I gotta
pregnant.
call it.
Like it's just, oh my god,
I
let's
got
go.
to call
Getting
it.
sleepy finally, Kev.
It's about
He
that
usually
time.
down
I
by
gotta get
8. I'm
some rest.
surprised he lasted till 10.
I know. That's what she said. Wait. No, no, she
Ooh,
didn't. She didn't. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. Wait, did she say that? It's a good thing, right? We ain't say 8 minutes. I
You
said 8 hours.
said
Okay, cool, cool.
you ain't say juicy
Yeah,
today. I'm mad
damn.
at you.
Keep that. But if y'all not following 72 people in, go ahead and follow. I'm gonna be in this boy tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We can start this Saturday, late Saturday, another better topic and stuff. You know, unless y'all just like the toxic stuff, then y'all don't gotta follow me because I know y'all was in here earlier because everybody thought they was yelling and stuff. Now this don't get that bad. We don't cuss each other out in here. We talk loud. We talk loud and stuff, but we don't cuss each other out. That's the different thing. You know
Nah,
what I'm saying? But
safe
we
space,
call it
safe space.
passionate,
right. It's
safe
all love.
space.
Right?
Oh, you see,
It
when
gotta be a
it's
safe
so
space.
safe, we gotta whisper it. It's safe space. You know what I'm
Goddamn.
saying? We gotta say. But yeah, yeah. If y'all not following, I'm gonna give y'all a couple minutes to follow, and I'm head out, man.
You
I'm not a
always
couple minutes. I'm
keeping
gonna
me
use a
in
couple
your
seconds.
live hostage. I don't appreciate
I
this.
know, my bad. Look how bad I got Dazzle up there. She done fell asleep up there. That's how hostage she
Right?
was.
Oh yeah, she was with you rocking the whole night.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I
she
don't got
said
no
it.
good phone service at work. Every time I get on his live or Jazz live, they be
Be like,
like,
go to the
"You
bathroom.
muffle it. You break it up." I be like, "I can't
Yep.
say." They be like, "Go to the bathroom." I'm like, "I'm not gonna stay in the bathroom all night."
Yeah, you done messed up. Too bad your Wi-Fi ain't juicy. You know what I'm saying? Too bad it ain't.
Yo, because I hate my work section. I be having bad phone service.
Hmm.
Okay, Kev. You have a wonderful morning rest.
All right, you too, man. Stay out of trouble, Nate. Stay out of trouble, Nate. You know.
What? My middle name
Watch,
is Trouble.
watch. Oh yeah,
I
for
like
sure,
when they
Kev.
watch.
Oh, Kev, you know, Joe, Kev. Thanks from Kev. You know what I'm saying?
Ew.
Thanks, man. I try to keep it like that, man. For real, I try to keep topics and good, decent topics we should talk about and all that. You know, even if it's stuff that we disagree on and stuff, we just make sure it don't get disrespectful. Cause everybody has their own mindset. Everybody got their way of thinking and stuff. We just gotta respect it and stuff, and just try to build some type of understanding or some type of common ground. So that's the whole point of this live. You know, because I'm trying to look for unity within everything. I'm not trying to look for no type of separation on just the silliest things or all the stuff that's separating us. So, but oh yeah, he got the last minute sharing this boy. But I'll catch y'all later though, man. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
Thanks,
All
everyone.
Oh
right,
yeah, for
man.
sure, man.
Take care now.
Oh yeah.